Welcome back. Welcome back. We are on day 2.5 of our 3-day retracement, making our way towards target 1. FOMC is at 2:30. Get to hear if Powell comes on talking nice. See if he's going to talk to us nice. Talk to me nice or don't talk to me at all, Powell.
What are the expectations regarding the Powell speech?
No cuts. Pause.
Gonna be
Yeah.
all right.
97% chance that nothing changes. But the forward guidance is what we're looking for during the press conference.
Yeah, yeah,
We need to hear language that he's open to a cut, that he's moving closer to a cut, maybe even that quantitative tightening comes to an end finally. Almost feels like a dream. Quantitative tightening is supposed to end, right? Like I didn't just, it's not
yeah,
just a fever dream that I had. Okay, making sure.
yeah.
So that's a possibility, but mostly, yeah, just the language. We want to hear if he's talking tough or if he sounds like he's chilled out a little bit.
I just want him to just talk a little bit, not just come and say hello and we're doing good and we're doing great and that's. I just want him to stay there for at least 5-10 minutes.
It's all gonna come down to the press, right? It depends on how the press, if the press attacks him and starts asking him on the spot questions, and yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, 20. I've got it put up as high as I can on this side. It's just to stabilize everybody else's mics. I've got to keep it at a certain level, or people will come in here and absolutely blow your speakers because of how many different mics we have. Let's see if we can hit target 1 by the time Powell gets on stage. My main target, even before 1, is this cup of coffee, though. I'll be right back. Let me go heat this up. What's going on, good people? Everybody ready? Everybody ready for PAL?
Yo.
Ready for absolutely
Just
nothing
watching
to
the drop.
happen?
Yep.
Yeah, what's he gonna say? Like, we're staying on course. Everything's on course.
It's gonna be the press conference, man. It depends on how hard they go. They're gonna ask him about that meeting with Trump. They're gonna ask him what was said. They're gonna ask him if what Trump said was correct. That he's softening and ready to cut.
Yeah, he's gonna deflect any Trump question quick. He's got the guard for that. And you could tell he doesn't take things personal. He's like, whatever.
He's so over it, bro.
He's like, I'm out the door. I'm about to retire. I'm be hanging.
He's so over it. We all know that one person at work, like they haven't quit. They're still there, but they quit. Like they quit a long time ago.
Right. They're just taking up space. Coming on now, right? In like 5 minutes?
Nah, 2 o'clock.
Oh, 2 o'clock. Okay.
2 is the announcement that we don't do shit, and then 2:30 is the press conference. Let's see if we can get my target one before Powell hits the stage.
Yeah, hopefully Bitcoin doesn't do a Bart Simpson on like the 6 hour, 12 hour. It would look like a Bart Simpson with kind of like messed up top. He's a little scruffy.
Is it tomorrow or is it today, right? Unless the Forex calendar was... Oh, you know what? Maybe it is tomorrow. I'm tripping. It is tomorrow, guys. My bad. I'm like completely accelerated right now. Good, because the one thing I couldn't do with as tired as I am is listen to Powell speak for 2 hours. I would have fell right to sleep, yo. I would have went right to bed. All right, cool then. Let's cook. Let's see what we can get done today.
Let's go.
Oh shit, excuse me.
Bitcoin's trying to find a little local bottom. It's trying to do almost double bottom-ish on the 5. Or no, on the 1, I'm sorry.
They're going to ask him about Trump, and it's going to go something like this. Well, I don't get involved in choosing sides or politics. We're not here for that. We're here for the people. There we go. That's the meeting.
And everything's staying on
That's
course.
if we're lucky. If we're lucky, he says that. If we're not lucky, he does what he did last time, when they were like, are you worried that Trump is gonna, remove you from your position? Blah blah. No, that's it. Just no. So they ask him like, so Trump said that you guys talked and you're softening and you're probably gonna cut the next. Is that how you feel? I didn't say that. Next question. Screwed, bro. We're all screwed. At that point, just red candles.
It's like, I'm out of here.
I didn't say that. That's so true. I do think he can give some good news at least this time.
Yeah. I mean, and to be fair, he should be softening.
Yeah, man. If there is a lot that's come down, I mean, if you just go and buy meat now in the store here in California, you see the different fuel. You know, everything's better. Just a little something, not much, just a little something. That's all we ask for.
How we doing, Dbloc? I've been missing in action for a few days.
Good,
How
man.
are things
Good.
looking for you?
Good.
You have a good weekend?
Yes, sir.
Good. Big changes on the chart here, or are we still targeting so we can get to all-time highs? So we're going to come down to the to that earlier target from last week. Do you think we're going to sweep that, or are we just coming down to the 116 area?
I've got my targets on the screen. We're about to hit target 1. My target 2 is 14.5. That's a possibility.
Possibility.
Yeah.
Well, with today's unchanged rate cuts, which
it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I was off by one day.
Mean, yeah.
But yeah, either way, they're going to be unchanged.
Yeah. So. It looks like there's a bloodbath in the stock market as well today. So,
is there a chance we get a surprise and they do some cuts?
That would be great.
Like a little surprise,
that
maybe?
That would be great. But
a few points, like
their little rat Fink on Twitter, Nick the Snitch, already sort of confirmed that there won't be any cuts. They like to leak their shit through him.
Nick the Snitch. That's funny. I love it.
Nick T.
Well, I'm glad I get some entertainment during my lunch break. Do have a question for you. All right. Obviously, there's a lot of indicators, and I've learned so much from you already. And your 3-day theory, the theory of how things work in correlation, you know, and the weekend track, all that has been like eye-opening, life-changing, you name it. So thank you much for that. But I do have a question, and it's regarding Bollinger Bands. And every once in a while, they seem to make sense. And right now, if we look at like the compression, it looks like we are like on the weekly or whatever daily chart. It looks like we are ready for an explosion one way up or one way down. And the down means, I guess, that would take us down to 110 maybe, retest that area and then try to go for all-time highs. What point is it look bearish in a sense? If we cross, what level in the sand would you say if we go down first before trying to reclaim all? What's that?
14.5. Our last low, right? If we take out our current low, which is 14, where did we go? 14.7 basically. Right at my target too. If we take that out and go under, then chances are we are coming to retest that top on the weekly, which is 112 with maybe a wick to 109.
Okay.
It just in my
just patient.
Yeah,
just
that's all. Less predicting, more reacting. Well, and then people are like, people hear me say less predicting, more reacting, and they're like, well, all you do is predict. And it's like, it might look like a prediction, but it's honestly a reaction to something that you can't see, or there's something that you can't see yet, but you will.
We'd all be trillionaires if we could know exactly how things are going to play
out. Exactly.
But I do know one thing that's playing out, like you said, that dominance seems like it's wanting to do nothing but go up.
Yeah, well, it needs to hurry up and do it though, because it's kind of just been bullshit. And then the problem is that all of this volatility is like wrecking the alt. Just rip the band-aid. Let's get it going. But yeah, we're about to break local highs here and probably go to 382.
Big sales coming in. Watch
shortly.
We're
about to hit target 1 here. What happened?
Oh, sorry. No, you go.
No, you're good. I'm done.
Yeah. So remember last night I told you about the coin that I started, and I'm not here to shell it because I'm not
Yeah.
mentioning names or anything. But funny story. It's such a stupid mistake by me. Well, first of all,
You figured out what you did wrong?
No, that must be a glitch or something, because
Oh,
I
boy.
actually saw it going through and everything. But the problem is it's not showing the little lock sign when for liquidity. So people are like, wait a minute, this guy can rug pull.
Yeah.
But I'm not that kind of guy. I mean, I'm literally just going to let the coin run. I always wanted the coin to go. Like I said, I did all my freaking due diligence and set up all the
What did you
media
do
and
wrong?
stuff. It's based on an actual animal that we have at home, and I'm still trying to find out. I'm actually talking to the people at on
There's other ways you can prove you burn.
on Telegram. And so what happened is I sat yesterday and I'm like, you freaking idiot, dude, because I hate rug pullers. I cannot stand it. To me, that's literally stealing people's money. I'm not that guy. But because I've got such a thing about them, I named myself Rug Pull Romeo.
Oh my
And
God.
yesterday I'm like, no,
Bro.
dude. Changed my name back to my original. I'm like, what the hell? I didn't even think of checking my
That's
name online.
hilarious. Yeah, that might be a
I'm
red
like,
flag
oh
for
man,
me as
I gotta tell Dbloc that one. You're gonna give it to me on that one. I
that
always
might
give it to
be
you on
a
my
red
USDT.
flag for me if I'm doing some research.
Dang, dude.
And the damn dev is called Rug Pull Romeo.
Dang, yeah, it was.
Yeah, you
But
might have
anyway,
burned that one, bro. It's a wrap.
yeah.
That's a no-go.
No,
It's
I'm
a
actually
wrap.
lucky. I'm
You're gonna have to make a
climbing
new
this morning. I'm
identity.
happy.
That's hilarious.
But
People
if you
starting
need to
notice.
prove there's a lot of ways to prove that you burn tokens. You don't have to
Oh,
use incinerator. There's a bunch of ways. I mean, there's other wallet addresses you can send it to that are of. Is it a Sol project or ETH project?
it's a soul.
Okay, I'll give you my address and you can send it there, and I'll tell you when it's there.
Burn wallet.
I'll burn it.
You
No,
know
but
how
there
many
are. Not
people,
jokingly,
dude?
there
It's
are.
insane.
But
How
not
many
joking, there
people
are. There are
yesterday?
though. But just like
Yeah,
not joking, there are wallets that if you want, like there.
I
I know
should look into it.
ETH has burn wallets, public burn wallets,
There's
basically.
wallets that are known
Sure.
to be
Yeah.
dead, that are known to have no owner, right?
Exactly.
And sending things to
Okay.
those wallets are as good as burning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's cool.
All right, let's go, baby.
Definitely going to look into that. Yeah, it's good. I actually have a nice upward candles happening this morning, so people are waking up. I'm happy. We'll see. Okay, so what time is Paul starting? Let's check.
Tomorrow.
Are you freaking kidding me?
Bro, the first thing I thought
Okay,
of,
I'll wait.
the
I'll sit
first,
and wait.
listen, the first thing that I thought of when I woke up was Powell. I'm not proud to admit it, probably
It's not
because of
just
something
me.
I was watching last night. But yeah, I had to get halfway through this cup of coffee before I realized I was a day off.
The stupidest thing is I've been watching him every single time. I should know by now. He never talks on
Yeah,
Tuesdays.
yeah. It's all
But
good, man.
it's
Everybody's
you know when you're busy,
everybody's excited
you
for
lose
this shit.
track of day. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be. I think you're right. Might be a no-go, just because there's so much pressure on him now from Trump. He might just go out of his way to not please people.
Now the best
But then
piece
again, you
of
also
go ahead.
the best thing. Sorry, the best thing you said previously was just remember, guys. He's building a legacy. He wants to go out as a good guy.
Yeah.
So who knows? There might be some good news in there for us.
The best piece of alpha I got today was from chat letting me know it was Tuesday and not Wednesday. That might have taken me a little bit longer had chat not been there.
Interesting. There is no dead wallet. I mean, that might be a market. Like there is no actual dead wallet on Solana. Some people say incinerator 1111111111111. That's a burn address, but that can still be interacted with. I would not do that. But
Yeah, I
it's
use
interesting.
Soul Incinerator.
Yeah, there's
Soul
a few other ones. You know, there's burn and close options you can use in the wallet, like Soulflare Phantom Wallet has burn and close option. So maybe you want to try that, burn and close. But the whole thing is you want to prove, that you did the burn and close. So you have to
Yeah,
kind of video
exactly.
screen everything and make sure you have that operation transaction ID.
But if you burn it, it should actually show on the liquidity anyway, shouldn't it?
Well,
Automatically.
yeah, but they're gonna,
But people can do
sh-
their math and see, oh, you know what? It's actually not going to be so bad, even if you burn the rest.
right. But the
It's not
burn
going to
and
be that.
close indicate or that feature from the wallet, it should give you some kind of transaction ID though, where it can lead to where the operation happened.
Mm.
It should, I think, at least. But that's interesting that there's no burn wallet. So if somebody was able to prove that, hey guys, look, I'm sacrificing my wallet, they have to prove they don't have access to any kind of. I don't know how that would be possible to
You
prove that
do
you don't have the
actually
passphrase.
when you go on deck screen
Hmm.
and you actually look at liquidity there, it will have a tiny little lock there. That's when you know the guy actually burned, and that's where people that's why I'm so gutted,
Well,
because mine doesn't show that.
well, yeah, that's one way, but I'm saying that might be an angle for somebody to actually be able to create a dead wallet on
Oh,
Solana like they did
see.
on Ethereum to open up a
Mm,
whole new kind of market for people that just want to burn coins real easy without having to do all
Not a
that and
bad
just be like,
idea.
this is, yeah,
and for it
It
having to
makes sense
show.
though, because right, like Sol hasn't been on long enough to prove that any wallet is dead. Like with ETH,
yeah.
it's a little easier to be like, okay, this wallet hasn't been touched for.
I don't even know how ETH was able to prove that nobody has access to that wallet, but for some reason, that's what everyone, the consensus is. It's a dead wallet.
There's docs dead wallets where the person just is no longer here and it hasn't
Yeah,
moved
well,
since death, but that still doesn't mean anything.
yeah.
Literally, like,
His grandkid might have found his,
yeah,
his loose change.
yeah, or he might find it tomorrow. You might find that seed phrase tomorrow, or a week from now, or 2 weeks from now. Yeah, target one was my first target for retracement. Targeting this vector and the edge of our structure. We're looking for stopping volume candles here. You guys know the game.
Got a question for you in regards to long-term Bitcoin holders. Do you ever look into? I don't know how you would do it, but like the long-term holders to see their sentiment as far as
Yeah. Yeah, there's a
where
metric
are
that
we
we
kind of
watch,
at?
long-term holders versus short-term holders. And what ends up happening is every spike up that we go into, short-term holders go up, right? But at the
Okay,
top, they sell off and the wallet goes more into long-term holders' wallets. So what you're seeing is smart money buying up. Um,
okay,
yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
I
Well,
don't want to call
smart
it
money
dumb
would
money, but it's dumb money selling to smart money.
right, and so right now, obviously, smart money would know. I'm only hypothesizing. When we hit the all-time highs several weeks ago, hey, let's trim off some profits and let's trim off some pockets because there's going to be some dumb money coming in. Here shortly.
They sell into the dumb money, right? It's
Yeah,
as those short-term holders start filling up their wallets, it's long-term holders that are selling off their bags that they got at 15, 20, 30, 40. Then when you get the retrace, that goes back into the pockets of long-term holders. The bottom was short-term holders leave the market.
gotcha. And where are we at?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Slowly, every one of these dips, the money gets into stronger hands, right? Which is really
Understandable.
what we're talking about, right? Like, how likely are the holders to get shaken out because of bad news or because of a dip or because of. So the newer you are to the market, the more likely you are to sell your coins on any sort of bad news, on any sort of retracement. And then that gets bought up by people who aren't shook by those things, right? Because they wouldn't have bought it if they were shook. If they were scared as you are, they wouldn't have bought the dip. So it's
Some
automatically
big,
going into the hands of people who have more conviction.
got some big buys coming in here. Someone just bought on Coinbase 6 million.
Yeah, I might swing at the stopping volume candle. It looks pretty nice. I gotta wait for it to close though. I'd like for it to close green.
I like when I see those Coinbase big Bitcoin buys come in. You don't see them too often.
Go to the 5 minute real quick. Stopping volume on the 5 minute. Bullish engulfing. I'm gonna let this close just because I want to see how that 15-minute stopping volume closes. And then I might take a little nibble.
Damn it.
Yeah, MC. Looks weak though.
Can you repeat that? What did you say just now? It looks weak.
Yeah. I mean, you have your stopping volume candle on the 5-minute. It didn't come down off of any vectors. This could probably just be simple mean reversion here. I don't know if this is enough to really pull us up and out.
I know you're trying to look at your things. When you get finished up, can you show us really like what a stopping candle, in your opinion, how that really looks, or should look, and the difference between, because there's a lot of varieties, and just trying to figure out how you view a stopping candle. Because I
Just
mean,
a,
obviously,
it's just a vector with a wick that's longer than the body. Like this one. Think of it as a doji that's a vector.
okay.
Like this one
And
on
are you
top.
looking, and you try to find those on the 5 minute, 15 minute?
Depends on where I'm trading, but yeah, mostly the 5-minute.
Okay.
The 5-minute doesn't look very strong, then I look for the 15-minute to show some strength. I'm gonna be a little weary here once we take out this pink vector, 50 EMA. It's just gonna be a short play. This is just to get my feet wet for the day.
Scratching that itch.
Yeah, just gotta, gotta stretch.
Warm up before we hit the Grand Slam.
Right. You want to screw around and pull something on the first big trade of the day. Yeah, stop loss is gonna do all the work here. I love that silence. Means the team is working.
Yeah, especially when you open your trade. You see that silence.
Let's check it on the 5 minute. Alright, this will be the first test of this push if we can get above the 50 on the 5. If not, this was just mean reversion to the 50 and we'll get continuation. Nice sample. You've been killing it, bro. Let's go retail. Just a little push through those liquidations. You don't even got to do a lot. You literally just have to get us above the 200 and then market maker will take it the rest of the way. We come down and clear this vector and hold the 50 on the 1 minute. Then we'll be putting in some structure. We like structure. Can't tell you how happy I am that Powell isn't coming up in a couple hours here. All right, let's see if it holds. What we're basically asking Bitcoin to do is to take this resistance and to flip it into support. So far, nice reaction off the 13 EMA. Looking for the tape to light up. So far, it's lighting up red though. Oh, did it fix Neve? Is anybody else's annoying ass blue line gone too? Bro, let me tell you how bad it was. I never even went back to that template, bro. I've just been doing TA on other templates just not to see that shit.
Is there anything about the speed of getting out of this that's important that you look at?
When it comes to breaking out of when it comes to breaking out of W patterns, while we're building it, it's not as important. But on the breakout, you want to break out with speed. The reason is W patterns have a nasty habit when they break out slow to end up in bearish channels. Right? So you don't want to end up going too, you want to get above that top resistance as fast as possible. When W's play out really slow, they turn into rising wedges, they turn into bear flags. Yeah, we're on day 2.5, Addy, of the 3-day retracement. Is that confirmed parabolic? I was playing around saying that the other day. I was like, they just need to give us extensions until next year. Screw it. Don't even come up with a tariff agreement. Just get us to the top of the bull market and then drop your tariffs during the bear market.
It's like Bitcoin's still trying to push here.
Nah, MC. Wednesday would be the last day. Right? You retrace Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. And then Thursday is your midweek reversal. Crypto Mac with the 5 gifted memberships. W Gifties. Let's go, Biddy. A bit of issue with supply here. Welcome to all the new members. You received a
Hey, yo,
gifted
T-Bit,
membership. Hit that subscribe button. What's going on, Drew?
can you hear that beep before I jump on? I'm trying to figure out how to get rid of that beep every time I press push to talk.
No, but you can hear it. I know this shit is annoying as hell. Go into your options, and I
Well,
think
if you
it's under notifications, I think.
can you hear it though when I do it?
No, I can't hear it, but I know it probably
Oh, then
drives
it's
you
good.
crazy.
Oh no, it's fine as long as you guys can't hear it. I just
No,
don't
I
want to
can't
drive
hear
you
it.
guys crazy with it.
No,
It's fine
I
for me.
can't hear it.
All right, perfect. Thanks.
Man, that Rainmaker AI, I don't know if I told you about this, but it's just one of these airdrop sort of things that I've been doing for a while. And like a training thing also, right? It's like AI training where you give it prompts, it gives you a generative image, and then you've got to tag the image, right? So you're basically training the AI. This is a cat, this is a ball, this is a wall. Now you did this wrong. That's what, that sort of thing. And we're receiving these rain tokens for it, right? And the rain token hadn't launched yet, but it would tell you how many rain tokens you had, and then it gave you a dollar amount, how much how much it was worth.
Nice. Is it
Um,
rainmaker.fun?
Rainmaker.io or something like that. I'm not sure. But anyways, they dropped their token the other day, and everybody was pissed, bro. Like me personally, it said that the tokens I had were worth like $900, something like that, $1,000. Um, People ended up getting like $30, $20. They've been doing this shit for like every once in a while I'll play with it. I'll use it to generate something I need, and then I'll tag it just for shits and giggles. But there's been people that have been grinding this thing out every day, just teaching their AI for like the past year, and got $30 for it.
Yeah, they said they're fixing a bug this morning for the charts that cause only live tick data to load. Maybe that was feeding their AI or something. I don't know.
I don't know. I know people were pissed off though. I mean, it didn't make sense to me that they were showing me a fiat value with the coin hasn't even launched yet. Like, how do you know what it's gonna launch at?
Yeah, if it is the rainmaker.fun, they said they had a bug this morning and they're fixing it.
5 quintillion. Can't sell it though.
Big buys coming in Bitcoin.
Make sure you have your receipts with you.
Yeah, it's funny with the paper receipts. I mean, you get paper receipts when you buy Bitcoin from Bitcoin ATMs.
Yo, he had like 700 receipts, bro. I was dying.
I had a few of those from back in the day when I had to get Bitcoin off the ATMs.
Yeah. We have to see. The
Yeah, they,
breakout isn't confirmed yet, but if we get through these liquidation and psychological high and that vector above psychological high is probably the target here. But we haven't got a breakout yet. No confirmation here. That's just a measured move if it plays out. our invalidation currently is way up here, right? We haven't even put the right side in convincingly. I've seen smaller right sides of W's, but it has to play out. The problem is that your invalidation is so close, right? And just because you invalidate this W doesn't mean that you're not coming down to put in, you know, a bottom somewhere else. So it's tricky when you play it. You have to wait for your confirmations. This isn't the type of breakout trade I would like to take, right? This isn't strong enough here to give me hope that the breakout trade will work. But to be in from low is all right. Just don't chase this, is what I'm saying. Either you pulled the trigger earlier or you didn't. There'll be other trades.
Always other trades coming.
Leaving it for later, Addy. All that liquidity above is being harvested so that when they make an attempt to all-time high, they don't need retail to jump in and actually do it, right? All they need is a squeeze. But they'll come get that liquidity eventually. Trust me, it's not going anywhere. It's the same thing with vectors. They'll make the judgment that it's okay to leave it for later. If the sentiment doesn't give you what you need to get up to that level, right? If retail doesn't step in when they need to. Remember, market maker is not going to pay for the entire trip. Market maker will postpone a trip before he pays for the whole thing. Look at it like that.
On the vectors, which time frame do you really like to see a strong vector and see it continue? Is it 5 minute?
It depends on the time frame you're trading.
Yeah. Well, obviously you're going to be in and out of this trade. You're not expecting.
I'm on the 1 minute right now, so.
Oh, gotcha. Even on the 1 minute, is that ultimately, you know, if you see it like reclaim half the vector or something of that sort, is that a no-go?
They work the same. No matter the time frame, you could be on the 1 second, and if there's vectors, you'll see them reclaim. Now 5 minute for me is my like sweet spot for entries, but once I'm in, I'll come down to the 1 minute to track it until it gets to bullish, right? To where we get to some bullish confirmations, and then I'll swing up to like the 15 minute and just let it play out so you don't get caught up in the chop once you're bullish.
Gotcha. If we're at, you know, if we're coming to the point of the, 3-day retracement and we're halfway, we've got another half a day with tomorrow. Obviously, we'll probably have some volatility with the end of the FOMC, regardless of if Nick the Snitch said his piece. But
Typically, the way it works is our 3-day retracement ends with a midweek reversal on Thursday on an average week, right? Because crypto is 7 days a week. On days where there's big data, FOMC, or big numbers dropping on Wednesday, you can get that midweek reversal on Wednesday. Right? It's really data dependent. So I would expect that Wednesday is the bottom of our retracement or the end of our retracement before we see a pivot. Just a little rule of thumb, right? If there's a FOMC meeting or big data number dropping on Wednesday, don't assume that you're going to get the pivot on Thursday.
And we're at the end of the month coming up too, as well. So I mean, that's
Yeah.
So people might be trimming off some profits or saying, hey, we're getting ready to go on our final vacations for the summer, at least here in the U.S.
Yeah. And it's not just people, right? It's fund managers, secretaries. Like everybody's gone. Everybody's in the Hamptons chilling.
Right. So
Yo,
looking for the perfect time to buy the dip.
No, Sean. The last two FOMC meetings haven't been shit. We didn't even get any real volatility during the last one. At this point, guys, I have to be completely honest with you. The rate cut thing is cool and all, but 2 rate cuts this year have already been priced in. Right, so seeing it happen will add some bullish sentiment, but we're at 117K. This is already being priced in.
Probably a mixture too, though, of a lot of things being priced in, right?
Oh yeah, so much bullish catalyst, bro.
Yeah, there's so much.
The problem with it, the problem that I have, honestly, is that we are married to the idea of there being 2 cuts, one in September, one in December at this point. If we don't get one of those, people are going to act like it's the end of the world. And then that will end up being priced in, right? Luckily, the last one in December, I plan on already being mostly out of my positions by the time we get. So all I'm really worried about is this September cut.
D, you ever been out there in the Hamptons, bro?
The Hamptons?
I tried going out
Yeah,
there. I
that
just
shit is
feel like I
boring.
didn't fit in.
That shit is boring as hell, bro. I promise you, there's nothing more boring than a room full of rich people.
I've gotten a little trouble out there before. It's a little bit of trouble.
Oh, it's easy to get in trouble in the Hamptons, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not hard.
Pretty strict there. I was blazy on the beach.
I mean, it's a great place to network. Like, you don't know who you're sitting next to in the Hamptons. You're a real people person, you know what I mean? One of those here, take my card kind of people.
Yeah, I was linking up. The problem is I was stinking up too.
Let's go, Biddy.
Some nice buys coming in.
Yeah, I can't lie. That's basically how I feel about Dubai as well. You know, just like full of rich people. I can't think of anything less interesting in a way.
It's cool. It's just, everybody's so self-absorbed and like.
Exactly.
Oh, shit is
Man, you can't pay me to go to Dubai.
You gotta go with Snoop, bro. That's the only way. You gotta go with Snoop so you can smoke.
Still wouldn't trust it.
I was there last summer for business, and it was the worst weather I've ever been in. It was about 115, and the humidity was about 90%. It was
Oh
just, you couldn't,
man.
like, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. Like, okay, I'm going to the desert. I live in the mountains. I'm used to no humidity. It's gonna be hot and but dry. Well, shit, that moisture came in enough from the Gulf. It was
Was
awful.
that one
Like,
Beautiful
was that when it
city
was
though.
raining a lot? Because
no, it was after that storm.
yeah.
I think that storm was like maybe in February or something.
Yeah, that happened during the crypto meeting there too, and all the crypto bros are over there getting drenched. Their
Bro,
Bugattis were
Lambos just floating.
Yeah.
About that cloud seeding shit when they got the flood.
Yeah, right. I think that was premeditated.
Yeah,
It was
some weather machine shit.
yeah, and they messed it up. But then they got the flash
just
flood.
bring in all the heathens with the crypto conference and then drop the wrath of God on them. Funny.
And they got no drainage. They got no proper drainage over there. That's why it's able to flood like that.
Isn't it actually to do with cloud seeding?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Which is important for a city that's, built in a desert. It's pretty important.
Yeah,
I've
they got to
been
create some level of you know, normalcy in terms of weather. Can't just be
Listen,
nothing but heat.
you guys remember the Chinese Olympics?
No.
Well,
Well, I do, but I don't.
when they had the Olympics in China,
Mhm.
the Olympic Committee had a problem with air pollution, right? They were like, you know, the venues are outside. There's a lot of air pollution. It's like the most in the world. Blah 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 blah. Chinese government was like, "Don't worry, we got you." Right? They banned all cars in the city for like 4 months before the thing cleared up, like literally cleared it up, right? And then the committee was like, "Well, we're going into monsoon season, and all these outside venues, you know, there's a chance that the Chinese government was like, there'll be no rain." They're like, "Excuse me?" Like, "Nah, we promise you that there will be no rain."
They got that tech, man. They got it from
Yeah,
Russia.
bro.
No rain is
Yeah.
insane.
They were like, "We promise you that there," and literally no rain, middle of the monsoon season, not a drop of rain for the entire Olympics.
What
But
the
I
hell? What
remember
they do?
hearing that
Hoover up
news
the stuff?
story and being like, "Yo, how are we just brushing over this? Like, this is some wild shit to guarantee."
Yeah, them and the Russians, they got something going on with weather control.
Yeah, they must have hoovered up the clouds or something.
Yeah, Lippy, exactly. They shoot metal into cloud. It's like cloud busting. Right?
Mm,
They break the clouds apart, basically.
interesting.
Yeah, that's interesting because I live in Russia and we have all the time rain and all the time like good weather. I haven't seen that technology. I would be very happy.
You need to talk to your local government and be like, "Hey guys, we know you got it. How about you help
Yeah,
us
the
out a little
Russians,
bit here?"
they got all the tech.
No, yeah, that's crazy though. Yeah, I didn't even know that was associated with the Olympics over there.
Hmm.
It just sort of was an event that came and went. I didn't realize that was happening in the background.
There was a lot of screwed
Yeah,
up
you
shit that
you
happens.
talked
Apparently, they also killed a lot of dogs and cats. They had
Oh my
a
god.
big like stray problem, and then like they just collected all the, you know, they
Well, what do you
cleaned
think
up
they
the
were serving
city
for
and made
lunch?
it look good for the world, but it came at a cost.
Yeah, that's what usually happens though, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
like I mean, even with Brazil as well, like that they had the World Cup there, and it's like in order for them to keep it, you know, all copacetic, there's gonna be some sacrifices. There's gonna be a lot of crackdowns. There's gonna be a lot of arrests. There's gonna be probably some level of brutality that we're just not privy to. All right. Or even France when they cleaned up the Seine and they had Macron swimming that shit. I mean, good for you, man. I don't think anyone else jumped in after him, but
That's crazy.
he
That's like
jumped in there and
jumping
he
in
didn't
the.
die.
It can't be worse than the East River.
East River is bad.
That bad? Mm-mm.
Jumping in any of those rivers in New York, good luck.
You guys remember some years back they did an Ironman competition and the athletes had to swim across the Hudson River.
Yeah.
Oh my
One of them
god,
actually died from how sick he got from
I don't doubt
bacteria
it.
he caught.
Or
Yeah,
some
it
kind
was,
of
it was bad.
parasitic. Yeah, you got some kind of parasite or something, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You know
Exactly.
the amount of industrial waste and just bodies, just decades and decades of bodies.
Yeah, if it was salt water, it would be better. If it was flowing from the ocean, but it's flowing into the ocean, so I think it's flowing into the ocean instead of out of from the ocean. Yeah, it's flowing into the ocean. It'd be much cleaner if it was flowing out from the ocean.
You also talked about the rain in Dubai. A girlfriend of mine, she was on vacation there. She first was at the Red Sea in Jordan when Israel got hit by rockets the first time.
Mm-hmm.
She said that it was crazy. It was like over the Red Sea, just it was big explosion, and yeah, she got scared and she went back to Dubai, and then the rain happened, so she had to stay there for 3 or 4 days because the flights were cancelled, and yeah, it was full on chaos. And then uh, in the desert, it started to grow grass and trees because of the rain.
Crazy.
don't know if you're aware of that.
No, that's the plan. It's gonna be crazy to see them pull it off. You imagine that shit is just like lush vegetation in the next 10 years.
It's probably gonna happen. I mean, as long as they keep at it, right?
Well,
but
I
the
mean,
mag-
if you wait long enough, I know. Well, at least this is in Africa, so I'm not sure if it extends to over in the Middle East or the Emirati like region, but in the Sahara, like it cycles through like vegetation and desert, but it's like a 20,000 year cycle. It's like no one's ever gonna see it in like many generations.
But
it's because of the magnetic magnetic. I don't know what it's called in English. They're changing, so in maybe 20,000 years, it will be warm in, let's say, Norway and Russia, and it will be really cold in Africa.
But they got man-made ecosystems, like man-made kind of macro oases that could be self-sustained after a while. You know, even if they are in the middle of the desert, as long as they have the ingredients for a little ecosystem, you know, they usually end up self-sustaining themselves. But they take
Like
like
the
50
line.
years.
Have you heard about the line?
I heard something like with
There's a
orange tree
city. There's a
planted with
city
that.
being created called the Line. That's basically just miles and miles in a straight line. It's
Oh,
built
yep,
instead of
yeah.
spreading out. It's built like in
Yeah,
one
yeah.
straight line.
I heard about that.
Yeah, in Saudi. Big,
Yeah,
huge,
I've
like
seen that
mirrored
place.
walls. It's crazy, bro. I watched the documentary on. If they pull that shit off, it looks like it
Yeah,
costs
that's
too much. I can't imagine. They keep bringing down the scale of it.
no the people of the Saudis. They are suggesting to bring the cost down.
Yeah, go look at it, guys.
Size
Go
down.
look it up. It's called The Line. Look at how
Yeah,
crazy this
Yep.
looks.
it's
It's on National
eco-friendly.
Geographic's like mega structures. It's crazy.
Oh, you
It's
talking about
like
that city that
Wakanda,
they're gonna build?
only real
Yeah,
life.
Yeah,
bro.
the
The
city in the
city,
middle of the desert.
the city
Yeah.
brings the ocean into the there's boats in the city. This is huge, bro. This thing is crazy.
It's like a giant canal.
There's a harbor. There's all types of shit, and it's all self-enclosed for the most part. Open top, but walled off.
Bitcoin's still getting some nice buys here. Someone's breathing heavy on their mic. Is that Darth Vader?
It's that heavy press action.
My bad.
What's that term? Dystopia? Dystopian?
Hmm.
That line seems very dystopian.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to live in something like that. I mean,
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I love dystopian stuff. Like every time I put on my orange shades, I call them my dystopian shades. I just get in that dystopian kind of megalithic
Yeah, I
craziness.
figured.
I love it. Like walking around Romania too, you see some of those like that brutal architecture too, mixed with some dystopian stuff. It's just like other planet. You're like on Mars.
Didn't they literally have a game called Spec Ops: The Line, and it was set in Dubai?
I'm not sure.
So we're about to.
That'd be
We
cool.
should look up.
I'd love to run through that city in a video game just to check it out.
Yeah. Let me check.
I mean, Dubai got cops on flying drones, man. That's pretty cool. They got these drone bikes they fly around on. Pretty dope.
They
Yeah,
did have a game. Yeah, they did. They did have a game.
the
It's
whole
very cool.
mirrored wall thing is what is it? I'm guessing it's just to reflect heat, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
I can't imagine that planes flying around the region are gonna enjoy that too much at the wrong angle.
Probably for solar power stuff too.
Yeah, I'm guessing. It just
Yeah,
looks
that would work.
cool. That's some shit that Elon would just do because it looks cool.
Yeah, it's just different.
This looks like just the first side of the W, and now we might be going down for the second one.
Yeah, on a larger, like if we go to a 5 minute, right, this could be all one right side.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this vector could be your left side. What we said about when these things break out, they have to break out quick with velocity or they will shift into a different pattern.
So like we lost the train on the small little baby W, and now we're hoping to make the bigger one.
Hold on,
right?
let me put you up a little bit because you're kind of low. All right, you were saying?
So I'm thinking that like the train has already passed, and this is not like an impulsive W move, and maybe now we're making like the a big W, a bigger one.
Yeah. It depends on how we get through this last little bit. This is just going to look like a V-shaped recovery on the 5-minute. Right, like if we just go to, or the 15-minute, right? You're talking a V-shaped recovery at this point. So yeah, we would expect to put in a higher time frame, higher low at some point. Unless it's just going to take it. I mean, I have nothing against V-shaped recoveries, you know?
But they're quite rare.
Yeah, yeah. They're not very sustainable because they don't leave any support on the way down. So any retraces really don't have anything to catch off of. I do like the idea of coming back down on maybe the 15-minute of this range here where those white lines are. Our SR flip.
Can it like eat the liquidity that we're like right up against now and then come down, or if
Yeah.
it eats it, we're going up?
I mean, if it eats it, we're going to move pretty quickly through this. But the question is, where do we put in that macro W, right? Like, is the top of it going to be right here? Where we are now? Come down and put in that right side. Local high. And make it there.
So like there has to be a small pullback before we like really go up to like 120K or something. We cannot just go like that.
No, this isn't just going to V-shape to all-time highs. If it does, that's really bad news because it's probably going to reject and come all the way back down. So we want to build support. This right now needs to do something or it's going to fall apart, right? Because we got a bearish channel right here. Price needs to invalidate that.
And is it okay to assume that after like after we're putting like the right side of the W, the dominance will pump and then reject when we like really blast off?
Yeah, I mean, right now it looks like we're pumping with dominance, and dominance is dumping when we drop a little bit, right? So you would assume, yeah, we would come down, and then a right side of the W would give us a right side of the W here on Dom. We'd come down, Dom would come down. Then when we pop up, Dom would pop up, and then we'd have structure on both. Yeah, these last couple days, guys, we're gonna get a lot of tariff news. A lot of it's gonna be fake. A lot of it's gonna be early. A lot of it's gonna be early. They're gonna tell us it's fake, and then it's really true. So try not to get too excited about any tariff news we get until the end of the month. The story of that pause is going around Twitter right now pretty heavy. Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. Let's let YouTube know that other people need to see this.
Hey, Dbloc, I have a question about the strategy that I'm trying right now, if you agree with it or not.
What's up?
So basically, I have like 6 alts open with longs from way up top, but I like shorted it down, and I took every single profit now. I'm like 2 or 3K up,
Okay.
and now I put in another set of shorts on these longs to like keep my equity in line for the small W coming down. Is it a safe bet now or?
You're just hedging against the possibility of it. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. The best part of that whole sentence was that you took profits.
Yeah, no, I'm like very happy with everything that I did, but now I'm like just waiting for the leg down, the second leg down on Bitcoin to close my shorts that I just opened. Even if I'm in a loss or a plus, I just want to make sure I'm safe and
Yeah.
that we're not like dumping down.
Sounds good, man.
It's a beautiful recovery from ETH so far. But I'm guessing we are going to get that second leg down like they're saying. So where it lands, we'll have to see.
There you go. Good job, market maker. We're breaking that bearish channel. So far, so good. Fallen knife safely caught.
Oh yeah, we never missed.
Yes, like that's what we're talking about, putting in the right side of that W on the 15-minute. Yeah, that's not bad, Cardi. You can just play the swings on the weekend trap. We've had a couple people do that this week, whether it's bots or just, manual. No, Addy, can't say it's the bottom. It's a bottom. Right, we still have all of today and tomorrow.
How is the fear and greed index looking?
Turned down a little bit, but not much. We're at 73. About 3 points away from extreme greed.
You remember in like
Market is
November,
crazy.
I think? In November when it pumped, were we at the same levels or we were much more down?
No, we were lower. It's really difficult to pump from these levels. Right, we want to be at least neutral. Right, so if we look at when this pump started, right, This last one here, right? It's when you're like coming down into your neutral, touching down to neutral. But the absolute best time to buy. Hold on. Yeah, I draw patterns on Fear and Greed. I slapped the hell out of this when we came down to 10. I can't even tell you. Like, I didn't even bother looking at the chart. We came down
You're
to
just
10.
like, shut up and take my money.
Listen, what? 10 on Fear and Greed? With Bitcoin still over 100K is crazy. But yeah, we had this falling wedge. Ended up breaking out. Both like pattern. Both targets hit. And we haven't gone any higher since then. So I would like a reset. I don't know if we get it. I mean, at this point, you know, this
You should
point is
like
kind of
drop down to
crazy.
like 100 something to get that neutral look.
No, yeah, no. We can get down to, I mean, all it takes is capitulation, right? It'll happen quickly, but people have to give up on the idea that price is going to hold at this level. Lower time frame is exactly the same. Kaloy, it's just easier to see it when you back out. If you're on lower time frame, you're just staring at this action here, but it's the same. All right, let's see if we go in for this right side here. The measured move of this bearish channel breaking down would give us that right side. Bearish channels, the measured move is taken from the width of the channel because there's no poles attached, right?
Dbloc, when you were showing the fear and greed indicator, right above it, you have that RSI that has the different time frames. What's the name of that?
Multi-time frame RSI. Multi-time frame stochastic. It just looks
Thank you.
like one of Bill Cosby's old Coogee sweaters. We've got some mid time frame stochastics sort of coming to the bottom here. Yeah, 1 hour, 4 hour, both coming down. Daily is at the bottom though. Look at the daily stochastic. Let's do something better than that. Hold on. do this. And then let's take that price action and let's bring that down. There we go. And then let's put candles. Oh. Look at every time that this stochastic has been at the bottoms. Bottom, bottom, bottom. Whoa, I mean to do that. So yeah, this ride back up, right, should be what breaks us out of this bull flag. But we haven't made that turn back up yet. This could easily come back down and do something like this. Puts in a couple bottoms and then decides to go. Right, but for the most part, bottom of the stochastic buys, top of the stochastic sells. Right? When you get to the top of that stochastic, usually a decent time to unload some of the position unless things are going like super parabolic.
What's the who's the author of this indicator on when I look for it?
That was one of our old Discord mates.
Ah,
I'd have to give you the yeah, I'd have
the
to
Jolt Super Duper Stochastic Multi-Time Frame Indicator.
yeah, I'd have to give I use the old one though. There's a newer one, but I like his original one that I use.
is it the one that's locked?
But I don't know. Is it on?
It's not locked, but it's not published on TradingView, so you have to import the source code straight into BindScript.
All right, understood. Fair enough.
If D can't get you the source code, I'll get it to you later. I'm just not at my computer right now.
I got it.
Appreciate it.
What's the
Thanks.
code?
He's only looking at one though. The idea behind that indicator is you're supposed to be able to look at where the stochastic is on all different time frames at once, like without having to change your chart, the time frame on your chart.
I'll post it in the bubble chat.
Okay, thanks.
It might be too long to post in the bubble chat. How many characters are you allowed to put? Isn't it?
When it's too long, it normally creates a text file.
Ah, okay.
All right, it's there. Just make sure you expand it all the way before you copy it.
All right, thanks.
All right, so we're breaking down out of that bearish channel. We're almost at our measured move. We'll see if this SR flip holds and gives us the right side of that W. If it holds and gives us the right side, I'm moving my stops up underneath. Excuse me.
Can it like reverse from here, or we have to like take the Victor gap below?
No, I could reverse from anywhere. We don't have to. That just seems like the most common, most obvious target. But I do want to see a nice stopping volume candle or something that'll make me feel more comfortable about moving my stop up underneath it.
Mic test 1, 2.
You're good, bro.
I want to say good morning to my Cypher family.
Top of the
And
morning.
also like to send a shout out to all you underweight, shameful XRP haters.
Crazy.
So get your protein intake up.
No, good morning, people.
You good, bro?
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back.
Does this look promising to you, Dbloc, for like a right side, or you need more down?
I think he stepped away for a bit.
What about you? What do you think?
Well, me, I think, let me see. I'd probably come a bit lower, to be honest. If it was like a lot more demand, my assumption is that you'd probably get stop in volume candle by now, and then we just start pumping out of here. So I think you'd probably still bleed down a little bit lower. Maybe get stop in volume a little bit, just a little bit higher than where the first stop in volume is. That's me be a bit convincing. Equal lows, not too sure. Normally they might want to challenge it again, but a higher low normally looks a bit better. So I don't know. I would think we'd still have a little bit more to go, but I'm not sure for sure. Yeah, I don't know for sure. We'll have to see. Still observing.
Same. just a bit more down.
I'm here, y'all. We're just waiting for this to either hold support or not.
Right now, does it look promising to you, or?
Too early to call it. I mean, that red vector was what I was expecting to give some motivation for that pickup, but we haven't reclaimed it yet. So it's really just going to be if we get over the 50 on the 5. Right? We need to flip this momentum bullish. So we need to drag that 13 EMA above the 50. Nah, we're not cooked, Flo. Anybody who took this trade earlier is still in profits right now. That depends, MC. It depends on the amount, right, that you're playing with. Taking the trade from the 1 minute W, from the first W that we jumped on, right? Would have taken you from 17 to 18.6. That's $1,600 per Bitcoin. But yeah, plenty of my family is sitting here slapping leverage on this. Yeah, for sure. That's the trick, right? Balancing that. Having your long game and your short game and keeping those bags separate. Not only the bags, but keeping the decisions that you make on each bag separate, right? Don't let that 5 minute chart affect your long-term trade. Don't let the bullishness on your long-term trade affect what you're doing on the 5 minute. That's a big problem that people have, in my opinion. You'll be like, oh, it's about to retrace on the 5 minute. And they're like, yeah, but if you look at the 4 hour, And it's like, yeah, cool. Both those things can be true. We can't get over this 50 EMA on the 1 minute. We have very little chance, well, 0 chance of getting over the 5 minute one. So that's why I'm zoomed into the 1 minute. Yeah, that's a risk management thing. It's like for sure. You can be right 9 out of 10 times. And if you've got shit risk management, you can blow the whole account on that 10th trade. Yeah, you should 100%. 100%. If I let my long-term bias affect my short-term bias, I would never take profit, bro. It would be impossible for me to take profit. Because I'm super bullish long-term, right? And I think that's what catches people sometimes. You just got to keep it separated in your mind. Little stopping volume candle just invalidated. Nice. Yeah, my Solana phone is on the way. I just paid for the shipping and the delivery of that shit.
Yo, do you know when it's on the way?
No
Did I tell you
idea,
that?
bro. Zero idea. It just says delivery confirmed, or shipping whatever address confirmed, but it doesn't give me a date. No, I paid though. I know that.
I think I remember reading on Twitter. They said sometime in the first week of August is what I remember last hearing about. But I don't know.
What sort of perked my ears up is I saw the guy in charge of the whole project, and he said that they're gonna be launching a seeker token with big airdrops for the phone or whatever. But he says that it's supposed to be, it's not just gonna be something that people at the phone want. You know how they like to market. Anyways, all point moral of the story is that there should be some free shit coming with it. What it's worth, I don't know, but there should be some coins coming with it.
That'd be amazing if we get the phone as Solana makes its run. I'm sure.
Can anyone get one?
Yeah, I'm not. You have to go on Solana Mobile and check what it is now, but I got in shit almost 2 years ago now on the founders round.
Damn.
I'm sure the price has gone up. When I paid the down payment for mine or whatever, they hadn't even built the phone yet.
How much did it cost you?
$450.
Oh wow, cheap.
Yeah, it was $450, but I got about $700 in Mu tokens already out of the deal. Like I've already made my money back for the phone.
That's crazy.
Bunch of other shit there, but Mew was the real one that sort of the ones that they dropped, that was the one that sort of popped. It's up to 500 now. Yeah, they have founders round and early adopters rounds, and then on launch, it's probably gonna go up again, I would imagine.
Oh, Dbloc.
Yo,
Yo, how's guns looking? How's the chart looking?
let's see. I haven't looked.
They released it on Steam recently.
Yeah. I've been doing way more playing than actually looking at the chart. We're still down at the right side of where we wanted to come down for the W. There was two possibilities of having our W here or having our W down at 2.5. So we wicked off of that support. Looks a little bit weak now, honestly, on the daily. But this vector recovery is sort of our issue. Right? If we don't pump, price will naturally just come back and try to take this. The bottom of that is 2.4, 2.5 ish.
Have you been loading up?
Yeah, I'm good. My guns position is too big at this point. Like it's hard for me to justify buying more unless it goes lower. I still have to put my money back in from the TP, so I'm still waiting to load the position back up. But as far as coin count goes, I think I've gotten to my limit.
What are your price targets? Some of your personal price targets for
I
it?
mean, it's you know, it's one of those things that if we get a gaming, excuse me, if the gaming narrative comes back at all, this thing is going to do incredibly, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like this thing will get back above its all-time highs with no problem. The problem is if gaming doesn't come back. That's the risk you're taking. If gaming doesn't come back, this will underperform. Right? So you have to sort of adjust and weight your position based on that. Because the ROI is going to be crazy, but the temptation to just go all in because it's so low, if you don't get a gaming run, then you're going to be sick.
I mean, would you not consider it a kind of like a utility token as well, just because of what it has? Like, so would it not run anyway a bit?
Yeah, but the utility is based around gaming, so it's got to run. It's gonna run with gaming. It'll run regardless, in my opinion. As price goes, as the majors move, it'll go. But to be explosive, right? We're gonna have to have another gaming run. I'm betting heavily on the fact that we're gonna have another gaming run. Because guns isn't for me. Beam is the issue, right? Because I'm heavy beam. Where is beam?
I'm heavy prime.
I'm heavy beam, and we're still sitting in this accumulation. Right, so guns is the least of my problem. If gaming doesn't run, I'm going to have more of an issue with my beam position than I'm going to have with guns. Yeah, I've got my beam node running and shit, you know. So I'm accumulating beam. Beam is probably my, let me check. It fluctuates daily. Beam is my oh wow.
Is BMX
My fourth, it's my
anyway
fourth largest
connected
position
to
right now. What happened?
Hey, is BeamX like BeamX? Is it connected to Beam or?
Yeah, Beam is Beam. Well, it's the ticker is Beam, but it's BeamX because there was another Beam. Beam used to be Merit Circle. The reason that my beam position is so big is because of the run that it had at the beginning of the year. Like, this thing went absolutely apeshit. So the profits from that going down into this accumulation have gotten me way more beam than I intended on holding in the beginning. There is something to be said for rebalancing your portfolio when these positions get bigger than they're supposed to be.
Is there any like alt which is in accumulation currently that you have an eye on?
That I have what?
That you have an eye on, like.
Yeah. Jasmine is always gonna have my attention. I'm not gonna say it's bottom of the, you know, it's not at a bottom of accumulation, but it hasn't broken out yet. So I am looking to add more to my Jasmine position. I'm looking to add more to, where are you? Hold on. I'm looking to add more to my link position. All right, I think link's next step up. By the way, this is, if you can remember any pattern to make you money, any macro pattern, this is the one you want to remember. Remember, high with a dead cat bounce. M pattern plays out. And then a year-long accumulation.
I don't think Jasmine's dead now.
If you can remember this, when it comes to the bear market, it'll make you tons of money. Not financial advice.
Thank you.
Just hear somebody say something about Jasmine being dead.
Do you not think so?
Nah, I don't think so. I mean, to be fair, I'm in from way lower. Like, way, way lower. Sub penny. Like,
I mean,
down
what's the
here
all-time high
type
for
shit.
Jasmine? All-time high is like $2 now.
Yeah, this is, yeah, this chart doesn't have the whole thing. All-time high isn't even relevant. We won't get back there. That's not what my goal is. So this was Jasmine's accumulation. Remember, I just told you guys that pattern that you should remember that can make you a lot of money if you spot it. High, dead cat bounce, drop down into a long ass accumulation. Yeah, same pattern. Jasmine, the reason that Jasmine is interesting to me is because of, one, how long I've been following it, but two, how a lot of this AI shit and AI agent shit has sort of fallen right into its lap. My play on Jasmine has always been the fact that their board is made up a lot of old Sony guard, right? Old school Sony heads. And that's always been my play. The Jasmine PlayStation play, Jasmine Vivio play, Jasmine Sony play has always been my play here. But the reason that I'm still interested right now after what was 17x from the bottoms, yeah, give or take about a 17x on Jasmine. And this is, that's having, right? So See how Jasmine's giving back everything? If you didn't take profit, then it really sucked. Right? We held cool, but if you managed to take profit, like if you managed to get this, 13x, take profit, and then 3x it, then you really don't care what Jasmine does at this point. Right? The reason that I'm interested is because of how we came back down and held this accumulation. Came all the way back down, held that top of that accumulation, put in a higher low, and they're starting to build out structure again. Japan loves Jasmine. Link BTC. And when I told you guys when we were down inside this bull flag here, right, when I started accumulating Link, that if we get above this 50, this could be a bottom on Link BTC. We've had them before. Right, we've had these big blow-offs that just end up making lower lows. But for right now, it looks like we might have found bottom on Link BTC. No, it's very possible that Jasmine has already hit. Let me go back to it for a second. It's very possible that Jasmine's already hit its highs for the season, right? But my argument is that even 3xing the 15x that I got originally is worth it, right? That turns this into a 45x. But from here, if this is going to fail, and by failure, I mean it doesn't get higher than its high, you're looking at a 3x. So that's not that amazing. That is not what I plan. That's not what I hope that Jasmine does, right? I hope Jasmine comes for, hold on. I'm hoping Jasmine comes for one of these dead cats here. And if we take a look at our fib extension, right, the last fib extension after your first fib extension gets, so this was our first fib extension here. Let me just do this in order so you can see what I mean. This was the first fib extension that we dropped and targeted when we got into the accumulation, right? 6618 would have been 36, whatever. So we already had that sort of paved. But once you blow out that fib extension, then you've got to draw your new one, right? There's a midterm one here that we haven't completely filled yet. That high, back to resistance. So this fib extension hasn't been filled yet, right? This is the one currently that we're working on. Let me change that to red. So for me, that 3618 on the midterm one, 1618 on the longer term one is a decent target for Jasmine, which would be about a 5x. But for me, right, this would be icing on the cake. For me, all I need is all-time highs. And I'm good. This has been a W for the run. Yeah, which is basically that 6 cent range. Anything above that is just a party. The reason that so people are like, well, that's only a 3x. You can get more than a 3x. Why not just sit it in something else? When I take profit from a specific coin, the intentionality of that profit doesn't change, right? So if I take profit and I say this is going down on a retracement, then it's going down on a retracement, right? Because I'm keeping that single trade alive, like I said, right? I'm trying to turn that 15x into a 45x instead of sitting in one trade for a full 45x, right? With compounding. But if you're getting into it now, then that's a whole different thing, right? Because you can find a 3x somewhere else. So I'm definitely not shilling Jasmine to newcomers. I mean, you could probably just sit in ETH and get that more comfortably. You know what I mean?
Trade and Jasmine presents a good setup. It's worth like holding for a week or two, however long it takes to play out. But then I just get the hell out of it. I don't think that's
Your mic's breaking up, Quar. Domo de gato, Qui-Gon Roboto. Let me look at Jasmine on an old Jasmine chart. Do I have an old Jasmine chart? This is my old watch list, man. I haven't looked at this old watch list in a minute. Where the hell is Jasmine? Huh? There we go. Old Jasmine chart. So check this out. This is when I was being called a moon boy. This is where we got in on Jasmine. Right? On the break of that angular fetid. This was our first big fake out that we had on Jasmine. This head and shoulders, everybody thought it was going to come down. It literally just went absolutely nuts. Hold on. So what was that? 002, 003. So at this point, literally right here, I drew out my predictions for Jasmine. These white lines, right? These were all targets. Oops. And I was not quiet about this shit either. I was like, yo, Jasmine, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but. So these were my predictive lines originally for Jasmine. Right, and so far we hit 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But when you tell somebody and you're down here that this thing has a 12x in it, it's understandable for people to look at you like you're crazy, right? I mean, but so these were our blow off top targets. Obviously not going to happen, but technically they're there, right? So the highest blow off top target that I think could be possible would be the 9 cents. I don't think any of this is probable at all. Technically it's there, but I don't think it's probable. So the new play here would be, yeah, trying to hit, like we said, trying to at least get back up to all-time highs. And then if Jasmine catches a bid, which when it does in a big way, then 9 cents would be amazing. Damn, I haven't looked at this chart in a long time. But this is, guys, this is why I tell you, you're not early, right? Like, telling you that there's still ROI in something is very different than telling you that you're early. You were early down here. Like, for me to tell you that you're early on Jasmine now would be like, but you are back to 2024 prices, you know? I think it was a great move. We're going to go through some of these old charts one of these days from the bottom of the bull. All right, so let's take a look at our spider line chart here on Bitcoin. And you guys remember when I dropped this overlay? I haven't looked at this chart forever. But we were talking about the dip, right? When everybody was saying that the bull market was over at 75. This was the fractal that we were following in here. I mean, that shit is even accumulating on the accumulation. But spider line wise is what's important, right? Our next spider line would be 126. And then we have a nice big gap to like 135. My target for this all has been this white dot. In time and price. Our overlay says we shoot a little higher, but I'm not being deterministic about that. All right, what else we got? What's this one? All right, this was our spider line. I mean, our fib retracement, our fib extension from the bottom. 6618 is at 132. I really like this for a summer top, honestly. If we haven't already topped for the summer, I would really like 132 for a summer top. And then anywhere between 6618, 1618 on the new fib extension. Once we pass this, you'd have to pull a new fib extension, right? So the new fib extension 1618 is at 152K. So all of that works for me. What else we got? I got like 13 different Bitcoin charts, guys. Probably more. Macro bullish trigger. We hit that macro bullish trigger and hit a 50% move. We hit the next macro bullish trigger and hit another 50% move. Slap both of our targets for the retracement for our recompound. Good plays, man. Good plays. The new spider line chart. Right. These are spider lines drawn from this season. Looking at the same levels, 1618, 6618 for the top of our retracement, the ones we just looked at. Then we got this massive spider line gap here ahead of us. We dipped into it, right? But we got rejected back into this range. You see how these spider lines were drawn from way back too, but you see how price is respecting them, right? Came back in, got trapped in it. Once we push out this move from 119, 120 basically to 130 should be really quick, right? There's no sort of resistance or anything there except for this wick we left behind. And then that brings us full circle to the chart we all know and love. My bad, that was just a trip down memory lane. I dragged you guys with me.
It's looking promising.
So far, everything's playing out like gangbusters, bro. I mean, all of these targets and all of this shit that we've been looking for the top of this market. This is before Trump got elected. This is before we knew Trump was running. So that's why, like I always say, like, yeah, it was good. Yeah, it helped definitely. But no matter who the president is, right? Global liquidity is gonna do what global liquidity does. They can help it. They can speed it up. They can slow it down, but they can't stop it.
Do you think we have a chance to, like, I don't know, push up to like 170K if everything goes according to plan and we get a rate cut like by the end of the year in
Yeah,
October, let's say?
150 is my top by timing, right? Meaning it's as far as I expect price to move in the time that I will be taking profits. But when we get to our blow off top, there's no judging what happens after that. Right? Those blow off tops are explosive. It just depends on if retail comes in or not. And we have to remember that during the last bull market, we didn't even get a blow off top. Right? We hit targets that we were looking at, and then we took a 50% retracement. Everybody thought the bull market was over. And then we had one more higher high, which is rare. Right? That's never happened before. So a lot of people are like expecting that to happen again, but it's like, why would you expect the one thing that's only happened once to happen again when we have something that's happened 4 times, right? You got to err on the side of the fact that there should be a blow off top. Be aware that we could double top, but it's kind of silly to just expect another double top because we had one. That's like recency bias.
Is this a rejection here or from the 50?
Yeah, we're not able to get this over this 50 just yet. We're struggling here. DJ, oh my god, that's the next level degeneracy right there. To the poly market will bet 25K that Powell will cut rates tomorrow. It'll pay out 621K if he does. That's 25K down the drain, bro. I hope he's hedging that bet though. Maybe he's hedging it with a strong 4 bet with less payout. That's crazy.
Or maybe he knows something.
Listen, if that shit plays out, I'm 1000% following, starting, favoriting that guy, and I will be checking on him every single day to see what he thinks about life. Because that would be one hell of a call.
Yeah, I don't think it's likely, but it would be so funny to just see
imagine?
the Bitcoin price just go vertically out.
That's what would happen because that 1000% has not been priced in. There would be a radical repricing of Bitcoin.
Has this ever happened before? Like when everyone thinks that the rates are not going to be cut,
We
and
don't really
then
get
bam,
huge
surprise.
shocks like that. Like our shocks tend to come with the percentages. We know there's going to be a rate cut, but they cut by 50 instead of 25. Right? Or they hike by 50 instead of 25. But that's the most leaked data that there is, right? Like everybody sort of
Hey,
knows
Dbloc.
beforehand.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's going
Dbloc,
on?
is that your screen just freezes, or I'm just watching on a Discord?
Is my screen frozen?
Yeah. Timer not moving.
Yeah, it might just be yours. Anybody else see a
No, I don't
frozen
think.
screen on
I don't
Discord?
think your chart stopped moving. Bars.
Yeah, it's not moving.
Oh, I
Like
see what you're
one.
saying timing wise. Yeah, you're absolutely correct. Hold on. The seconds aren't ticking. Okay, I guess that fixed it. Let's go back to the 5. Oh, so you just also okay. Market maker wants to be. There we go. All right. Yeah, let's gap down. Sure, sure. Why not? Let's just gap down. Let's just freeze my price and then gap down on me.
Hit the music.
I wish I had a clown car music. That's what I need for that move.
Oh no, it's happened everywhere. Freezes and then there's gap down.
Very strange.
Yeah.
Could this mean that we're going to revisit the bottom again and make a double bottom?
Well, for me, it invalidates the structure. So I'll be TP in that position. If we break under. We're still well within our SR flip here.
Yeah, but isn't it weird? Like we had this gap down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna make a huge, just a little glitch. I'm not
Wait, it's
reading too
happening on
much
every
into it.
exchange?
Is that only Binance? I think.
It might have just been a perp thing. It was just one. It's like one missing 5-minute candle.
I wonder if when that happens, if people just get scared, they panic and sell their positions, and that's why
I was about to.
the gap that comes back.
We could just fix it. You could like we'll fix it. There.
Dude, I'm okay with it because I closed my neutral grid and I opened a short grid, so I'm silent.
I'm like with my finger on the close button right now.
Come on, market maker, give us a gap down right into a stopping volume candle. Let's just get crazy.
Dude, it's about that time of the season where some crazy stuff like this starts happening.
Nobody but us degens on the 5-minute chart even noticed anything.
Yeah, that's for the music.
Exactly. Let's see. Yeah, even on the 1-minute it dropped. Even on the 1-minute she dropped. She's recovering.
Look like there's closer liquidation up top than the bottom.
Yeah, it's just getting over this 50 that seems to be the issue. Retail does not have what it takes. Market maker is going to have to make that push if he really wants it to happen. They had all the time in the world here.
You never know. There might be one of those institutional buys that just come in.
I'm cool with that. Let's go.
Because about every other day, man, you'd see like a new company from 10 to $100 million buy in Bitcoin. It's just like, yo, they're getting exposed, and Ethereum too. But almost every other day, 10 to $100 million.
This has been by far the most boring first trade of the day that I'll ever take.
Not too long ago, K33, they just announced 5 Bitcoin buys. You know, it's a little something something. At least these companies are announcing their buys. You know,
Some of these Bitcoin treasury companies are funny, bro, because they're like,
yeah,
they're just like babies, really. Like, I got like 15 Bitcoin, but we're adding more. It's
yeah, you
cool.
got
I
to
mean,
start somewhere.
that's something. Yeah, I mean, it's
Exactly.
your company is more valuable than it was, 2 weeks ago, before you made that decision, for sure.
I mean, it's like more than half a mil, you know, so they're like, all right, you know, we'll start there.
Yeah, that's just trading view glitching out, yo.
How much time do you have left until we invalidate the W formation now?
As long as it takes to close a candle underneath that range, we can go sideways here for an hour.
Saquon's just bought some more Bitcoin. Now they got 3,072 Bitcoin.
Just watch the tug of war on the tape. Right now, we're getting just a bunch of, that goes 10 Bitcoin.
Yeah, their last buy was 755 Bitcoins. But they split it up in like 6 buys.
There goes 70 Bitcoin.
Big buys coming in. Big buys coming in. Watch out.
Yes, please.
Someone sounds overinvested.
No,
Just
I'm
like
not.
me.
I'm
Yes,
like
you are.
very.
Admit it. I'm overinvested too. As long as you admit it, that's the first step to, you know, recovering.
I'm very strict with my losses, and like I have a certain amount, which if I get under, I'm closing everything. I'm not risking anything, and I don't want to close.
Let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys have a daily loss limit? You should.
I'm
It's
in profit
very,
right now.
very important. No, I mean, like, there has to be a line during the day that if you lose a certain amount, that's it. Computer shut down. You're done.
Oh yeah. This
Okay.
is exactly what.
Yeah.
Don't have that.
For me, it's one trade a day. If I'm winning, I'm stop. If I'm losing, I'm stop. Yeah,
That's a
so
good
one
strict.
trade a
One
day.
trade a day is one trade a day will make you be very picky about your entries. If you know you can only trade
Yeah.
once a day, yeah.
Yeah,
See,
exactly.
for me, I'm on a mission to be top 100 pump holder, so it doesn't matter what happens. That's my mission, and I'm going to accomplish. Pump might go down, but I'm going to go down with it.
Damn.
So the question I've asked myself, I literally asked myself this morning. I said, how much are you willing to pay to be wrong? And I think that's probably the best way for me to look at it.
Yeah.
Rather than like, you know, because even if it's a case of okay, well, I'm down, but it's going back up and I'm gonna be up. It's like, well, you're either gonna lose like the opportunity cost, right, of not being able to compound, or you'll just paper hand it, because I'm known for doing that. I'm not gonna lie to any of you here. So you know, you could potentially lose. Like sometimes I'm like, this is minor profit. Let's see if it goes up anymore. It's like, well, better to take minor profit than, you know, a substantial loss, or to just miss out on a chance of more profit. Like the objective for me is to make money, and I'm choosing not to make more money by just remaining in a trade and just, you know, mindlessly diamond handing it, when in fact I should just be looking at the charts and making decisions.
Well, it's relative depending on what your long-term goal is, though, because you might have a goal that you have a coin count that you're thinking this coin count in so and so years is going to be much more than any trading I could do. Or if you're like, all right, I'll be quicker with the trade, but that's kind of, I guess, a personal decision.
Nah, my stuff right now is just short term, medium term trades, and then
RH, this is where I got in at the stopping volume candle. Usman said, "Can you explain the daily loss limit?" It's just a limit that you have in total, right? Like you tell yourself, okay, I'm not gonna lose more than 5% in one day of the total portfolio, right? If I lose 5%, I'm gone. If I lose 1%, 2%, I'm done for the day. It's gonna be different for each person.
Yeah, for swing trading, for me, what I do is like, all right, let's say I start, this hypothetically speaking, let's say I start with 100K on a trade. I'm like, if my portfolio goes down below 47, I'm out. It's a little more than half usually for me. And I'm like, it's like, if I want to win half, I got to be able to, be able to lose half and lose, okay, and be able to step out by losing half and just reassessing. But I'll lose that half, it's like, I'll go in the trade knowing I can lose it.
Well, that's a 1-to-1
I'm
risk to
more willing
reward.
Like I'm more willing to sort of take well, at least I'm attempting these days. It's like smaller paper cuts, and then for like to catch the larger move. Like I don't mind the paper cuts. They'll but that I also keep track of, right? Because I don't want to have death by 1,000 cuts. Like before you know it, it's like you're eating into your P&L. Because there's times where I'm like really trying to micromanage and catch like the bottom or catch the move, and then by the time I do it right and I add it up, I'm like, well, you've lost this much already, right? And you've now recouped that through this move, but you've eaten into like the amount that you could have made if you had just been a bit more patient or just like read it better. So yeah, there's different ways of approaching it for sure. Oh yeah, Eve waking up. Interesting. Trying something.
Well, Trump Media put another 300 million in some Bitcoin options.
Find me Baron Trump's wallet so I can. Well, I don't know about copy trade it because that guy. any whale who knows that people are following them, they're gonna troll the shit out of everybody. Oh my god, he's got 100x long on whatever the hell, and then just close it last minute.
Is he 18 yet?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Bet you his dad's like, no trading until you're 18.
Listen, probably no chance, right? I don't know.
Oh, of course.
He's in college.
He's
in college. He has to be
he's
18,
swapping.
if not 19.
19.
Yeah.
He's 19.
Yeah, he's on Phantom every day.
Yeah. Man, he literally has the face of like, do you know who my dad is? My dad will have your ass.
Just ask Epstein, he'll tell you.
Oh no. Well, I'm gonna have to, have to make a jump to the other side to ask that question. So I think the longer I leave that question unanswered, the better.
There's a lot of heads saying that though. They might cut some rates tomorrow, man. I'm checking out the timeline. Of course, there's a lot of hopium in there, but you never know.
Massive amounts of hopium. We've never been this upside down on.
Yeah, but remember, we've been saying it's possible in July. Like we might have a chance in the end of July.
There's a chance. There's a 2.1% chance.
All right, that's something. That's something.
So people are passing that meme around on X. So you're saying there's a chance?
Living on a prayer. Yeah, so I got some bullish news for Bitcoin. There's a senator, his name is Loomis, and he introduced 21st Century
She.
Mortgage Act. Oh, oops,
Yeah.
my bad. And recognizing crypto as a loan asset. Oh yeah, Cynthia Lumens, my bad.
Yeah, she's the same one that's putting that strategic reserve bill to buy a certain amount over the next 30 years. She's the one that kind of got the ball rolling with that.
Yeah, she's actually a bit of a trailblazer.
So that's kind of bullish because now that's redefining mortgage eligibility basically. So recognize your crypto too.
The United States Housing Authority put out a thing like 2 months ago and said that you can use Bitcoin for collateral. Use Bitcoin and
Chill. I'm about
collateral
to get
for
in the crib right
mortgages.
now. I'm about to have to wreck my positions.
Scary thing about that, I wonder, when things crash. I had a buddy who he was a pretty big business dude in town, and he had bought into a brand new casino that came in, one of those floating, boat casinos on the Mississippi, and he used a bunch of his shares in Argosy stock to support it, to back up his new house and all this other stuff and all these ventures, and it was going up, 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 and all of a sudden the stock crashed and went way down. They came in and they took all his shit. He was left with nothing. I'm like, what happens if you use Bitcoin? Yeah. So
that sounds like a bad idea. That sounds like a big liability over there. Gambling on the Mississippi, that sounds kind of rough.
He sounds like
figuratively and
my
literally.
guy. I like to go all in on a trade and bet everything that I can't afford to lose and just let it ride.
And after the bank came in and swiped all the stuff, guess what happened to the stock in the next 4 or 5 months after that?
No.
Went right back up, and he was left with nothing. He had to start his life all over again from
Max
scratch.
pain.
Brutal.
The market gives and the market takes.
Well, they can't take your coins, so.
There's another mysterious 770 Bitcoin moved in 6 different transfers. That's about $90 million. 6 transfers in the last 2 days. And these are some new vintage wallets that have popped up. This isn't the one connected to that miner vintage wallet. It's a lot of vintage 2011 wallets moving coins.
Yeah, there have been. Galaxy Digital's been like dumping it all for them.
So all these new collateral things getting, being put in place, I wouldn't be surprised if some of this isn't just to be dumped, it's to be used as collateral.
Possible. It's very possible. I don't know. There's a multiple ways you can interpret it, I suppose. But for one thing, I guess it's just 100K is such a psychological number that, when you pass something like that, I assume a lot of people will want to just start offloading.
And there's been a lot of whales. Yeah, there's been a lot of whales that feel a lot safer, which sounds crazy. It's almost ass backwards, but they'd rather have the bank hold their funds or a centralized exchange do custodial services because there they have a little bit more insurance and better security protocols than trying to hide their own security phrase and getting tortured,
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't really get that sort of $5 wrench attack risk, and I mean the clout of having a fat bank account is probably too much for people to ignore, right? If you're like I'm a Bitcoin trillionaire, it's like sure, like, and people will believe you nowadays more so than anything. But being a sort of millionaire, a traditional one, it's probably still very alluring for a lot of people, more so.
But also, like what I'm kind of trying to relate to is a lot of this movement. There's a lot of coins that come off like these dormant wallets and being put in custodial services. You know, because some people are feeling hot right now, and they're just like, you know what? Let me just put some of this in custodial and have some insurance policies set on it. Because a lot of these custodial services, they'll give you insurance on it. You know,
That's true. Yeah, no, that is true. That's a fair point as well.
especially for institutions coming in right now. It's like, you know, I wouldn't just letting Bob from, you know, IT that says he knows so much about Bitcoin be the guy holding the secret phrase of billions of dollars for this company. You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, let me get some more security protocols in place, some things that have FDIC insured insurance policies. So if shit does hit the fan, you know, we're not going to be asked out 100%.
So let me ask a question. How many people that you guys know that you are into trading in Bitcoin and crypto in general?
I had to disappear because too many people knew.
Because like
I've got an abnormal amount probably just because of where I live. I think more people in Miami are at least aware. Miami's all about flexing, right? So it's like,
yeah,
if there's a new flex, then they're gonna flex it.
Yeah, I was Drew Crypto before crypto was crypto, but I was flexing crypto, if you know what I mean. Crypto hidden. And I had this thing called the Unseen Family, which had nothing to do with crypto, but it all came together, and I had this crypto project. Crypto is also Superman's dog, spelled with a K, and everything just kind of came together funny, yeah.
I feel you. I was Dbloc before the blockchain.
Yep, that's what's up.
What about in New York, Dbloc?
Not too much. Not too much. I'll be honest with you. Most of the people I know in New York are scammers.
Yeah,
True crypto here.
It's just like, yeah. The New York side of my family is the how do I put this? The rebels, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they're always on some get money quick shit, which is why they don't have anything, honestly.
I hear it.
But yeah, always the next scheme, not scam, but just those quick get rich fucking bullshit, bro. That makes people waste years of their life. My bad.
Anybody want a Rolex?
Language.
I didn't want to say it. I was like, I'm sure you'll say it. No, I hear it though, because that was it's definitely like, so of some of my closest friends, they know. I mean, my family for the most part, other than like one or two of my relatives that I traded with, like, didn't know. It's like randomly a cousin of mine, he was just like, you know, I think last year, he was like, so what's happening with crypto? Hey, you're into that. I was like, wait, how you find out about that? Do you know what I mean? Because normally I don't really mention it. And like, of the sort of people I loosely associate with, like, if they bring it up, I don't even say anything. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, even like, because nowadays it's like it's getting more into the zeitgeist, right? People are mentioning Bitcoin, are saying stuff, and I'm just like, oh, okay, cool, yeah. Like, even in one time I was in Brazil actually, and then randomly met this girl. We went on a date, and then she sort of had her phone out, right, and she was logging into Binance, and I was just, and she looked me in my eyes, right, and then I just like said, oh, what's that? Is that Bitcoin thing, right? I just played it completely dumb. Like, I was
Smart man. That's what you got.
Never. And it was in Brazil as well. I was like, last thing I need, in the door down. I was like, nah.
No, no.
Like, Bitcoin, that sounds cool.
Is that a video game?
Yeah, right.
Nah, bro. I don't tell any. I'll be honest with you. I don't. People that know me know, because if you've been around long enough and I care about you enough, I'm gonna bring it up. Right? If I see you struggling and I see you working it'd be irresponsible. I'd be a dickhead to not mention it and try to. But the whole trying to convince people and just pull them and drag them into it sort of thing, nah. And talking to like you guys are the only like people that I don't know, like the people that come in fresh to YouTube chat that I even talk to crypto about. Anybody else in real life, they're like, oh, what do you do? I'm like, oh, you know, God provides.
Yeah, I don't even got anyone in real life, man. You guys are all I got besides my girlfriend.
That's the way, man. That's the way.
Hey, sorry to
I
interrupt. I
disappeared.
found something that should be checked. So after this dip, if we check CoinGlass, the 12-hour or the 24-hour at 116 below this, there's a lot of liquidity, like just opened up.
Let's see what they do.
But yeah, with all these lawsuits and stuff I do, I kind of had to disappear from social media. But once I finish the main one, I'm going to pop back on and people are like, oh, there he is. Yeah, this Romania case is coming in nice. And I don't have to be quiet about it. That's cool.
Man, Romania, that must be a lot. That must be a handful.
Yo, I'm suing the whole country.
The whole country? Okay, all right.
Their whole infrastructure and everybody in charge of it.
Okay, so was it the Drew versus the state of Romania?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
My lawyer's filing. I'm not filing. Like, I got a nice lawyer filing everything.
No, crash it on them, man. Do what you need to do.
Thank you,
I
man.
hope you win.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's against them, 2 cities and 3 villages.
Oh wow. Yeah, man. The level of corruption, I mean, in a lot of countries, man. Like, it's just that like certain countries, like the UK, the US, etc. They dress it up better, man. That's what they do.
My lawyer's telling me, he's telling me this property I have, it's of national interest because it's in a strategic point. It's right by a port. And it's a really good property, and they want me to somehow lose it. They're hoping that I don't keep paying my taxes so they could come in and take it. And that's why they've just been stalling on everything, because it's a strategic location in the country. And I'm like, no, I ain't having it. I've been paying my taxes, everything, HOA fees.
That's nice though. That's at least they're trying to apply pressure, but at least you've got a leg to stand on, right? Because I mean, the stuff I hear about over in the States and certain states where they just talk about eminent domain and they just take that from you, I'm just like, yeah, that's insane. I'm just like, what
Yeah, I mean, if you have the proper deeds, they can't take it from you. Like as long as you got a good lawyer and the deeds, you're good. Even without a good lawyer, if you got their deeds in your hand, that can go to Supreme Court.
Because I heard there was a case where I think this was maybe recent, like maybe last year or something like that. I can't remember the state it was in, but a guy he got a deed to a house, but it turns out it was the deed to the street, like with all the houses on it, everything.
Oh shit!
And it's still the value of the house. So
big cells.
Oh, let's have a look. Oof.
It's like 230 Bitcoin. If there's any follow through here.
Wait, but the candle was like green and red on the vector. I've never even seen that before.
Telling you guys, it's the 3-2-1 crew, 1-2-3 crew. Like every time it's 3-2-1, 1-2-3. Not every time, but they like to do it at that number, man. It's just like right now, NYC is 3-2-1 on that dump. Call me crazy. I'm a conspiracy theorist, but it's one of my conspiracies.
You've pumped right up to the 50.
Bitcoin and the 1-2-3 crew, they're trying to claim the top of 123K. They're trying to say the 1-2-3 crew's all over it.
Our invalidation here is 117,441.
117,441. Is that the invalidation?
Yeah. Not the end of the bullishness, but the end of this pattern. You would have to put in a lower, higher low, or a lower, higher low, I should say. But for me, that'll be the end of the trade.
Okay. Well, there's a big wicks on the 15 minutes on Bitcoin and on ETH there, so it's not looking great. But you got a bigger one than that before, and we didn't like absolutely nuke. But with that said, that wasn't touching the 50. This one touched the 50 perfectly, and then it rejected, so it's not a good look.
Yeah, on the 15, that would have been a push up to the 50. That's our first test of the 50 on the 15, and that's a pretty hard rejection.
Yeah.
MACD, what's Sato's liquidation at?
But yeah, end of that story, it was basically just they Yeah, he had the deed for the street instead of the house, but basically the local like council, whatever it was, the state, like they took it off of him and they gave him the value of the house, and then he was fighting that no, I want the value of the street because that's what was in the deed, right?
Was it a typo though on the deed, or was it really like a deed for the whole street?
Whole street, apparently. Well, it really was.
Man, wow, that's wild.
So I think he's still trying to fight it, but as of
Good
now,
luck to him, man. Tell him not to give up, man.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find the article for it.
Yeah, I've been fighting this since 2018. I'm like on the last stretch right now. I'll be right back.
MC, Sato can do anything, bro. If there's a way to lose a position, this man will find a way to do it. He will come up with brand new ways to get wrecked. Actually quite impressive. Alright, so this candle close will be my exit. I'm gonna give it one candle to close the cook to see if it holds this this bullish pattern. But my original motivation for getting in the trade is over at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, MC, that's just a trade to just shake the cobwebs off from overnight. Specifically with my first trade of the day, I don't take L's. You can avoid it. Don't start your day with an L.
What if this is a bear pennant pattern thingy going down?
Yeah, it could be. Remember what I said, W patterns, if they take too long to break out, they will turn into bearish patterns, right? The speed of a W pattern playing out is important. If it takes too long, you automatically start to put in structure.
Can you check the liquidity heat map also? So about what I've said earlier?
Yeah. You see what I mean, though? Like, if you go for too long, you will put in bearish structure. Yeah, I'll check. Give me a second because I'm trying to manage this trade right now. I just need this candle to close. Looks like it's trying to keep me in.
Yeah, exactly. I can see it starting to get a bit of demand. If we get a double bottom, I mean, it's going to look like shit to me. Like, it may as well just go lower because what? No, we're coming down. Oh, and there's the one I was talking about. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, they're not lowering rates tomorrow, Tana. My bad. I didn't hear anybody talking.
No. It wasn't anything of no. Anyway, it was from before. Anyway, I was just Drew ain't here, but I'm just gonna post it in the bubble chat. It was in Ohio. Thing I was talking about.
Yeah, I'm dragging my stop under that wick. If it hits it, I'm out.
I just opened like 6 shorts to hedge.
To these New York sessions, man. I feel like the only time to really trade New York session is when there's news. That's it.
New York session is for scalping for sure. Quick hits.
Yeah, it's like all they do is they just be hunting, chopping.
Guys, if you're new, remember to hit the subscribe button. We're here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Polar bear. Join the family.
Where's this thing going? Does it sweep into the upside before it goes down? Let's see. Oh, actually, no, it's respecting your channel. Wasn't looking. Interesting. Oh, very interesting. All right. All right.
It looks like retail is more interested in selling than buying right now. So there's a pocket of liquidity at 16.2 and 16.
Let me go look at that for you now that we've bought a little bit. So where were you saying?
On the 24-hour.
Mm-hmm.
And
This
this is CoinGlass?
Yeah.
And the 12-hour also.
Yeah, you're talking about our top range, right?
No, the bottom one. Like
Oh,
there's on mine, like it's starting to open up, you see?
Yeah.
That's ETH.
Oh yeah, you're looking at ETH, sorry. At BTC, I mean
Oh
BTC.
shit, I am looking at ETH, sorry.
I was wondering why it's different.
Yeah, no,
why is yours
me
different
too,
from
because
mine?
I know that was way bigger. There we go. Yeah.
Look.
Yeah. Yep, come get that bottom swing and then go get that top swing at 120. We're going to have a nice squeeze once we finally make it up through the 120s. But yeah. That same number we keep coming to, right? That 116, 115, 114.
Yeah.
Let me out of this trade so I can go make a sandwich. I mean, I don't have to watch it. I'll drop out, but I'm emotionally invested at this point. You saw that little green flash up on the candle for a second?
That was weird.
That was the market trying to convince me to move my stop loss. See how nasty they are? That was specifically for me to be like, hey, maybe this will hold. Not today, guys. Not today. You can go without me if you want. You stop me out, I'm out of this trade. If I hadn't drawn this bullish channel, there'd be no reason for me to still be holding this. Meaning people that don't have that drawn are looking at a way more bearish outlook, right?
Yeah, I see a pennant waiting just to drop down.
It probably is what's going to happen. But that little bit of extra data, had this popped up, would have kept you from leaving that position. Yeah, Christy, BlackRock is late.
Do you think it would be a quick move down like this one, or a slow grind until Asia or after
I mean,
Asia opens?
you've got liquidations below. If this falls apart, sentiment won't be good. Me personally, even though I think there could be a double bottom or a higher low still, I'm not riding my position through liquidations. Look at this shit.
What is this?
You gotta love this shit, bro. Sometimes you can't make this shit up.
Dude, that's some nasty work going on right now.
Yeah, they chose violence right there for sure.
Imagine getting rejected by the 50 again.
I mean, at this point, you have to expect it, right? Trend is your friend to the end, and the trend has been rejecting off of that 50.
After all of these years of you trading, the fact that you get a little bit entertained at these moments is
Oh, I love this shit.
impressive.
It never gets old, bro.
This is the part of crypto I don't like. I don't like the games, but it's just a small thing you price you gotta pay, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sometimes it's not a small price though.
Yeah, that's it. Well, we're in charge of that. We control that part at least.
So, do you think that you know how it shows like the long short ratio for like past 24 hours, and like you can even like boil it down to like 20, like 4 hour, 1 hour,
Long short
15
ratio
minutes.
was at 5% last night when I went to sleep. To the short
So,
side.
well, what I'm asking is, do you think that long short ratio, do you think all the short grid bots that are on, do you think they're included in that ratio?
I would imagine, yeah, they're making transactions on exchange. So as long as that exchange is aggregated, then it should show up too. Usually 2% is when you're like starting to notice like, okay, this is getting a little lopsided to one side or the other, right? 5% is crazy. 5%, too many people is short.
Yeah, I agree. So there's 5% more people shorting than longing
Yeah, if
right
we
now?
look at, let's see what the numbers are right now, anyways. It moved a little bit now, but it was 47 to 52 yesterday. Now we're at 48 to 51.
Damn, yeah, that is still pretty awesome.
Yeah. The crowded trade, what we call it. The short is a crowded trade right now.
It's been a profitable trade for the last week, it seems like. But like, yo, Dbloc,
Yeah,
shouldn't we get
that's
a
why I
flush
got.
to the
That's usually
upside?
when it gets so heavy, right? That's why we use it for pivots, because as price goes down, more and more people just pile in the shorts until it gets uneven, and that's usually one of the signs that they'll flip it up. Yep, Circle's still finding fair value, Sean. I still got my automatic buys every week going in the Circle. When you're DCAing though, it's kind of what you want. If you go all in, obviously you want price to immediately turn around and go. But if you're DCAing into a position, as long as you have conviction in that position, then it's not a big deal. It has to be the right thing though. You can't just do that with anything. My bet, and I know it's, out there, but my bet is Circle goes up with the top of this bull market. Remember, the plan is to have Circle buy as many bonds as possible, right? To have USDC become #1 or #2 bondholder. For that, price has to go up, right? When you buy Circle or when you use stables, you're in a roundabout way buying US bonds.
I was going to ask you about your thoughts on Circle, because it's just been doing nothing but a slow slide backwards for the last month.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I was saying. I set automatic buys to catch the dip on, so I wouldn't have to really watch it too much. But
every day I log into my Fidelity account, it's just red. I haven't seen a green day in a month on Circle almost.
It did its 300% up, and then it came in and it put in its higher low. So now what we're watching to see is if they go after that vector, or if, where is it?
Now, if Bitcoin jumps up to that 150 plus, this should take off, right?
I mean, that's what's interesting about watching that. We have to figure that out, right? We've got to, in theory, as stablecoin traffic goes up, hold on, where is it? Then we should see price increase, right? But we haven't seen it play out yet. We've seen it, like, in other words, this was a pump on Bitcoin and crypto. This was a pump on Bitcoin and crypto. So we've seen it going down while crypto goes down. Like, we're seeing that much. But this resistance is what I'm looking for.
What's that at? I'm trying to read your numbers.
173.
173.
Yeah. I mean, we just came to support here and broke that, right? So our next level of support would be 177, and then that wick is down at 1723. But as far as the macro goes, target would be our top vectors, right? So you see, we came up, we left all of these vectors on the way up, right? Market maker paid himself on all of that. Came, dropped this vector, paid himself on that. These vectors up, he's paid himself on that. So the two motivations we have now are this bottom vector gap and this top one. Right, and then we've got supply sitting right on top of that vector. So the question is, do we hold, right? Or the VPVR, do we hold, or do we fall through this gap that brings us down into this vector? But this is a pretty high volume node. At this point, you would expect, if price doesn't hold, then you're coming back down to 120. I'm not holding position through that, if that was to happen. But for right now, yeah, we're looking for that downtrend. But this for me is a longer term. So the theory I have is that at the top of the bull market, once everybody goes into stables to cash out, big boom. Again, it has to prove it, right? It hasn't done it. We haven't been through a bear market yet. Or we haven't been through a blow off top scenario. It's way too new. But that's on paper, my theory of why I want to be in position.
Gotcha.
Now, where we get into position, right, is what we have to worry about now.
Yeah.
And then the other one was Game Square. This is the Ethereum one, the Ethereum Treasury Company. So this has come back and cleared all of its vectors now. So it's sort of similar to where it's at, right? If you didn't get in on this earlier, chart is crazy, bro. The gaps, look at this shit. I remember this. Gapped up one day, was like, oh shit, should probably take some of that. And then literally gapped all the way back down the next day. Tons of volatility. But they're running the same sort of Bitcoin strategy, but with ETH. So that pump up, this pump up, that's when ETH was sort of doing its thing. And then after that, gap down, it's just been looking for fair value, right? Coming to clear all of these vectors down to value area low. So it'll be interesting to see if this holds above accumulation, which is what I'm looking for. Right, this was the accumulation. And I'm looking to see if it holds there. Those are my only two real treasury plays right now. I mean, my only one treasury play. I'm not holding any Bitcoin treasury companies at all. I should though. It's just I keep missing the damn IPOs, bro, and I'm not chasing. This has been such a boring play. Stop is still in the same place. I'll be right back. I'm free. I can do whatever you want now. Alright, so W's invalidated. Bullish channel isn't invalidated yet, but that was not my original trade. Right? So talking myself into staying in the trade because of the bullish channel is not what I do. Still very good position, still very good possibility of it playing out. But that wasn't my initial trade. My initial trade has come to an end. For you guys that are still long, don't let that sway you just yet because you haven't invalidated this bull flag, but you're getting close to it. Now you want to worry. Yeah, they're going to sweep that liquidity. GG's. Excuse me.
I know when I should close my short. My short grid bot. Seems like it's working out well right now.
Could be a pretty clean sweep to 16.9 at least. That's your next demand zone.
Yeah, I was looking at 16.5 and 15.5.
Yeah.
Do you think it's going down the block?
Yeah. I let it hit my stop loss.
I shorted it, so I'm
Thanks.
good. I just didn't want to go against the trend.
Yeah. I just try to be very like, if I tell you guys that I'm getting in for a certain position, I don't want to get into the habit of extending my trades for possibilities, right? This is the hope part of the trade that I tell you that I try to avoid, right? It's very easy to get into a hope phase and be like, well, the bull flag didn't break yet. Well, okay, the bull flag broke, but it still could put in a W if it just closes higher. And then you're like, well, maybe it'll be a double bottom, right? And you keep hoping yourself until your profits are gone. So for me, it's easier to stick to the original reason why I took the trade. And when that reason falls apart, unless there's like crazy circumstances, unforeseen liquidity that just pours in out of nowhere or something, then I get out of that original trade. If we're right, if the person that's waiting for this to be a higher low is right and it does make it a higher low, there's nothing stopping me from re-entering the trade, right?
Yeah, I just saw that it struggled on the first small resistance. So I decided to turn around my position. So I'm good. I'm happy I did it.
Yeah.
It was dropping like crazy.
Yeah, I
Only
mean,
red.
there are points, there are invalidation points that are like bearish triggers, right? Where you know that, okay, if it gets past this point, things are going to accelerate pretty quickly. That was one of them. Now let's see. I mean, if this thing was to go stopping volume candle here, that would be a beautiful right side. But again, that's hope. You got to stay out of that hope and just let the market show you what it's doing.
You got a 2 down there?
Yeah.
I just think that it's you know, finding that power to make a very good move up.
Yeah, on the macro, I don't have any bearishness in me at all. There is a very slight chance that we put in a local high, but we'll know better in a week. If we haven't gotten past all-time high in the next week, then there's a chance that we put in a local high and we go into some summer boredom. but we haven't seen evidence of that just yet.
I got my bat in my hand, just waiting. If we're losing any greed here.
Wait, you said we're not losing greed?
I don't know. If we go down a little further, we might.
Yeah, it's that thing. It plots out on a daily, so we have to wait to see what tomorrow's plot looks like. Which is good because when you have big drops, sometimes you can go down 1-2 levels, right? Within just between two dots, but we haven't seen it reacting much. People aren't scared. But remember what I said, that's a fact. That's a product of Bitcoin being in stronger hands too, right? Like all the people that were gonna be scared out have probably already been scared out.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
Dbloc,
that
that
is true.
that fear and greed, that's like I was looking into it. It it's a main measure of just Bitcoin, right? Not like anything else, right?
It's
Pretty
Bitcoin
sure
fear
it's
and greed. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
But that's what we're looking for, right? We're trying to figure out, has there been enough greed flushed out so that Bitcoin can make its next leg up?
We're going down.
What false move up, Ken? That was on Monday. Bitcoin breaking support here will take dominance past its resistance.
I said we pump it in the FOMC, dude. Pump it in the FOMC.
Possible stopping volume candle for 5.
The bears just don't want to lose.
Michael Saylor back at it again.
What's he doing?
Bought some more Bitcoin at 117.2. DJ was saying 21,000 Bitcoin, 2.4 billion. Light work.
Love him or hate him, man. You can't knock his hustle, bro.
Retail just doesn't want to play today. Wait, doesn't this look like an Adam and Eve? Like right here, this bottom
Yeah,
pattern?
this is what I was saying, that you still have that higher low potential.
Oh no, I mean an inverse Adam and Eve, like a bearish pattern.
Where?
Like the one here. Oh, it's not like an Adam and Eve pattern, but it looks a bit like it's going down. I don't know. I feel like we're going down.
Well, if we break these lows, we're going down to 115, in my opinion. But we haven't broken structure yet. We haven't for 1 second had bullish momentum on the 5-minute. Right? We haven't been able to get above that 50. So this whole thing has been on bearish momentum.
Is that the 5-minute chart?
Yeah. Like I said last time, until the trend changes, we have to assume this thing will keep banging up against the 50 and rejecting. Good reversal, not a stopping volume candle on the 5-minute. Not that that invalidates it at all. But you had some clear seller exhaustion down there. You still got plenty of liquidations though. Could just be vector recovery.
Want to close over the 50, right?
Yeah, for sure. Which could still very well happen, but that higher low wasn't really interesting to me. It could still play. It just didn't move me to get back in. Nah, I'm not getting back in RH. I'm about to eat some lunch in a second, so I gotta free up my time here before I get stuck. Then I get hangry, and then everybody's gonna start just randomly snapping on people for no reason and shit.
Dumb looks like
312 Bitcoin buy. Another 27 Bitcoin. We had about 30 Bitcoin sold off in between. Another 13 Bitcoin. Another 116 Bitcoin. Yeah, this one might do it.
Something pretty bearish there for a second.
We're back at the 50. Like I said,
This is it.
The trend,
Yeah,
the trend is our friend, and we have to just respect the trend, right? And the trend is that this thing wants to keep retesting this 50. Whether it breaks it or not, that's a different story, right? It hasn't so far. But the intentionality is to break this thing. You'll get your confirmation of bullish momentum when your 13 EMA crosses the 50. GG's, guys. I hope you make all the money without me.
It's not too late, Dbloc. Not too late.
Nah. Now, like I said, my initial reason to get into the trade is over, and the secondary one wasn't good enough to move me. I gotta eat. It's not worth not being able to eat for another 30 minutes or 45 minutes.
Yeah, this has been horrible today.
Yeah, man's gotta have his rules. I mean, at another time in the day, I might have made a different decision, right? Had I just ate and just been here chilling, I might have decided to add to the position instead of, but yeah.
You think we're gonna leave the vector gap alone, or we're gonna go down to get it back?
Until that 13 EMA crosses the 50, we have bearish momentum. And bearish momentum with vectors underneath don't make me feel warm and fuzzy inside, you know? We have to push. Let me draw out.
We also have the trend line to pass.
Let me draw this out, guys, so you can keep track of it. Your new invalidation for this W is right here. And your number one goal right now is to drag that orange EMA above the 50. Got some topside pressure, right? You're going to have to get over the 200. You're going to have to get over the 800. But you have liquidations. Once you get over the 200, you've got some liquidations to help with the push. Liquidations, vector gap, which is probably market maker's target.
We got some news. Zoomer just posted SEC approves in-kind redemptions and creations for crypto ETFs.
That's interesting. I wonder how many of them will take it though.
Is that bullish? I don't know.
So the difference is BlackRock acted like they wanted in kind in the beginning. They made a big deal out of it. They got rejected. Whenever BlackRock gets rejected for something, I'm always like, because they tend to get accepted for everything, right? I think it was all bullshit, honestly. The reason I think it's bullshit is because as long as you can settle your ETF in cash instead of kind, when you buy an ETF, I gotta have a Bitcoin to back that up. When you sell your ETF, I get to give you money and keep your Bitcoin. Right, so it's a Bitcoin sort of accumulation strategy. When it settles in kind, you can redeem to take an actual deliverable, right? To take delivery of the actual Bitcoin. An option. I think one makes for heavier selling pressure during the bear market. In kind makes for heavier selling pressure because when the Bitcoin ETF gets sold, the Bitcoin gets sold. Right? In cash, BlackRock can just decide to accumulate the Bitcoin, not sell it, and just give you money out of the big bag of money that they have, right? It's basically a really good way to get rid of a currency that's being debased and replace it with Bitcoin in the long run.
What's for lunch?
Some sort of sandwich. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I got some steaks or some meat, and I'm probably just gonna carve something up. A nice big sandwich.
I think I'll put some motion bread.
I need some carbs. I'm lagging today. Little quick fix. All right, I'm gonna leave y'all here. Remember, if that 13 doesn't cross the 50, market maker is gonna pay himself on this vector. Market maker pays himself on this vector. You need to make sure you don't invalidate. At that point, there's not a lot of meat on the bone left for, before you get to double bottom territory. If you break structure, chances are they sweep. All right, I'll be right back.
Enjoy it, man.
trying to talk. Could this be?
Market maker game day? Is that what's going on here? Gee whiz. Fun and games?
Are we having a moment of silence for this Bitcoin chart? Anybody with us still? Right. How are you today, buddy? Praising God, man. I just looked. I looked one time earlier today, and it looks like exactly where we're at, except a little bit more confusing. Um,
I've been on here all day. It's been horrible, bro.
Yeah, it looks like it doesn't really have bias.
Since 8 in the morning, it's been brutal.
Gotcha. Now I went. When was it? Yesterday. I went into my accounts earlier with my securities holdings, and I started. I started just kind of saying, you know what, it might be a good time to be taking some profits, and luckily I did because I opened up just one of my portfolios today, and I saw a sea of red. I didn't see one thing in the green. And crypto, that didn't look great either. But I've been getting out for the past week and a half. So when do we buy? When do we buy? Can we buy today? Can we buy tomorrow? I'm ready to buy.
Michael Saylor bought.
Michael Saylor is the man. We need more orange. And I think he'll be buying again and again.
Yeah, he doesn't really care what price it is. Just keeps getting it.
Oh, there's a beautiful thing with the way he's been doing it, and I don't think I think other people are going to continue to try, but I don't think that anybody's going to be able to do what he's done. So give props to him. But I'm looking at that tape, and it's just a sea of black with hardly much action. And when there is action, nothing substantial. I will say this much: that ETH holding company, the SBET, I got ripped apart with that one at the beginning of it. Then I made really good money after it bounced, and I luckily a couple of days ago, or I think it was last week, I was like, I'm trimming off earnings. I'd gone down the hole with a lot of money, down 63%, only to get an 80% return. I bought some more while I was going down. If I hadn't, I don't know if I would have made it out. I didn't look at the scenario, but nonetheless, I got out with 83% profits, and I watched it get tore up today. It went down, and the other company, Soul Strategies, they partnered, I think, Kathy Woods with that ARC thing or something. I think they got involved, and I've held on to that Soul Strategies for quite some time with not a lot of money at all in it. But it got dropped even with a good announcement. It got dropped by like 20% today. So anybody got a theory on when a good time to buy is? Tomorrow. I think Dbloc was saying we've got the Thursday midweek reversal coming up.
I think
Yeah,
wait
okay.
for the dust to settle.
Yeah.
Of FOMC and also GDP report.
Oh, these weeks I've learned to completely disassociate with trying to do scalp, because it's a washing machine. So anytime there's a FOMC meeting, I stay clear of that week until the dust is settled.
It's
Yeah, I was
almost like
watching.
it's like the FOMO meeting for the FOMO meeting almost.
Well,
One letter off.
Well, I'm
Sorry, go
ready.
ahead.
I'm ready to FOMO in. I am sitting 90% in cash right now, which is a beautiful thing. This is the first time I can say that I've been sitting in cash, nice and pretty, and not losing my tail thinking things are going to go up thanks to Dbloc. So it's got to go up. It's got to go up. It's going to bounce here. It's going to bounce here.
I was listening to a guy, and this isn't crypto, but I guess 100% of the time, DraftKings goes up a little bit before football season.
Can you repeat that? It was a little muffled. I'm sorry, I didn't get it.
DraftKings.
DraftKings. Oh, wow.
Maybe not today, but before every football season, they seem to go up quite a bit.
Well, we've got some big betting, getting ready to start again. So, college football is one of the main hubs for that. So, maybe I'll take a peek at that. I forgot. In North Carolina, we got good old Belichick for UNC Chapel Hill's football team. So it's going to be an interesting season to see what happens around this area.
What's good? Sideways. This is how you know that the community are a pack of bulls. Everyone wants upside. Or it's more excited when people are talking when there's upside. Me too. Ethereum got so close to 4,000. 3940. Couple of buys coming through on the tape. Nothing too crazy, but just a tickle. Tron had an insane rally yesterday. Went up like almost 10%. 12 hours. 12 hours? Yeah. 12 and a half.
There's that SQD, I forget the thing that was it's a newer thing that's only been out for several weeks. That thing pumped extremely hard for a few hours, and then like literally hours. I think it went up 20 across a 2-day period, went up after being destroyed, of course, went up something like 30-40%, only to go back down.
Oh, true. Yeah, common story. Common story with altcoins.
Well, the newer ones, you know, you have to do faith buying, and whatever you're seeing on the chart. I mean, I could see the tape, but that the price action was just like, I tried to short it, I tried to long it, I made some money, didn't make some.
Yeah.
I went back and forth, and then I opened it up to look at it this morning, and had I kept, which was way too risky, had I kept my short open, because I'll play with a small amount of money and do it on 50x leverage. But when I checked this morning, I would have been up 1,000%, and I had.
Oh, yeah.
I went and just I left like the smallest of the positions possible there, and I'm up like $1. I think I've got like I can't remember the exact position, but I mean it's minuscule, like the tiniest of tiniest, and like 1,000% worked out to me being in the profits of $1 and something, which is still
Yeah.
pretty sizable if you ask me. From pennies to build up to $1.
Yeah, that's cool. It's kind of highlights how the market's full of surprises, and when you think it's all over, it could just be getting started, you know? Just like right now, this is like a depressive move. It comes down in a pullback.
This is the
and
it's like, you know how animals that are like sitting around and they're just silently, patiently waiting for their prey.
Like a
Yeah, there's like a freaking
yeah.
lioness or like a cheetah, like whatever. And then
Oh, yeah.
as soon as they know, I can't use the language, but it gets wild. It'll get wild.
Yeah,
And
of
when we're
course.
looking for
Yeah,
that, let it get wild.
The voice chat is an amazing, like, so Discord itself is an indicator. If you were just purely to go off like activity in the Discord, that would be like your take profit. Like when it's really active, everyone's like, you know, talking over each other. Like you can't get a word in because everyone's so excited. That's like the, you know, that's the highs, you know.
And it's like,
And then at like right now, no one's around. It's like a
Yeah.
ghost town.
Well, the
And this is the
kids,
buy zone,
the,
like pretty much.
it's like kids coming in when they're hungry. You don't see them, and it's all chaos until one beats the other, and this one did this, and this one did. But if they get
Yeah.
hungry, they'll show up running. So and I'm sure
Totally.
we all want to get fed. Is my point. So even with the the predator type just sitting around going, I'm hungry. I'm getting a little starving over here. We need some action. Well,
100%.
but there's one thing that can take notice. If you look at the Bollinger Bands right now, it's we're entering in a do or die zone. So bearish will send us, I guess, if we're looking below the 116 area, we're going to see the 111 possibly. I forgot what Dbloc said earlier today. I asked him if he could tell me, something about drawing a line in the sand, for bearish sentiment coming through. And I think he said a drop past 109. I think that's where his kind of line in the sand would be. But, right now, obviously we've been chopping around. Bollinger Bands are really, really tight on the dailies, and we haven't seen this level since the really big breakdown that we had. I forgot. I mean, there's been such terrible breakdowns this year. It's been the epitome of the non-4-year cycle, but it could be the opposite end if you didn't have high hopes and you were just waiting around and waiting for it to come to you instead of eagerly over trading or having hope in your Bitcoin.
Oh, yeah. Right. I've got a couple of zones drawn up. I'm just going to use Ethereum as a test to see how this goes. When the Discord is quiet and bored, and then when the Discord is active and excited on the top side. Like when, if Ethereum's going to reach, the cycle high or the $4,000 level, I'm going to call it up here. Like obviously the Discord's going to be active and excited if Ethereum makes it up here. But yeah, for now, we're in the slump. Things will be quiet. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's understandable, right? When the chart goes quiet, there's nothing really to, it's time to go do real world stuff, like do your laundry, mow your lawns, go to the gym, like whatever. Makes sense.
Hello,
Get into the
hello,
liquor
good
cabinet.
evening.
Yeah, you're not making anything, so you may as well go out and catch up on what you need to do.
Go do it, man. Some of us would be sitting around crying, No, go touch
And
grass. You're absolutely
take
right, man. Go do it.
take
That's what
this to
I've been
the
doing since last week. That's what I've been doing. I've been carving off profits, and I've been heavily going into cash. Where to the point where, I haven't done full calculation, but I think I'm about over 80% all cash right now, which I have not been that way ever in the profits. Ever.
Yeah.
I've been watching profits disappear in the hopes of the great return, which I'll be damned if I'm going to go through that. I think Dbloc has taught me a lot in the past few months.
Oh, fair enough. That's good. Well, if you amplify this to a cycle scale, like this chart that I've got up here, Discord active, Discord quiet, the bear market is Discord quiet and bored for months on end or weeks on end, So if you think it's quiet today, like that's how it is, that's how it becomes. And most people will walk away because they get bored or they get frustrated, whatever it may be. But the boredom and the misery,
I've never been
that's where the
involved.
opportunity is.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say is that
Yeah.
as it stands right now, even if I don't play these cards again, and even if we don't move up, I am eagerly awaiting a period of time where I can say, hey, I really got those entries because
Hell yeah, dude.
I was defeated in February this year into March.
Just in the bear market.
I mean, I tried to catch so many fallen knives and I just kept on getting destroyed and destroyed and destroyed.
Yeah. It's I guess when the cycle finishes and we're in a bear, this is me reminding myself too. When I say all this crap, like it's like a mantra. You know what a mantra is?
Absolutely.
Like, yeah. It's not that you don't know it or that you're trying to teach it. It's that you're just trying to remind and instill it, you know.
Drill it into your head.
Drill it into your head so it becomes like second nature, so that you don't, let it fall by the wayside. So
I mean, from last night's
yeah, like
pump into today, I didn't care one last thing about last night's pump. I was like, this is going to be short lived. I'm not losing the sleep tonight.
Yeah.
I've done many other nights. I was like, and if I miss it, there's always a way to get into a positive trade, but it's a hell of a lot harder to get out of a negative trade.
Yeah. So when I started in 2018, it was the high. Like I came in like dumb money retail. I still am dumb money, but I came in like a noob, like your classic, came in on the hype and then got wrecked because, held through.
Came in like a
JP
wrecking
line.
ball?
Yeah, came in like a wrecking ball. So I wish I had someone telling me that you got to stick around for the bear market because that's where it truly matters. Like, that's where you build the positions you wish you had in the bull. You know what I mean? So please, for the love of God, stick around in the bear market because that's the most important part of all the cycles is the bear. Like when it's down dipped, you can, but you may as well not participate in the bull market if you didn't get anything to ride up into it, So it's
I
like
picked up Doge at 7 cents. Only be as
yeah, that's good.
as ride it all the way to 48, and then like a sucker when it was falling down, I decided I was going to put more money into it instead of realizing that it was going to go down much further and take the extra money that I put in along with it. It took me until last month to make up, and I was down in the hole like 60 some grand. I think it was like 63 in totality. I mean, I lost my shirt. I had the high faith of the everything with Elon's platform that everything was going to boom and it was going to make it to $1, and I got wrecked.
Yeah,
because
that's the thing.
I was
like
doing really good. I had not the tremendous amount of entry at 7 cents, but I had a huge entry at 32. And wow, oh wow. I was like, well, it's gonna go up to 48. I was like, shit, that's freaking, I'm gonna do some quick
that
math
retail
here,
effect.
Yeah, that's a pretty big percentage gain only to watch. Oh, it's gonna bounce up next day, down again, more to the point where I was like, I couldn't even stomach it. I stopped watching it. And I was like, it'll come back one day. I don't care if it's this year, next year, next. And if it goes down the hole, and I opened it up one day and I just got sick to my stomach.
I think with this bear market, this one coming, you have to really be careful on what you're picking to convict to. Stop thinking about performance, but start thinking about confidence. Like what would you be most confident in holding for 8 years straight?
Well,
Like,
that's why it is zero
even
for
things
me.
even things in the top 10 aren't promised, like some kind of awesome performance in the next bull market. So for me personally, not financial advice, it's Bitcoin, right? Bitcoin's
Well, I
always
mean,
there.
obviously
Bitcoin's
that's
always the king.
what we're here
Yeah.
to. But if it's any alt whatsoever out there, it has to be mended into some type of usable business
Utility.
platform on a daily.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
I think this bull market's going to help rinse out. The cream's going to rise to the top, and this is going to be a nice flush of a lot of the
yeah, there is
BS coins and everything else, and it's just going to be kind
yeah,
of a. I think every bull
all of
market's
it
going to be a little bit more and a little bit more of a evolution of cleaning
focused.
out the rift raft and start showing you who the serious
Yeah,
moves are, especially now that you're starting to get corporations and countries and everything else going into
yeah,
Bitcoin and ETH and stuff like that, and Trump pushing the US projects, which is going to be predominantly XRP, Solana, Avalanche.
So with the bear market, like you have to stay disciplined and locked on to the goal and of building, right? Because there's going to be voices out there that tell you it's all over and you're wasting your time, and the media will push that narrative too, and they're going to try and basically separate you from getting involved, essentially, or parting with the crypto that you do have. You know what I mean? Like that's the goal. That's the agenda in a bear market. They're trying to get you to sell. They want you to capitulate. They want you to give up. They don't want you involved at the bottom. So you need to really have voices around you that have this like similar commitment to the idea, because that helps. It helps you keep on track and helps you keep accountable to the
Stay
strategy
on
and all that
mission.
kind of thing.
What helps you is
Mm.
not watching these freaking glorified shows that are freaking pawning
Yeah, they just amplify the
crap.
mood.
And
That's
then
all they do.
you're
They
used
just
to this stuff and you believe in the hype, you believe in all the stuff,
yeah,
and then your
they
only
parrot the
rationale is
sentiment.
somebody out there suppressing the price, and you just
Yeah,
like there's too much good
there's
news out
always
there, and it's like, dude, all
there's
the
always a boogeyman. There's always a
man, I'll
boogeyman.
tell you who the
Always.
boogeyman is. They're getting paid. If it goes up, they get paid. If it goes down, they get paid. They get paid.
Oh yeah. Look, the exchanges always win no matter what's happening. So that's cool. That's always a thing. Market maker, liquidity providers, the funds, all that. They never lose. Like they're playing all the conditions of the market are beneficial to them essentially.
And I'm starting to
And you can make
rationale
them,
that, as well, being like those forms you were
yeah,
talking about.
behave like that
They,
yourself and you'll
they,
be
if
sweet.
they
You'll
are,
win.
it will shoot. Just look, if they're doing good, then crypto's doing good. That means,
Yeah.
hey, there's some volatility. There's something to trade. But when you look at BNB, which obviously a lot of people do, but we're in the
Mm.
States. It's not one of the things unless you know what you're doing to get a hold of.
Hello, mister.
So
How are you?
if it in the question of crypto's existence, like will it be around for another bull market? I mean, there's no question. For me, like, okay, how many people
Hello.
like there's a handful of people
Handsome.
that control the market, right? That
Right.
well,
I
they
mean,
call the shots. They got the big money.
I'm
Why
gonna
would
tell
they
you,
not why would
I'm,
they not keep tapping that?
I'm gonna
Like
tell
why
you
would you
right
walk
now.
away
Yeah.
from such a money-making engine?
Well,
It's ridiculous,
well,
like to
we
think that it would just completely collapse.
we got green
Go ahead.
lighted, and I am a financial planner, so it is my profession.
Nice.
Crypto is not financial planning. There's no way I can take this,
Oh, it's wild
altcoin
speculation,
theory,
yeah.
to a client, and I do retirement planning specifically. So this conversation's off the table, but it is going to be becoming more so of a conversation with things that are top 10 out there. It will be.
Right.
So
Well,
with that being said, there's 43 trillion. Most of the money in the US stock market is held within people's 401ks, IRAs, retirement accounts. So when people start removing that money to spend it on income, well, could it hit? Possibly yes. But here's the one main thing is that 43 trillion by the smallest percentage, and it's not going to happen immediately, but by the smallest percentage entering in, if you take the full market cap of what we have in existence now, in comparison that we can retrace to this conversation 3 years from now, when we're starting to enter into, some, high probability of, successful uptrends, I would say, once we get to that level, or possibly even 2 years from now, then there's going to be a very big shift.
As far as I know, we would pay them 10 grand for their services, and then they would do all the paperwork, apply to all the grants that they feel we may, keyword may, what's the word?
My thoughts are pretty much, anytime something becomes more democratic, meaning universally used, there's a higher probability of things getting better for everyone in itself. Just like the first microwaves that came out, they're in every house without it thinking about it.
Well, think about cars. There was a time where horse and cart was the norm, right? And
Yeah,
a car coming around is like, what's this like exotic new technology crap?
Yeah,
people would have had a level of trust,
yeah. I mean,
like a
everybody
smaller
gets
level of
on a
trust to begin with.
everybody gets on a plane,
Yeah.
everybody gets on a plane and they know what their destination is. Imagine getting on an airplane right now and only being like, I'm about 87% sure that I'm going to get to where I'm supposed to be going, or even know
Yeah,
where I'm
without
supposed
crashing.
to be without crashing. There
Right.
was a day, I think it was last year or the year before, where we had like something crazy, like 3 airplane crashes in the same day. That was just a complete anomaly. But just to say that it's impossible is, you can't say anything is not possible. Things like that can still happen.
What I find interesting though is you said you can't put that on the table, like as planning, financial planning with crypto. But I think right now, with the way stocks are going, there's some cryptos that are becoming less volatile than some of these stocks, and I think we're going to see a trend going towards that direction. And
that's not my point. There's not a clear path, and it is becoming a clearer path with legislation.
Yeah.
And so hear me out, and this is not a debatable thing. It's one of those things. It's not about the directionality, because obviously, you can have a margin account, except if it's in a 401k or IRA, for example. But you can have a margin account and you can short things. But the point is, behind IRAs, 401ks, Roth 401ks, all these governmental plans which house most of the money in the U.S. stock market. Okay, so within those plans that exist, just the sheer fact that it is allowable to have business transact. I don't help people with their plans while they're making money. I help them when they're done making their money and they're retiring.
I don't know. That's not. What I was just saying is
yeah.
kind of the tone, how it sounds absurd to say to have crypto involved in financial planning.
I cannot do that right now for a generation that has already achieved what they have achieved, and they're looking to maintain, and they're not looking to double, triple net worth. So there's a difference. So
that's your personal
hear me
preference.
out. Let main topic. Let me finish.
Yeah, go ahead.
By the smallest, if you take $40 trillion, $43 trillion that are in retirement accounts right now, all right, represented, and you take out just a fraction of 1% and look at our total crypto market cap right now, you cannot tell me that more than a fraction of 1% or just 1% will enter the field within the next few years. It's just an impossibility. That's sure fact. There's people that will need it, and I believe we will all need it, or else I wouldn't be here trying to learn like everybody else. And we all try to do better, and we all try to help each other. We don't try to argue a point, just kind of saying, if we open our eyes to what could possibly bring forth a rhythmic change instead of a bear market of a 4-year cycle. Maybe there still will be bear markets, but not within, a traditional 4-year, but everything's on the money supply. So that will still continue to some degree. You know, there is that 4-year M2 money supply that seems to be pretty spot on. But I think their
So
drawdowns will be less, and I think the exponentiality of its growth will be tremendously higher than anybody ever dreamed that it would get to, and we could all benefit from that, from what we're learning here.
the confidence in Bitcoin as seen by, you know, the professional world, like, so the legitimacy, I feel like ever since the ETFs came in and you've now got like a pro crypto government in the US, like it just, the legit, like it's becoming more respected as an asset class, at least Bitcoin itself, like, and other big projects will get there too, I'm sure, like ones that actually are implemented and are serious. They're not just a meme or whatever, or a joke or for the pump, but real world stuff like that should make it, you know.
But yeah, my whole
And
point just sorry,
yeah,
I thought you were finished.
yeah, that's all. Yeah.
Yeah, my whole point, what I was just trying to say, I wasn't trying to debate the majority of what you're saying. It was just one little thing that I nitpicked that I really didn't agree with. That I was saying that it's far
I
from
appreciate
absurd. Let me hold on. Wait, my man. I let you talk for like
Yeah,
hours.
give it to me.
Just let me finish.
Give it
At
to
least
me.
land a plane. I can't even land a plane with you, yo. Slow
Come
down.
on
Take a
in,
breath.
man. I just logged in. I'm excited to
Clive
talk to you guys.
Clive
I haven't talked to
2.0 over
anybody.
here. We got Clive 2.0 here. Just take a breath, relax. Mic is on me. I speak, you speak, you speak, I speak. All right, now I speak, and you listen because I listen to what you have to say. Can we do that?
Man, I'm
All right,
always
great.
listening.
Great. Okay, now we can do that. Since we got that out of the way, what I was saying is that it's far from absurd to say something, you know, like that crypto cannot be financial planning. Because right now it is finance. It's a big part of financial planning, and everywhere across the board, including NSBC, including all the mainstream media, they're all talking about
listen
how
to what
to
I
prepare.
said.
I
Hold
know,
on.
but you're wait. I
I'm
listened.
going
Now
to be
it's your turn
argumentative.
to listen to what I said. I'm saying you missed my
It is
point.
not
Let me
for
finish.
people.
Let me land my plane, my man. Yo, chill out, take a breath, and let me land my plane before I mute you. So slow down. I'm just saying that right now, that it is a big part of financial planning. That's all. And that's all I wanted to say, because the way you said it, it's like it's unapproachable. Maybe by you have a personal preference, or you can't do
Cannot.
it.
I'm licensed, dude. Get securities license and
There's
understand what I'm
people with
talking about.
security license that are able to
You need to understand something.
even Chase Bank.
Okay,
I mean, you're not even.
just
Yo,
went
let me
through
finish. Even Chase Bank, they're allowed to pitch their
I've
customers
been
crypto
doing
right
this.
now. A Chase Bank
Damn, dude. Let me
banker.
just
No, no
hear
damn.
it from somebody in a
You're gonna have to
position.
block me, my man.
Hear it from somebody in a position that does this for a living. I agree with what you're saying, and it should be that way. But until the
It's
last
already
thing I'm
just because
no.
you don't have that license doesn't mean other people don't.
Hold
Is what
on,
I'm
I
saying.
do have the license. What I'm talking about is that for us to put our neck on the line to transition and give that advice to somebody out there, that platform is being created.
Happening.
Me and
It's
Dbloc
already happening.
talked
Just because
about
you're
this.
not doing it doesn't mean other financial advisors aren't doing it. They're doing it right now. Is what I'm saying.
To get
Just because you're a financial planner and financial advisor doesn't mean you're
to
gagged
get
from
that
crypto.
1%,
Right now, even
to get that 1%, people are not leading people into that direction.
yes, they
Is
are.
my enjoy if your words are the last words and I don't know what I'm doing, you know, for a
You really
living,
have.
then yeah,
I mean,
enjoy your victory. You win. You know, you
I'm
win.
just telling you how it is, my man. That's all. I'm telling you how it is. You know
Oh.
your way, and I know how it is right now. I know that there are financial planners and financial advisors that are pitching their clients crypto, and that's a fact.
So I mean, you're a
And you can't debate that
multimillionaire, and
fact.
I'll just
That is a
listen to
fact.
you.
Just
You know,
because
that's what I
you're
come
so
here to
stuck
listen
with
to
the
your opinion,
dinosaurs
and I
and
just
you're not
wasted my
doing it
whole
doesn't
time
mean other
doing what
financial
I've been
planners
doing.
aren't doing it. Are you going to let me
What I'm
blame them?
trying to tell you is that they cannot, because the
Yes,
institutions
they can. They're already doing it. You're talking out of your
there's
ass.
not
Yo, my
enough.
man, you're
There
talking
is
out of your
not.
ass. You are talking out of your ass.
Dude, you're just here right now to argue with people. And if you want to keep on arguing, I'll get off of here. Because
You might
what
as
you're
well get off
sharing
because you're
right now,
talking out of your
you have
ass.
not taken a grain of
Even
what I
Jamie
just said.
Dimon said his people are
No,
allowed to
because
pitch crypto. Now,
but the
are you
point
talking out of
is
your
that
ass?
there's not
Listen to yourself. Even Jamie Dimon
I
let
am
his
talking
employees.
out of my ass.
Yes, you are. You
Like
better
really?
stop talking out of your ass.
Who talks to somebody like that on one of these platforms? Are you ridiculous right now? We're supposed to be helping each other. And
Yeah,
I'm
so
trying to
stop
tell
talking out
you
of your
what I've
ass
been
if you
doing
want to
for the
help
past
brother.
for somebody that's been doing this for 30 years now. I can tell you firsthand that the last thing I'm going to do is jeopardize the relationships that I've had with clients that have made plenty of money over 30 years.
That's why I'm
and
saying you're a
jeopardize
dinosaur.
that. And it is not for the general conversation
Oh,
unless
really? Not for
there's
the
a
general
desire.
conversation. Listen to yourself. Okay, buddy.
Tell me, you name the platforms that I can go in right now and the security platforms that actively have everything integrated.
You missed my point. It went over your head and below your feet.
No, it did not, because it doesn't
The
exist.
whole point is, you're going way too far into granular bullshit when I'm trying to tell you facts. Okay, I'm telling you facts. Financial planners, listen to me, my man. Get your foot out of your mouth.
I do not like your attitude. And if you know
So
everything,
get out of here.
you should just do what I need. Just do my job. Just do my job. Make all the money that you can. Do my job. Just do my job. Just do my job. Do my job for me. I don't know what I'm doing. I admit to it.
You don't know what you're doing. You don't know about crypto. You might know about dinosaur. You know about dinosaur stuff, but don't know about crypto. That's why you're here. Never had anyone talk up to you like that? Because you think 9 years old, you get a pass?
I timed him out for 5 minutes for interrupting. Manny, I timed you out for 5 minutes for interrupting, and then after 5 minutes you can come back. But valid point or not, you can't interrupt so much.
Yeah, and I'll just land the plane real quick. That was my whole point. Is financial planners, professional financial advisors are allowed to pitch crypto. It is part of the conversation. That's all I had to say. And there's nothing he can say about it. It's a fact.
I would agree that, like, to what I said earlier, that Bitcoin is legitimizing as far as TradFi goes. Like, traditional finance are waking up to the reality kind of thing. They're like, oh, okay, it is a real like asset class. Oh, we better get involved, And that's kind of what's been happening over the past 2 or 3 years since the ETFs went live and all that. It's a huge opportunity, and they're starting to, Australia is so far behind because I'm in a retirement fund. I pay money into a fund that I won't be able to access till I'm 65, and they're still not recommending crypto because they're so behind the ball. Like they're not in touch with, it's because they put security and like what's the word, like safety first, which is at the detriment to gains, I guess. It just depends on their client, like, because if you have a younger client, their risk appetite can afford to be like riskier. They can be a little bit more but if you've got an old person that's facing retirement, that's like in their 60s, they have to be defensive. They can't afford to get involved in something that's going to correct.
Well,
I
but
think
now it's
so.
not
Both of you are right in that sense, I think.
right.
Because I think he
No,
was
he's
advising
totally
old
wrong
people.
because the way he phrased it, he's 100% wrong. Is the way he's phrased it is that it's taboo, that advisors aren't even allowed to bring up crypto. Maybe that's his personal preference, but I know advisors, and I've been around. I have a lot of friends that are advisors, and I have my own advisor as well. And I've been pitched crypto, and I know they're allowed to pitch crypto. Even like Jamie Dimon right now, he gave the green light to everyone in his bank if they want to pitch crypto, even though he hates the idea. He's like, "What? We might as well now." So for him to say that it's like that's not happening, it is happening. He's just behind the curve. That's all.
Can I say something?
Go ahead. I was going to say, as a 70-year-old, my advisors are also telling me get in crypto.
Can I say something? So, I've been in crypto a little over 18 months, and I've got a relatively sizable portfolio through my retirement through Fidelity. And when I first got into it, about 6 months after I got into it, I should say, so about a year ago, when I was on my call with my Fidelity advisor, he was not allowed to talk about Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, period. I bugged him, and he said he can't even speak the word. I said, but Fidelity is like the number 2 holder in the world of Bitcoin, and he said, I can't talk about it. And that was just a fact. He would not speak to me about it. And I'm like, I want to put some money in Bitcoin. And he's like, I can't advise you on that. You'll have to talk to somebody else. And I can't do that with my money. I couldn't at that time. Now I'm going to make another appointment with him, because now that I look in my Fidelity app, I got Bitcoin and I got Ethereum little icons that I can start investing my money. But I don't believe that I can put my money from my retirement that I have through my employer, other than what my supplemental is, which I put money into. So I can use my supplemental money, but I can't use the money from my employer and the match, I should say. That's the way I understand it. But I'm just saying, I didn't hear the whole conversation, but I do know that up until recently, and I don't know how recently is, up to a year ago, that I know Fidelity was not allowed to talk about crypto at all. That's the
You're 100% correct. Merrill was the same way. They would
Yep,
close
same
your
thing with
account.
Chase. Yeah, same thing with Chase. But now they they changed their tune.
It switched. Yeah, it has switched.
And that's how you know we're early. That's how you know we're early, by the way. Yep. Because TradFi, they're catching up. Because we're the risky, the risky part of the arc. I mean, look, the risky part has been happening for 15 years, to be honest. Like, that's how long it's taken to, just every cycle you get more and more people that see the potential, but, from a professional, like the professionals in traditional finance, like, they're waiting for the green light, I guess, so that they can recommend it or whatnot.
The green light is on. It's through the ETFs. Now, I'm with Merrill
Yep.
and BlackRock. And Merrill, I can't buy anything crypto. Okay. With BlackRock, I can buy their ETF.
Yeah.
But I cannot invest directly in Bitcoin itself. Period. I have to go through an ETF.
Well, that's the law that Trump floated like a week and a half ago that he was going to sign as an executive order, right? To allow 401ks to start investing in speculative assets like gold and crypto. I don't think he signed it in law yet.
Gold you can do anywhere.
Gold.
Yes, you can do gold.
Yeah.
You can do Forex.
The,
you can do all those things. You just cannot do Bitcoin directly.
But from your 401k though, like if you have an employer match 401k, I don't think
I don't know on 401ks. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what that's the law that was prompted.
Yeah,
I don't think it passed though. It was like it sounded like he was going to sign the executive order last week, but then it just kind of disappeared. I don't know what happened.
It did, because that's going to take a long time, and all these executive orders, they have to go back through Congress. So he can sign whatever he wants, then it goes back to Congress. And there's plenty of other things to do right now. Go ahead.
I think the crux of the debate or the conversation, whatever you want to call it, is it's just risk appetite specific. Like, who's your client for these advisors? Like, if your client wants to defend what they have, then sure, don't speculate. You're not going to be you're not trying to go for growth. You're trying to go for maintenance, or like just keeping it above break even or above, erosion of inflation, right? You want to have something to live off.
Yeah, it's 4%. I mean, it's as low as it's ever been.
Yeah.
I went through 27% during the Carter era.
Yeah. So perhaps as Bitcoin matures even further, it'll be, the sentiment on it will change and evolve to becoming
and
more
the volatility
respected
will
as
go
time
down.
goes on.
And
Exactly.
volatility will go
So when,
down.
yeah. See, for a defensive play in investment, you don't want volatility, I would imagine. You want stability.
No,
you
you
want
don't.
like
You just want
assurance.
steady growth.
Yeah. So Bitcoin's still a wild, like a bucking bronco, man. It still goes up and down a fair bit.
To me, it isn't. I make and lose more money off of Coca-Cola, Amazon, Microsoft, United Health, Tesla.
Well, they're
I
risk
make and
on.
lose more money
Yeah, they're still
on those
risk on
than I do
too.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin
Those are
ETF.
normal assets, though, innit? That like people are very aware of and understand for so long. I actually do remember I spoke to someone else, like a friend of a friend, who he was working at like JP Morgan for like 10 years. He sort of got burnt out and quit, but he was saying like, yeah, crypto, we were aware of it for so long, we just couldn't touch it. He said we're actually excited about it, but we just couldn't touch it. He was like, there was no real like sort of regular. They didn't want to get caught up with having any of it on a balance sheet or dealing with it, and then it gets outlawed or whatever, right? And then they're screwed, and then they just end up getting like fines or more.
There was a short period of time where Bank of America was charged $50,000 if you took money out and directly moved it. If you moved it from a Bank of America card to a cryptocurrency exchange or whatever, there were certain specifications on it, but the bank itself would be charged $50,000 per transaction by the government.
Anyway, here I was talking about the Discord being quiet and bored, and then just got to bring up the passionate subject matter.
Rick, you've sat there and listened to the whole conversation. I listened to the whole conversation too. Unfortunately, with both of the men, they're debating two different things. And I know you're trying to expand and clarify on that, but there's another looming kind of question mark is with the verbiage, Bitcoin, can you advise on cryptocurrency? Or when people say Bitcoin, like Clive has in the past, he means ETFs. When I hear Bitcoin, I don't think ETFs. I think Bitcoin. But when Clive says Bitcoin, he thinks ETFs because that's how he's buying it, because that's his that's
avenue,
how he acquires it. Yes. But so there still needs clarification in just the verbiage of when you say crypto, do you mean ETFs? You know, like with Drew and with Manny, when Drew says, yes, they can buy crypto. Is it a situation like with Clive? Yes, you can because it's an ETF. And Manny's saying, no.
Well, no, it was a general blanket that they're allowed to pitch crypto now. Right now, it hasn't been always like this, and I'm saying Manny's behind the curve. That's my whole thing.
Yeah,
and they're allowed
I
to pitch
know.
crypto.
Yeah, and just to not to take anybody's side, my financial advisor, who has been in the business longer than Manny, more like Clive's age, has tried for years to get, and he's got some pull with a lot of people and has never been able to quote unquote pitch crypto. And up until recently, still has not been able to. As a matter of fact, he had to go through 9 kinds of grief to even be able to purchase crypto himself personally. You wouldn't even believe what he had to
those are sorry to cut you off. Those are policies from the companies he works for. But right now, as the law is, they're allowed to. But those are private policies each corporation has. But as for instance, if you take, let's say, one of the big banks in the world, JP Morgan, they're allowed to pitch crypto now. So game is on.
So how do they buy the crypto then?
What's that?
If it's not the ETFs, how do they buy the crypto?
No, it's with the JPM. If they're going to pitch it through a portfolio that's via JPM, whatever ETF that JPM has. That's how they're going to do it. But the whole thing is,
there's my point.
Still allowed to pitch it as Bitcoin. They're allowed to pitch the word, are you interested in Bitcoin? And then they can introduce the avenues, but they weren't allowed to do that as of not too recent.
Okay, so then my question is again, is it Bitcoin or is it the ETF? Because that's two different things, as you well know.
It's the ETF.
Well, technically, by law, they're allowed to pitch Bitcoin itself, but then they provide you the avenue to do it. So it's not they're not gagged.
That's what I'm saying. What is that avenue? Do they go to?
Every company has their own avenues. You know.
So they can, because I don't know. I'm not trying to defend or not defend. Just trying to clarify in my own mind too, because I was not aware, and I'm not aware of being able to go to any type of a bank, a brokerage house, or anything like that and say, I want to buy Bitcoin through you and I want to hold it, I guess, in my own wallet. Can you facilitate that transaction? Because if that in fact is the case, then
can I shed light on it too? After,
Yes,
sorry,
please.
I just wanted to add that in
The answer
because
to that
I
is
can
no.
clarify it.
That's what I thought.
So when you purchase an ETF, you yourself, it's not a self-custody situation. But when you purchase an ETF, you are producing real world impact on its market cap because the firm that you're doing the ETF through has to back it with real Bitcoin, and it's custodied. Let's use
I agree with
BlackRock
that.
for example.
Yes.
They custody it on Coinbase, so it is real impact to the market cap, and you are contributing to the growth, like to the size of
Total
Bitcoin's
different. Yes,
market cap.
I completely agree, but
Yeah.
that's not what they were talking about. That's
No, yeah.
100% accurate to my understanding, but that's not what they were talking about. And again, I think maybe
No,
the
I know.
verbiage needs to be clarified when you say crypto, when you say Bitcoin, is it actually physical Bitcoin? Like if I go to Cash App and I buy Bitcoin, I'm buying Bitcoin, but to my understanding, I don't own that Bitcoin because they don't own that Bitcoin. So I'm just transacting through it, but I don't have it in my wallet. And to my understanding, I could be wrong here, but back in the day when I would purchase it from them, I was made aware through some avenue that I couldn't take it off of their exchange and put it in my wallet because it wasn't a physical Bitcoin that I was purchasing, as if I were to go to crypto.com or
Well, yeah,
Coinbase
so
or something. That
each
makes
company is going to be different, you know. So right now, Jamie Dimon, who's the CEO of Chase, he's saying the clients, he's basically saying the clients, they can do it their own custody. They're saying we are going to let you buy.
Yeah.
We're not even going to custody it, and we're going to put it in our statements for you. So they're letting you do the custody as well, and they'll
And
still
it's
put it in your
Bitcoin,
statements.
not the ETF then. It's Bitcoin or Ethereum or XRP or whatever it is they're offering. It's that actual physical asset and not the ETF. Is that correct? My
Yeah.
This is via Jamie. This is JPM and what's his name? Jamie Dimon. That's his
Yeah,
policy. Every company, Goldman Sachs has a different policy. You know, everyone has their own policies. But Morgan Stanley right now, they're going to provide crypto services, and they're saying they don't have to be the custodial, and they'll still put it in the
you're not
statement
answering my
books.
question. So my question is with Jamie Dimon, with JP Morgan, if I go to my account that I have at Chase right now, I can buy Bitcoin, whatever it is that they're offering in the form of that asset.
Yes, I'm telling you,
And
it's
it
going to
might
be.
be in the ETF.
Yes. No, we're going on and on. It's gonna be custodial to your discretion. They're gonna give you some options. They're gonna be like, hey, maybe you want to pick Coinbase, maybe you want to pick Anchorage Digital, maybe you want to pick Paxos, maybe you want to pick Bitco. They're gonna give you 5 different companies and let you pick who's gonna do the custodial services, but they're gonna put it on their books for you because you're their client and they're letting you and they're pitching you Bitcoin, even though they're not gonna do the custodial. This is JP Morgan.
Okay, that's what I needed clarification on because I didn't know anywhere in the US current time being, because it hasn't always been like that, current time being that I can go buy the physical asset. I was only under the impression that it was in the ETF form. But if you're saying that's changed, that's good information to know, and that needs to be changed.
This is on their this is their kind of roadmap right now. So I don't know exactly if they've made that, you know, the first custodial, but this is what this is their decision basically, and this is until recent also.
So it's not available currently, but that's in their forecasting.
Well, that's what the CEO himself said it, that we're not going to custody it. So the only other option would be a custodial service. That's me speculating when they're saying they're not going to custody it. That means there's no crypto they're holding. We're going to put it in statements for the clients, quote unquote.
Sure, I understand that, but it's still kind of skirting around the point blank question I'm asking is, can I go to Chase today, tomorrow?
Well, then you come to the question, not your keys. Yeah, but then you come to the question, not your keys, not your crypto. If you're giving it to custodial, is it really your crypto? You're still not holding your crypto. Then if you're on a centralized exchange, you know. So even though you're on Coinbase, it doesn't mean it's really in your personal wallet. So you're not really, you don't have control of the keys to that crypto, but it is your property, and it's considered as tax as your personal property.
Here's another thought. Like, this is another approach on it. Do you trust yourself to custody your crypto? Because people make mistakes, right? People have lost a lot of crypto through just human error, right?
Yes.
If you want the avenue to have it insured, like, you know, not insured, but like if you want a professional to handle that, like so that you don't make mistakes, or that, you know, if they make a mistake, you're insured for it.
Yes,
That's
I
the
love
avenue
that.
that ETFs provide. Yeah.
Yes.
So, yeah.
And I
And
completely
ETFs
understand that.
buying a
Again, it
spot.
just,
Yeah.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Buying a spot ETF is as good as, it's not as good as, like, it's not self custody, but it's real Bitcoin that gets put into custody on Coinbase, with the example of BlackRock, right? Like, that is real
Understand. Yeah.
Bitcoin. Like, it's backed 1-to-1. That's by law. Like, it has to be backed
Yep.
1-to-1.
Just today, just a few hours ago, the SEC approved in-kind redemptions. That was just like 2 hours ago.
Yeah, there you go. That's huge, dude. Like, so this is not just notional derivative, you know, because there are derivative ETFs out there that don't actually, you know, have no effect on market cap. They're just derivative of, like, they follow an index. So it's not the same. Whereas a spot ETF is so much more meaningful because it has backed custodial, you know, Bitcoin
100%
behind the
agree.
scenes. Yeah.
But if
Yeah.
you were to walk up to Michael Saylor and say, is owning BTC the same as owning an ETF, what do you think he would say?
It's not the same. No, definitely
That's
not. Well, see,
Thank
because this comes
And
down to the argument:
feel
do you
kind
do you
about
trust
it.
the
It's
custody?
exactly the fact.
Do you?
But it's not
Yeah.
saying that the ETF is not good
Yeah.
for a lot
No,
of
no, I
people.
know.
That would
It's not
probably
the
The
same
majority of
thing.
people who
Yeah,
interact
correct.
with Bitcoin from here on out are probably going to be via the ETF, right? Like, at least in
Yeah.
the countries where ETFs are approved. Because, I mean,
Well,
self-custody is not really a thing that, I mean, let's say it appeals to some, but I think for most, the security
Oh,
of
yeah.
having someone else handle your wealth is much
Comes
preferred.
down
That's
to
why we have
trust,
banks in
man.
the first place. Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
even though
some people
like
trust an
Bitcoin, that's
institution more than themselves.
yeah,
You know what I
exactly.
mean?
Like they trust
Mhm.
them to make less mistakes. So it's like, even if those
Yeah.
people are gonna find out about sort of self custody, and that is sort of a large part of Bitcoin, I'm sure they'd just be happy to. Really, what they want is the return, right? It's more the return than the self custody aspect. The self custody aspect
Here's an
appeals more
interesting.
to probably people in like the unbanked nations in the third world,
Yeah.
etc. Do you know what I mean? Like, those guys, like, you're gonna get like at any point the banks could rescind, like, you know what I mean, your wealth, or your custody of your wealth. Like, they could do various things that they don't and they, you know, a lot of them don't trust them for good reason. That's why they'll jump into Bitcoin in like South America, in some parts of the Middle East, and some parts of Europe. Do you know what I mean? Like, those guys are going to be more likely to favor the self custody aspect because they don't trust
You were
them.
given
Interesting
you're given a
question
really
that
good
you should
point.
ask yourself. If you were given $5 million in Bitcoin, would you want to self custody it? Or let's say cash, let's say like just dollars, US dollars. If you were given $5 million US dollars, would you want to take that in cash and hide it under your bed, or in a safe in your basement? Or would you want to have it insured in a bank? Like,
I'd have it
who
insured
do
in
you
a bank.
trust more? And that's kind of like where this ETF thing comes in. It's for the
Well,
people that want that assurance. And
What I
they
was
don't
trying to
trust
make,
themselves with self custody.
yeah, what I was trying to say a little while ago, and then I was rudely interrupted, is that you cannot self custody what we are having a major influx of opportunity, where a portion of that making it into, you know, Bitcoin or any other aspect. No 401k is self custody. It's an institutional base. It's a governmental account. It's contracted with the government. It just,
Nobody ever said
you're
it
in
wasn't.
charge of it. And
We all know
so,
that.
yeah, so where there's a lot of that play, the main institutions have stayed out of the field of saying, and I talked to Dbloc about it, and we actually spoke. When do you think the turning? Because a lot of the major institutions Not that you can't buy ETF, but can you do it through your 401k? And the answer is not yet. We just got the bill passed a week ago. Okay, like literally
There's
a week ago.
401ks that you're able to do it since ETFs were live on Bitcoin.
The majority of the ones that are out there do not allow for the person, and the main topic.
Right, and they're behind the curve.
Okay,
we're doing this again.
gentlemen, please don't start it
dear
again.
God,
Please.
just let me say a word. It's beneficial to all of us. I'm letting you.
We're going in
what's
circles.
on
We're
in the
going in
industry.
circles.
Boys,
We
listen. You
are.
can listen.
This is my
It's a good
industry.
discussion.
You
It's a
don't
good
think I ask you
discussion.
questions?
If you're gonna be wrong or right or have you say your
It's not
points,
about wrong. I'm
just
just
go
letting
one,
you know.
just go one at a time. Let people finish, because even like honestly, I was walking home and I was listening to the discussion. It's a good discussion, but it sounds like
It's
shit on
not
the
a
stream if you're
discussion.
gonna
I'm letting you
over
know
talk
what.
each other. Is
If
what I'm trying to
you
say.
learn something, if
Yeah, I
you know
can't even
what's
hear what you're
going.
saying. Like
Just like you
just so you
listen.
know, the volume's low, right? So whatever you're saying, I can't
Yeah.
hear you until I finish what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Right?
I
This
mean,
is the point I'm making though. Is that for people who are listening, it sounds like crap, and I do want to listen because I wanted to
I
listen.
do want
It's
to,
a good
and the
discussion.
point is $43 trillion coming in. It's a blessing, and I'm being challenged on that. It's in within the 401ks. It's not
No
what we
one was
can do.
challenging you on that.
It's not the outside of the 401ks. We can do
I
as
was
we choose.
challenging you. Yo,
It's
let's
not what
take a
you're
step
saying,
back.
it's that you're talking over people, and you've talked over pretty much everyone, even the person who was trying to discuss with you the importance of not talking over people. You were talking over him. So if you just take a breath and give people turns, it works a lot better. And you can say everything you have to say, and you may be right. But if you're talking over people, it takes away from everything. So
And we want to
takes
listen
away
to
from
you
what
as
you're
well.
saying too, because it won't get
I
heard.
want to hear. Yeah, I want to hear what you're saying. They want to hear what you're saying, and we want to
Apparently,
hear what you're both saying. I want to hear it
I
one
was
at a
just like,
time.
I'm full of crap. I've never been told I'm full of crap ever in my life, especially when I'm trying to help somebody and I'm just being told I'm full of crap. It's just ridiculous to me. It's rude. It's ridiculous. It is
I
not
didn't
appreciated.
say you're full of crap. Let's not get sensible here. I said you're talking out of your ass. That's all.
Okay, so we acknowledge that maybe we going about it the wrong way. So next time we have this discussion, I'm sure we'll have it in a better way, right? We'll
Thanks
just
for
learn
being
from that.
kind. Thanks for that. I won't give my input on the topic again.
Listen, feel free to, if you guys do it in a better manner than this, feel free to do it as many times you like. I'd love to hear it as
had a
many times.
discussion with
I'd love to
Dbloc
hear
the
it.
other day about it, and that's why I was trying to bring to the table. And so I'm talking out of my rear, and that that's what I'm getting treated as. So it's okay.
I think it's stepping on each other's toes that's the biggest issue. My problem is
And
that my
again,
delay,
I think
because I'm
you
in
both are talking
Australia.
about two different things. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I
but
apologize. Sometimes there's a little
it's
delay with
fine.
you, so I
It's a
didn't mean to
huge delay with me.
Yes, it is. But
It
you're
is a
always
big
so
delay.
kind and so compassionate. So I don't want to interrupt and talk over you. But again, Manny and Drew, I think you both are talking also about two different things.
I think I'm
And
agreeing with you.
I know what I'm talking about. I don't think Manny knows what he's talking about.
well, that's
if you
your
guys,
opinion,
if the objective and the goal is for your opinion or your perspective to be heard, then it keeps talking over each other, then nobody's going to get either side of the story. Nobody's going to get any side of the story. The only way for people that are listening to actually follow one opinion or the other is if both opinions are heard. So instead of it being a shouting match or an argument, just have it be just make your points and let each other make your points and then have a rebuttal.
My point really wasn't a point. My point was just sharing the facts of what is going on in the industry. I didn't share the facts of what's going on in the industry to have me told, that I'm talking out of my rear. And so, it's just I'm giving information, and it's not about being challenged on it. I felt like it could help, and I won't do it again.
Don't take it personal, man.
Yeah, neither side should be overly sensitive because you guys disagree on a topic. Like it just, I mean, it is helpful to be able to hear the discussion, but keep it as a discussion instead of a heated debate or an argument.
It'd be one thing if somebody was in my profession and had the same questions that I've spent years asking, and more recently over the past several weeks about the changes and when things are going to come in, and even had that discussion with Dbloc, to have somebody just be rudely calling me names. I mean, it's
No,
just
no,
like,
listen, but it's
it's
because
just
you
like,
kept.
dude, we're done. Drew, you're not
No,
kind.
let me
You're
land
not
my
being
plane. Since
kind.
you got, let me just. I
You're
want to land my plane
no.
once
I'm
and
going
for all,
to
so
be.
this guy
I'm going to
gets
be
to
done.
go.
You
Let
can
me just
speak all you
finish.
want
Let
to.
me just give me 2 minutes, and I just want to prove exactly what I was saying and why we can't be going back and forth with this bullshit nonsense. All I said was that these companies are allowed to pitch crypto, and it is not absurd. You went ape shit over that. Even Fidelity, they have Ether funds. They have Bitcoin and Ether funds right now. You can have exposure to your IRA, to your trust. The brokerage is there. Even Fidelity is doing it now. I mean, these companies, Goldman Sachs is doing it. JP Morgan. That was my point. I don't know why you took it so personally. You kept on talking over me and not letting me land my plane. I was just rebuting that one little sentence when you were saying it's absurd to even present something like crypto to my clients or something like that. So that's what I kind of wanted to say. Hey, it's not that absurd anymore. That's all. And you took it so personal.
401ks are different than IRAs. And
you can have Bitcoin in a 401k since like 2 years or since ETFs were live, like about 3 months after ETFs were live with Bitcoin.
But if your employer doesn't offer that specific one,
not majority, but there are. It's a fact, is what I'm saying.
Then you cannot base a whole industry around one or two that can. And I was
it's
asking,
it's the main ones. It's not one or two. You're behind the curve, is what I'm saying, and don't take it personally. Just go on Google and look it up yourself. Look how many companies are offering IRAs in crypto right now.
I mean, I'll take a screenshot. I'll take a screenshot of my.
I'm done with this. I'm done with this. I'm not going to get drawn into this situation again. I'm not going to reduce my standards to this.
Hey, Manny. Hey, Drew. Hey, so you guys are both correct. 401k does have specialty like rules and regulations. So, and they're all different. One specific 401k from this employer may not allow a financial advisor to buy the ETF. And Manny's correct. Drew, you're also correct. My sister's financial advisor has allowed them to buy crypto a couple years ago. But it's not in a 401k. So yeah, you guys are talking about different stuff.
But now you could do 401k with Bitcoin ETFs, and you've been able to do it for more than a year.
No, that's not technically true. Because some 401ks.
Technically true. Come on, yo.
I'll take a screenshot of my Fidelity account.
Before you guys start doing your research, you guys talk out of your asses. I'm serious. Get on Google.
Drew, you're right.
It gets it gets me fired up because I'm sick of people talking so much shit that they don't know. I'm sick of it. You guys just yap and you guys are nice.
What are you talking about? Listen to yourself right now. Man, you're talking worse than a 5-year-old kid right now. It's rude. You're rude. Learn how to better speak and communicate. You're being.
Yeah, so Drew, you're talking about a brokerage link.
Can you guys go to a private chat? Can you guys just go to a private chat?
Remember, we're on YouTube.
There's a lot of more people on here than just you.
This is good.
Why don't both of you take a break?
Hey Manny, would it help if I sent you a personal screenshot of my Fidelity account?
No, because we know brokerage links. We know you can do that.
Sounds like we just need to move on from it.
Yes. Yes. Yes, Drew. So
Fidelity's
you were
big, man.
So the wording was like you used the words like all or always, but here's an example. Department of Labor doesn't allow their 401ks to invest in the ETFs because of rules and regulations. Another one is ERISA, the Employee Retirement Income Security Act. That governs.
I think it's just passion, to be honest. We're all passionate about the same subject, and stepping on each other's toes about it. We're here for the same cause, like on it ultimately.
We got it,
I guess.
dude.
Yeah.
Doubles. Doubles.
Look,
Bitcoin is
It's funny,
slowly
if we don't break
climbing.
out, I think people might actually kill each other. So something is
find common
Hair
ground.
growing,
How about that? Find
Get some makeup and
what
let's
do we
move
agree
on,
on
okay?
hair growing on my knuckles.
that?
I really
Honestly,
like the
let's
subject
get
of.
some makeup and move on.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
I
Rick.
really like
Constructive,
this.
not destructive.
I love you guys. Everybody order a
Bitcoin-
pizza, tip your driver, and have a great evening. Okay?
That's
Thank
right,
you.
Clive.
Over.
100%.
Clive, I don't think you can get pieces to all of us. That's going to be the longest delivery time
I
of all
actually
time.
walked into Domino's without a uniform on 10 minutes ago, and they're swamped. It's my day off. And I said, "Do you need me?" He says, "Well, yeah, we do, but I really can't make you work on a day off." So, oh well. Thanks, guys.
I need someone to keep me what do you call it? When you've got an idea and you want to stay on track with it, keep me from straying from the whole investment in the bear. Like you need an ally kind of thing. You need someone, I know that sounds lame, but you need someone
100%.
that has the same goal in mind to keep you accountable. That's the word. Accountable, man. Accountable to the idea and the strategy of you know, being
That's why.
disciplined and committed to an investment approach to it.
That's why you tip the chart
Mm.
upside down. It keeps you real.
Yeah. Yeah. It just helps, man, because there's gonna be a lot of voices that are saying the opposite thing. There's a lot of confusion and chaos, like especially, crypto YouTube, even Coin Telegraph will be pushing articles that are kind of fuddy. Um, so it gets kind of miserable in the bear, and
Dude, this
and it
always happens
yeah.
after a huge pump, man. Like that's why it's so bad after a pump is the worst time because it starts like he Dbloc today was like this is really gonna push me out of my position. Like they're just playing
Yeah.
games. This is the perfect playing game
Yeah.
territory.
Yep.
Games.
I call it they're rinsing retail. They rinse you out. Like, whatever you think you got, whatever position you think you're holding, they'll rinse it, and you will get, yeah. If you're playing emotionally or too short term or too much leverage, like you are the prey, man, and they are the predator. Like they'll come after you with that crap.
And it probably is also your personality too, right? Like I'm the type of person that goes on vacation and the first thing I'm thinking of while I'm on vacation is the day I got to go back to work. And it's kind of like that when
Yeah.
it pumps. The only
Mm,
thing I'm thinking of is the hangover after it pumps. Not the actual fact that you're making money, but the fact that now I got to
yeah.
actually pay attention and get out and secure profit and then see if I can get back in, but then getting back in is where the games are played,
Can we
right?
get gunshot start?
Well, that's beneficial, man,
Sustainable?
This is
because you're
starting to
thinking
sound
like
like a
one
porn
step ahead.
channel. Be careful.
A porn channel.
This is starting to sound
Hey,
like a porn channel. Oh
How?
well. Getting in, getting out. Retail
Oh,
looks at their
right.
statements quarterly. they're not involved in the market. It's the hedge funds against the hedge funds, et cetera. I mean, this was the worst day I've had. We had 7 days in a row the S&P was up. Okay, it had to end at some point. There were if I'm not correct, it was between 14 and 17 all-time highs this year already for the SPY.
Yeah.
Now, the causation today, I feel very heavily, was the China deal did not go through. We're back in limbo again. And that, I mean, I lost more today than I have ever lost this year. But that's okay. I'm way up for the year. I'm up 67%. I lost 12.5% today. I've never lost 12.5% in a day this year. But hey,
man.
Now I see. Now I see why you want to work today.
Yeah, I need that $80. Now, if my marriage lasts a lot longer when I'm bringing home some, even if I give her $20 at the end of the night for the cash that I got, he's happy as a clam. I got something.
Nice.
I mean, realistically, what am I going to trade at 7 o'clock at night to 2 in the morning? There's nothing. Even these ETFs for a Bitcoin, I can't trade them. They're stopped.
You
I
gotta
know.
come to
I
the
know.
like cryptocurrency, brother.
No, I told you I've got 800 times more in Bitcoin than I had a year ago. It is now a little over 1.2% of my folio. My next move is the Ethereum. I will start buying BlackRock's Ethereum.
You keep hanging out with us, man. You're gonna be like 50%.
No. You're not hanging. I'm not hanging out with you. You're hanging out with me. Over.
Doge. That's what's good.
Giga chat.
I know. There you go. Yeah.
Well, I guess what I meant about you hanging out with us, I meant like the crypto versus legacy.
I know,
like, yeah.
I know, guys. I'm quoting the what's his name out of the Batman movie. You're not here in prison. I'm not here in prison with you. You're in here this prison with me.
Yeah.
The Joker?
It's just a comedy. I predicted 18.5 at 1 o'clock this afternoon by tomorrow. Tomorrow midday 18.5 break. Possibly
Rick,
19.
take away your
That would be
trend line
really
so it
pushing
can
it.
go up. Take away the trend line on ETH so it can go up.
Gloomy comes in with the movie correction, or what is it, trivia correction.
It's Watchmen, yeah, right? I'm assuming he's saying it's Watchmen.
Yeah, it's Watchmen.
Yeah.
Oh, Watchmen. Oh, that's right. What's his name? It's like a weird name. Character name. Rorschach, that's right.
Yo, Kraken just announced they're gonna IPO.
Oh my god, the thing's actually coming out and it's still a bull market. I might actually make some money off of
When?
it. Jesus Christ.
When did they say when?
They didn't say the date. It
Sure.
was just like an
That
hour
thing
ago.
was gonna be in the middle of the bear by the time it came out. Oh my god. When would that have they set a date? Like what's going on?
No, they just set the evaluation. I'll pull it up.
Probably got the worst rate known to man on that. That thing was like, oh god, it was like 3 or 4 years ago. Friggin'
Nah, just says Kraken looking to IPO at a 15 billion valuation, looking to raise 500 million. That's about it.
They raised already, man. Don't be fooled. If they launch this in Q3 like next year, then it's probably cooked. Can't lie. But if they,
Dude, if they launch in the
They've
next
offered stock
soon here,
trading too.
and Bitcoin's at this price, I think, yeah, I'm gonna go. Because I miss Circle. Any crypto IPO has just been like popping.
Oh yeah, dude.
No, I'm on Kraken. Sorry about that.
Fine. Take your time.
think that and what else have I got? I got ZRO ICO phase as well. But that is not only did I get a terrible rate on it, like I had like a 3-year cliff. It's the longest I've ever had like a cliff on an ICO before.
I might need approval for this scan to pay in a second.
One at a time, placing them in the bagging area. 49.
I actually get a paper bag.
Are you at an airport, Kwai? You said something about bagging area?
He's at the supermarket.
Oh, supermarket, sorry, yeah.
Most likely, I assume anyway.
The bagging area, that's right. I know.
Dude, they're totally pimping
know,
out the
My bad, guys.
24. They're totally pimping out the 24/7 futures trading thing now.
Just do
I
it with
mean,
$20. You can sort
it's
of
literally yeah, it's literally
it's
just
kind of
like
fun.
a setting. It's not like you got to sign up for anything. You just change some settings in your account and you're good to go. I know. I'm just saying it feels weird. It feels like the wolves are in the hen house is all. It feels like it's little D-Jenny is what I'm trying to
Oh
get
yeah,
at.
dude. There's money to be made and they're out making it. That's what it is. You know?
Wait, Drew, are you getting some incentives? Because I've been trading derivatives on there. I haven't gotten any incentives. Are they offering it? Yeah. No, I've been trading the derivative. It's not too bad. Currently, they only offer for futures, Bitcoin and ETH. That's it. But today they said they're gonna launch XRP and Solana starting August 8th, I think. August 8th or August 8th.
Are we starting to turn around? This is looking kind of promising.
Potentially.
I mean, the thing is it on the 15 Bitcoins come up to the 50. I mean, if it rejects off of this hard again, I assume we're gonna nuke probably, but we'll see. It's decision time. Nothing else wants to break out until they can see Bitcoin's gonna actually get over this. Got a bunch of
Yeah.
liquidations below though.
Yeah, the 13 crossed the 50 as well.
Man, I'm just glad that I'm in, like that I'm aware and conscious of this space and involved, because it would suck to be just a muggle, a normie, you know, that has no clue and doesn't know the potential. You know what I mean?
What did you say?
Like
A
just out there,
muggle?
a muggle, yeah, like Harry
What
Potter,
is a?
like
Oh, oh.
someone that's not privy to the world. You know?
I am so using that, dude. That's
Yeah,
I'm
dude.
not a. I don't
Crypto
watch Harry
muggles.
Potter, so I wouldn't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I think it's the
oh, yeah,
biggest
dude.
deal ever, and that's what's been missing. I think it makes it better for people like us to buy the ETF over Bitcoin because it we can put it in a tax-free place where it has different rules and stuff for different financial advisors, but we can also generate income off it with option strategies. And then the third one is like you don't have to manage UTXOs. Say you do have a bunch. Say some guy is just stacking Bitcoin and he's throwing it in a cold card or a ledger or something, and he does it over 5 years, and he's just sending I don't know like small transactions to whatever you consider. You're gonna lose all your Bitcoin eh, because of fees.
Do you guys remember like that guy Plan B? He's like a crypto guy. He made like the
Yeah.
plan.
Oh
Do
yeah.
you remember? He got a lot. He got a lot of
Yeah.
flack for it. I think a few months ago, he made a post saying, and he was like one of the biggest Bitcoin maxis that I knew at the time. But he said that he was changing over all his Bitcoin to ETFs because he didn't want to deal with the potential custody. Yeah, just the security reasons and et cetera, et cetera.
Dude,
But
yeah,
I remember
it
he got
comes
lit
down
up on
to
Twitter. He got lit up. People were like, "Oh, you're a traitor."
Here's
that
the
comes down to
offside
like
though.
trust. Do you trust yourself versus an institution? Like some people
There's
don't,
that
and that's
aspect.
fair. Yeah.
There's also another aspect though to like not your keys, not your coins and trust. There's the Lightning Network, Square and Cash App have proven that they can make 9.8% on Bitcoin. And Michael Saylor now with his like stablecoin preferred stock offering, he's showing, yeah, and I'm going to back it up. I'm willing to give you 9.8% and keep it at a stable coin amount because you can provide liquidity on the Lightning Network. And if you have, if you have 100 million, you're definitely going to make closer to 10% on whatever you have in there.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool.
I mean, I know you got hair on your knuckles, but like last time we got ETF news, man, we dumped to like what was it, 51 or something? Like it may
Like
be
a
good.
sell the good news event. Yeah, that's October. Final deadlines for a lot of the yeah. And that's 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 also an ultimate deadline. It's not just one that they can delay. Like that is the final stop, you know what I mean, in October. They can't delay further after that. It's either cancelled or approved at that point. It's not, you can't delay. So that's good. October's going to be interesting, man.
I think it'll probably overshoot, whether it pulls back first and then goes again, kind of akin to 2021. Despite the fact that I think what Dbloc said makes perfect sense, that to expect a double top when it's not really the precedent that's typically set is not a good idea. But I think 150 just seems too clean now. Just feels like it's going to be over or under at this point. Do you know what I mean? Especially if right now we're getting so close and we're not, in some people's eyes, in blow-off top territory.
You know what the confusing thing is? It's like sometimes the things that seem too simple to be probable end up being what happens. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, really? It was that basic? Yeah.
That's what makes it the most hated rally.
It's like, oh, if you zoom out, the answers were there all along. Like, for instance, a good example of that was when the tariff fears were all circulating in April. It's like the big old fat retest of 74K, the old all-time high, was just so simple and clean, and that people were like, trying to decipher what was going to happen. It was so, but yeah, the beauty was in the simplicity of what happened. It was just a big fat retest of that old structure, like that old high. Mm. Isn't it interesting that they can always just go back to these? They can recycle these world situations when they need it. Like, oh, we need a FUD piece. Okay, let's start talking about Russia again and Ukraine or like Israel or whatever. They can just bring it up when they need it. But oh.
I mean, how
Who
many
was
more
ever citing
sanctions
this left?
can we put on him?
Do you remember the classic FUD piece back in the day? It was, oh, China banned crypto again. Like, how many times can you ban it?
I mean,
Because
like
those headlines
what
came out so often.
haven't we done so many sanctions over the years due to ever since he attacked Georgia? Like what are we allowing through at this point? I think we've literally like embargoed and sanctioned everything at this point. I don't understand what is left.
What's left? Yeah. Or maybe it's just that the embargoes and the sanctions get lifted, but we don't hear about it. You know what I mean? And then they reapply them, and we hear about it. I don't know. Mm-mm. You know how the whole Elon Musk Dogecoin effect sort of lost its magic with when he was tweeting about it? Remember, like how it used to be so pivotal and massive catalyst for Doge when he tweeted, and then it kind of just it started to fade off as the market got like like later into the cycle. Do you remember that, Drew? Oh, dude.
To be honest, I mean, he pumped the entire market. I mean, that was in 2021 cycle. He said buy Dogecoin and crypto just pumped.
Oh
So
yeah,
like
it
it was
was a
always going to
big
be
part of the
diminishing returns.
catalyst.
Yeah. He was a big catalyst, and people kept saying for a while they were just like, "This is not really natural price action. Eventually, we're gonna have to retest this.
Yeah.
Like, what we do, it's gonna be vicious and etc. etc." But we stayed up for a while,
So
a long
So
while.
what I mean by like the waning of the magic with his tweets causing big pumps, it's like it makes me think of Trump with the the threats of tariffs. It's like, will that wear off? The effect as the market gets too used to, you know, that it's just him flexing around his threats. He's just threatening certain things, and the market's going to get used to that and go, we're not scared anymore because nothing becomes of it, or it gets delayed or whatever. Like, it's all gonna be okay. But before, it was more of like an uncertainty and a fear.
Yeah, I think most of the time market players tend to be like that, right? The first thing that's the most uncertain. I mean, the thing they hate more is uncertainty, right? More than anything else.
Yeah.
And I think part of the uncertainty isn't just the decision; it's the unknown and the lack of understanding of
the
what
impact
you would even do in a
what it's
situation.
gonna
When you
do.
can sort of suss it out based on like how many times it's happened, or they'll probably start to price in certain decisions that they think is going to be most likely, and then if it doesn't happen, that's when we'll start to dump again.
Yeah. Cool. It's gonna be interesting to see who falls in the bear market. Like, which projects fail. Like, what personalities get exposed. In the space. Yeah. Yep. Who's going to be the next crypto bad guy? Because there was a
I
contest.
was in another server the other night. Serrano was saying like, yeah, in order for Bitcoin to really get as big of a retracement, we might need something really bad to happen, like an American exchange to go down. And we are like, well, which one is gonna go down? Like, it can't be like Coinbase or Kraken or anything. And he was like, let's sacrifice Gemini.
The Winklevoss twins do something bad.
Right, their credit card.
Anyone cares enough, to be honest with you, for that.
The Gemini credit. Sorry. Have you seen the Gemini credit card though? It's all right, dude.
Yeah,
It looks
but
so
I've
good.
been taking all the money that I had left in there. I've taken off of that. I never use it anymore. They don't have like half the cryptos that they trade, and it's like if you want to send something, you have to send it on Ethereum, even a stable coin. Like, they don't let you send anything unless it's on Ethereum. I don't think they even have any of those coins. I think all they have is Ethereum.
Were people freaking out about Gemini back in 2022, like after the FTX stuff? They were freaking out when they.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm. Shit. Oh no.
Dude, yeah,
Yeah.
they got rid of their whole staking and earning program. Like, they only offer like two things now. It's like they still do it with Ethereum and like one other thing, I forget what. But I feel like it's Matic, but I don't think it's Matic. It's like, oh no, maybe it's Solana. I'm not even sure, but they got rid of most of them.
This is why it's
And the rates are
important to
not even
remember.
competitive. Like, Kraken got rid of all of them too, but they brought them back like last year.
It's important to remember what happened in past cycles, like when it got bad and ugly, because they're gonna, like, there'll be a lot of similarities with things, and you can't, like, just don't get caught up in the drama, or obviously be safe. But I think I'm speaking from a lot of PTSD from last time, and frustration about how it on like how just the crypto space got back then. People were like, "Oh, it's all done, it's cooked." It was There was like an existential crisis going on, basically.
Hey Rick, I'm just jumping
Sure.
in, man. I'm sorry to
Yo,
cut you off, but yeah, what are you referring to? I just want to kind of get filled in.
I'm referring to basically 2022, when the future of crypto. You had a comment from CZ saying we've just been set back years because of the SBF thing, the FTX collapse, and there was just a lot of misery and like bearishness in the whole space, like Twitter, YouTube, Discord channels, the charts, like everything was looking real ugly at the time, and there's a good chance that that'll happen again, where it gets ugly. And yeah, you just got to remember like the conviction that you have in whatever you're trying to get involved in. Like, I think obviously Bitcoin's probably the safest bet in that regard because it's the highest confidence coin. It's never lost dominance to the market. It's the king. It's the number one, like it still is today.
Right.
Nothing
Sorry,
matches
sorry,
its
de-risker,
like.
right?
Do you know
Yeah,
what might be needed?
it's like.
Oh, sorry.
Mm. Oh yeah, go ahead. It's all good.
No, I was going to say something that might be needed, and I wouldn't even take the specific asset because obviously, like, I don't really care which asset it is, and hopefully it's none of them. But it might require something like an XRP, something of that magnitude, to have some sort of controversy
Yeah.
to really shake confidence, right? Not obviously, I want anyone here to get poor, but something, right? Something in the top 20 or something to like have some sort of controversy.
Yeah. True. Like, and it'll probably happen. Maybe not XRP, but I know what you're like. You're just using it as a hypothetical. But yes, I agree, man. There will be something big that goes through some turmoil. Just, I mean, look at Solana. Solana went
It would
through.
be Solana.
Solana went through a crap load of turmoil in 2022.
Exactly.
Went down to
Imagine
$8.
Solana did that. Like, imagine Solana did that. Like, it did all of that now, basically, rather than before. Like, it just had all these failures and all the rest of that. People be like, this stuff is garbage. Why would anyone use it?
Yeah, that's it.
Also, like,
Yeah, there will be.
passive aggressively was retweeting that Ethereum's had no outages and no failures in 10 years. Yeah.
He's cool. I like him. He's great. Yeah. Who were the big bad three of 2022? Obviously SBF, Do Kwon, and then who was the Celsius dude? I always forget his name. Oh, Celsius. Yeah, man. He's
doing the jailhouse rock.
what? Alex Mashinsky. That's who it was. Sorry. Yep. Alex Mashinsky. He got. I think he's in jail. I don't know. Something happened with him. There's always a fall guy. Oh yeah. Ben Armstrong. Oh my god. Yeah, that's wild. Such a shame, like, to think of the potential, like, because he was well known in the crypto space. He had a channel that was doing really well, and he let it like get away from him, like not intentionally, but like just his lifestyle. Yeah, it just is not. It's not a good mix when you run a big show like that. Mm, mm. He's got a wife and kids, doesn't he? Ben Armstrong. Yeah. Oh, that's crazy. Mm. Jeez. Well, she's it's definitely working. It's definitely working on him. 'Cause jeez. Yeah. Oh yeah, she probably got her bit and then yeah, who knows? Oh, yeah, that's liquidated. Yeah, sadly,
Yeah,
the
guys, I hate to
space
be the bearer of
attracts a
bad
lot of
news, but Bitcoin's coming
yeah.
up to that level where it might be rejecting again. So
Be
careful.
vigilant. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess so.
Stay
It
vigilant.
depends on if you're long or short. I mean, honestly, it might be good news for somebody who's in the short.
Or it might be
I
business as usual. Just another day.
yeah,
Crypto
I
land.
try to like stay away from saying like, oh, this might be bad or oh, this would be good because like I try
Yeah.
to say like, oh, this would be bullish or this would be bearish because it's not really good or bad if either or happens. Like at least not in my mind.
I did a stupid thing, dude. I don't know if you guys have done this before, but this is like 2
Nah.
a.m. Woken up. I heard an alert go off on like a price alert or just a chart alert go off on my phone. And while half asleep, I took a trade. Like wasn't bad, but like, yeah, got into something and it's
Oh
stuck
yeah,
now.
I've
Have you ever done
definitely
that?
done that before, dude. Yeah, like
Oh, it's like sleep
woken up in the
FOMO.
middle of the night,
It's
I'm
like,
half asleep, and I
shit.
look at the chart, and I'm just like, yes,
Yeah.
and I get in that position,
Yeah.
and then like a few hours later, I'm like, crap, what the hell did I
Oh,
do?
yeah. Big position decisions when you're half asleep is probably not a good idea.
You know what's worse than that though? When you wake up half asleep,
Oh,
or even if you're just chilling, and
yeah.
and you're trying to you're trying to sell. I'm sorry, you're trying to
Mm.
buy. You're trying to buy, and then you
Oh,
fat finger and you put in the wrong number, and that order goes through,
oh
man. Oof,
no.
oh, that hurts.
This is
Yeah,
That's
doubling
why I
up on
try
your
not to trade
position.
off my phone.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or you think that you're on market, and you go and you just hit the button, and then
And
it
it's
ended
limit.
up being a limit, and the limit was higher than where you were trying to buy, and it
Yeah,
just
that's what.
executed
Or
immediately, and you're like, what? Why am I in the negative? No, like what happened? And you
what
look
a,
at your average, and you're like, damn.
what about you forget to drag the slider to add the size of the position that you want to take, and it's down at like $1, and you're like, oh dude, this was an amazing entry, but it's only $10. Like I meant to
Yeah,
go like,
I
5 grand or
I
something.
usually have the opposite problem. I usually spin the slider
Oh,
way too far over, and then I'm like, oh crap, I don't position.
that's the whole bag. Yeah. A boop. Bang. Yeah. I think there's this feeling that at least what I get, and this I know it's emotional and it's a feeling, but like that you don't want to miss the run, like, and it's always in the back of my mind, like when something happens on the
It's called
chart, I'm like,
FOMO.
dude, yeah, if I don't get in now, I'm gonna miss the rest of the bull market or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
And
the
it's
fear of
silly.
missing
It's
out.
never it really is. Yeah, it's the FOMO. Yeah.
It happens to the best of us, but
Um.
yeah, that's why I'm so adamant about I'm like, oh man, like I'm
Yeah.
not gonna like when I like sound like oh like bearish or like oh be careful. It's like because I'm like trying not to FOMO myself, and I'm like, all right, I need to
Yeah.
keep
Yeah.
myself grounded, and then also like hopefully help other people because I don't want other people to get hurt either, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
but
it's
you
not
guys need
easy,
to
man. You
understand.
can all the experience in the world, and you can still fall for it. Yeah.
I mean, but that's the thing though, is that it's like I'm not gonna fall for this, I'm not gonna fall for this, I'm not gonna fall for this. Like, and then you end up missing more percentage, and then you're like, shit, and then it makes you want to jump
I
in more,
know.
and then you just like, I have to be patient, I have to be patient. But like, if you get in the habit of just being patient and waiting for the pullbacks, they usually come because we've been getting a lot of these big ass like capitulation days and like liquidation events. Like they always end up happening eventually. Like even if it puts
Well,
in a higher
dude,
low, it doesn't matter. It's like you
hats off
still
to
don't want
you.
to.
You're more disciplined than I am sometimes. Like I still get
Yeah, but
stupid
I probably
things
lost more money than
happening.
you.
Maybe, I don't know. It's not really a
That's funny.
but
But
by
yeah,
the sounds of
it
it,
works. Sorry,
yeah,
Rick, go
I'm
ahead. Go ahead.
degenerate, dude, I guess. Oh, sorry, man. Go ahead.
I don't know, Drew. You might
Risk
be the only
appetite.
person I can't compete with. And it was only and it was only a few bad mistakes that like it wasn't like you did it over and over and over again. I did it over and over and over again. You did a few bad. Yeah.
It's all experience at the end of the day. Yeah.
I like freaking in other servers, like people be complaining, like, "Oh, I just lost $20," or "Oh, I lost $20 because of that. That was a bad call." Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, dude, I've lost more money than everybody in this server combined. I'm like, get over it. I'm sorry, it's only $20.
Hey, Drew, check out the
Yeah,
off topic chat.
Everyone's on their own journey, and sizing and values and things like this is why I guess we don't quote quantities unless we, it's up to the individual. But it's not a competition, and you're in a different. You'll always be in like unique. Your situation will be unique to what other people's, situation is.
Yeah, that's why there's really no giving like good advice because, well, I mean, there is like when if you talk about risk management stuff like that, but it's like what works for you isn't going to work for somebody else, and what doesn't work for you might work for somebody else. Like, so it's like it's hard because each individual person, like they have their own sort of trading style and risk tolerance
appetite,
and all that stuff, like different
available
emotions, like
money.
yeah, different thought process, like different TA, like they're looking at different metrics or different
Experience.
indicators. Yeah, everyone's got a different
Totally.
amount of
There's so many
experience.
variables, man. So many
So you-
variables.
Yeah.
I need to check
Thanks
that.
for
Where'd
the
you put it?
idea,
General.
man. In off topic.
Oh, off topic. Ooh. Dude, imagine getting punched in the head with that ring on. You get like a stamp. An imprint of the Bitcoin logo on your forehead.
Man, there's a movie where a guy gets hit in the head with somebody who had a ring on, and it was like permanently implanted in their forehead. I don't remember what movie that was, but it was funny.
But yeah, back to what you were saying, Rick. An example of that this weekend, right? We had the weekend trap, and we broke above the box, and those who played it, they got rewarded, right? I mean, that was actually a huge jump up, and then those that waited, they didn't get that reward, but look now, they probably got the entry price they were looking for. But then again, whoever bought over the weekend and didn't take their profits when they should have, now they round tripped it. So I guess it just comes down to everyone's strategy. If you're
100%.
patient, you're patient, and if you're hunting for a price, and you go in, you get rewarded for it if it plays out.
Yeah, that's another thing is everyone's got a different time frame or different time horizon that they're trading on because they got a different style. So it's like you kind of just gotta figure out what time frame, what style works the best for you, like what makes you the most money or gives you the least amount of losses.
Yeah, I do almost all
Something that might help
scalping.
is don't make decisions when you're in bed on your phone, like especially if it's at 3 a.m. or 2 a.m. and you've been asleep for 6 hours already or whatever it is, That's just I've done so many
Yeah,
mistakes
dude, there's
like
like
doing that crap. It's
there's like an
emotional. Like
85% chance that you're gonna make a bad
that
decision.
it's the wrong thing. Yeah, exactly. Like I'm way more emotional when I'm half asleep, apparently. Like I'm not logical. I'm not rational. I'm irrational. It's like waking up from a nightmare. Like
I'm
you're
not
not
emotional.
you know
I'm
how
just
like
like foggy and like I can't
yeah,
think like
foggy and dream
my
state
cognitive
almost.
abilities are not where they're supposed to be
Yeah.
at that moment.
100%. You're not sharp. Exactly.
Truthfully, that's how I paid my largest tuition. When I woke up and I saw a big fat, juicy number sitting in my portfolio. I couldn't believe, you know? And then things were
I
moving, the
remember
news was
some.
hot. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember in 2021, some of my worst decisions and liquidations were when I jumped out of bed and raced to the computer to make a trade on something, and that is, that's trading off emotion and impulsivity, and you're basically falling for it at that point. Like you're falling for the high, like the pump. You're FOMOing
Yeah, you're
because
taking
you
the
got
bait.
FOMO. Yeah.
So don't do trades when you got morning wood, is what you're saying?
Maybe not. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yep, you're right. Sometimes it does serve you, but a lot of the times it's a detriment. It's a detriment, yeah. But it is, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it is sweet when it works out. You're like, "Oh my god, I was drunk. What was I doing?" But it worked. I remember grinding for like a month scalping, and I earned what I earned in that month, right? And then like this one day, I was drunk, like I'd been drinking, and I took this stupid leverage position and doubled the performance of what I grinded out in that previous month. I'm like, oh my god, it's crazy. Got away with it. It was stupid. It was extremely risky, and I shouldn't have done it, but I was lucky. That was a luck thing, I think. Just right place at
I
the right time.
I don't know if I should admit this, but um,
Mhm.
I've been DCAing into Link, and I didn't have my glasses on because I have reading glasses, and so I had my phone in bed, and I've been watching my positions as I've been working, and so I know where things were. I knew where supports and resistance were, and I'm like, okay, it
Mm.
dipped a little bit more. I'll buy 30 more Link. I bought 3,000 more Link because I frickin' hit like two extra zeros, fat fingered it, and it worked to my
Yeah.
advantage.
Oh, lucky. Yeah. But you
But that
wouldn't have
could
done
have,
it had you have been aware of it at the time, right?
yeah, I would have just like Dbloc
Mm.
says, sprinkle a little in, it goes down a little bit more, sprinkle a little bit more in. Not Link's like, he's like
Like it's
$19,
like Bob
like
Ross,
times
man.
3,000, man. I was like, what? How did my
Bob
account grow so much?
Bob Ross calls them happy accidents.
Yeah, dude, they say don't trade on your phone, right? And I think it's okay to trade on your phone as long as it's a conduit to what you've been doing throughout the day. So if you know where your levels are, you're fine. But definitely don't do it like when you got chubby fat sausage fingers and you're not wearing your glasses.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I love it, man.
It is, yeah. It's at least there's that backup. Or if your home internet goes down or whatever, something happens to your computer, you do have that avenue, cellular, mobile. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to have that plan B, dude. Yeah, things are.
Dude, you know I like you, man, but I wasn't trying to be biased. I just couldn't believe what I was hearing, and I'm sitting there. I just looked at my Fidelity account today, and not only can I on a daily basis move crypto around, I could also move it in my IRA, move it in and out, like without being supervised. And I would also like to say that Fidelity is nothing to just blow off to say, when someone says all or maybe most, like it's literally, let's be honest, it's literally Fidelity, Morgan Stanley, E-Trade, um, uh, yeah, dude, they are the market. Like if I don't know if you know what FANG is, but FANG represents like Facebook, Apple, Netflix, Google, Microsoft. I know Microsoft's not in there, but like essentially it means all the tech. All of them are offered Morgan Stanley or Fidelity accounts when you're an employee. That is not something to shake a stick at. A lot of those people, like the company I work for has 220,000 people in it, and they all make good money. They're making bank from those people even when they lose their crypto trade on their crypto trade. So they're making bank off of nerds not knowing how to trade crypto.
I think it's it is important to note though that like I think mostly the actively managed funds that he was talking about was 401k, in which I'm sure there's plenty that offer the Bitcoin ETF, but actual crypto, I'm not sure about that. Like, so it's like that's something I would definitely have to look into. But like offering, so you can get actual crypto in your IRA, but the IRA is not the 401k. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess what I got from Drew is the sentiment is changing, the horizons are changing. When you have Edward Jones, they literally go to school to to shit post on gold and crypto back in the day. Like if you say to a Edward Jones guy that I want to put 25% of my portfolio in gold, he will do everything in his power to talk you out of it because they believe in the old school legacy. But even Edward Jones is offering crypto now. I never thought that would happen ever in my lifetime.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it doesn't really necessarily have to be the customers that are buying it. If they decide to buy crypto because they want to stockpile it, then that's still going to be money coming in, and it's not like retail money. It's like institutional money. Like if they're just like, oh, we need to get in on this crypto thing, like we need to at least buy it before it's too late, so that if we do end up offering something in the future, we'll have it already and we'll have a good price.
That's good, Biddy.
That looks
Yeah,
like
I have.
algo trading though, man. Those are algo steps. They're gonna get dumped on, but I don't know.
It looks a little cheesy.
Yeah, I'm very thankful for the brokerage link account in Fidelity, and that's one of the best 401ks. You have to like sign an agreement to be able to join a brokerage link. Vanguard doesn't offer it though, and I'm not entirely sure. I think Vanguard 401ks that are within Vanguard regulations, they don't even allow you to buy IBIT right now today.
So I have a
Well,
Fidelity account
post.
too, and I've never. I made a brokerage account. Actually, I made two of them because I didn't really know what I was doing. Still don't. But I did. I haven't funded that yet. I'm still waiting to talk to my advisor about all that. I'm probably not going to do a whole lot with crypto until the bear market. To be honest, I'm not losing my shit with that. But it seems to be pretty advantageous to be able to access that kind of money and to be able to, through that avenue.
Yeah, right. Because when I got my 401k with Fidelity, originally you got like 10 choices, and then you could allocate certain percentages to it. And I was like, "What's this? I want to buy Tesla." You know, single stocks and stuff. You
Dude,
got to just agree to something.
I absolutely. There's tons of disclaimers before you start doing this. And like there's even my HSA allows me to buy Bitcoin to make my HSA go up. I mean, that's crazy. And then you don't get
But what's
taxed
your
on it because
HSA?
the
I want
health
my
savings
HSA in
account.
Bitcoin. I mean, I have Optum. You don't. It's not Optum Financial, is it?
Mine is like oh, what is mine? It starts with a P. Why am I spacing out right now?
That's fine. Wait, what did you do? Is
Payflex?
there something called the brokerage link or something I'll ask ChatGPT. I want to figure
No,
out if I can do that.
so if you've got crypto trading turned on in your account, I guess this could be very, employee specific or employer specific, like what they're offered. Um, so what I'm trying to say is that once that's turned on and you have the drop down to trade an asset, the crypto drops down in the drop down as an asset along with your legacy options.
That's
So
cool. I'm jealous.
so if you want to like just like half my HSA is in Tesla and Nvidia, and my company adds to my HSA, so it's always growing, but like I can grow it outside of my just allotments that I put in personally, just cash, and then what my company does. It grows because Tesla's very volatile right now, but like I always buy the dips, and then Nvidia also, and it's just been growing like crazy, and I've got a little bit of Bitcoin in there, and I'm not a huge Bitcoin person. I'm more of an altcoin person, but like I just did it because like why not? I thought it was fun.
Heck yeah, dude. Here's a controversial thing. 529 account for your children's college? Should we be able to put that all in Bitcoin? For some
That
of
I
it?
don't know. That's different because it's subsidized by the government, or subsidized as in like the tax breaks. I guess the reverse
Right.
subsidy. So I don't know if it's the same.
Damn.
And like I don't want to sound like an expert on it. I was just sitting there going, when I heard some of that stuff, and I'm like, and I was just like, I guess what I'm seeing in front of me is AI generated because I'm literally looking at my Fidelity account right now. That's why I spoke up. I wasn't trying to be argumentative. I was just like, it's not like it's not. So like, even if you agree that these brokerage and different retirement funds are doing it, and then having an opinion on it saying, I don't think it's a good idea to advise someone to entangle crypto into their 401k. Like, okay, fine. That's the old legacy conservative people talking. Those are the boomers talking. Fine, be conservative, but you got to take risks in life,
Yeah, it was like what I got out of it was it boiled down to risk appetite, the whole crux of the debate to me. It's like, okay, someone's talking about growth, someone's talking about defense, like defending
I
what
mean, we're
someone
in
has earned.
crypto. I mean, we're in the most
Yeah,
riskiest.
yeah, growth sector. Yeah, it's a huge growth sector. And if you have the time on your hand because you're like younger, and you can afford to take risks because you've got the time to ride it out, essentially the volatility, to sit in something that's gonna fluctuate in its
Even crypto
P&L.
though itself, it's got its own defensive versus risk like sector, right? If you want to play it safe, you get into Bitcoin and only Bitcoin, and then everything else is essentially risk, right? To varying degrees, it just gets like more and more risky the further down the line you go, but you just get potentially more.
Hey, I've said this before. I've said this before where I use like, in the first few seasons of crypto, you see 90% drops in certain assets or whatever. And then, but generally Bitcoin doesn't do that. What does it do? 60 at the most. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I know it's not 90 like the altcoins do. But like when you saw Nvidia go from, I don't know what it was, but it was like 400 down to 110. Like, come on, like that's risky if you ask me. That's pretty risky.
Yeah. The stock market is a risk-on market. It's not a
Absolutely.
defense.
But
It's not like a
you're right, but I'm saying for all the people that
Mm.
try to say they're stuck in legacy and they try to sell that case and say, oh no, crypto's too risky, and I'm like, what are you talking about? You just all your tech stocks just took a dump. What are you talking about?
I think it's less so
Yeah.
the volatility itself and more so like the actual the use case and the understanding, right? The consensus. The consensus is much more established in legacy, and it's not so established here. And like, even though we
Not
can
yet
say
anyway.
it is established, right? The reality is it's for like invisible sort of entities. It's all of us in like various like parts of the world that are sort of that are agreeing on it. The same way that others who buy stocks also agree, because in the end, like speculative assets are just like, and fair value is just a consensus, right? But when you have certain countries, parties like that are richer and more powerful than us speaking publicly and saying it's safe, that's what essentially like cements it. And that's what crypto didn't have for the longest while. And even now, it's like it has it to some degree, but it's getting there still compared to legacy, which has been there for decades, right? And also, it has like use cases in the real world that people can attribute things to that makes them feel more confident or more safe. Like an NVIDIA, like they might have something in their computer that's NVIDIA, right?
But like when someone asks you, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
I was done.
So like when somebody asks you, hey, should I get into crypto or whatever, and I'm like, didn't you just ask me why Microsoft dumped after it had the best quarterly earnings ever in its existence? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is that people don't even understand the normal market. They're like, oh, it was good news. Why did it dump? And it's like, if you can't understand that, then 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 you then you're gonna have a hard time in crypto. Like, I don't ever want to gatekeep. I think everybody should try crypto and learn. But I'm just saying, if you're asking me, like, I'm not offering this advice voluntarily. You just asked me. So I'm like, you need to understand the legacy market and understand why things dump when there's good news. Because if that bothers you, then crypto is really going to bother you.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it's what people say. Right? It's like not everybody, like even what Dbloc said, not everybody, everyone wants the sort of benefits of being a trader, but not everybody wants to be a trader. Like even us in here sometimes, right? We'll just like hold a position and want it to just go up rather than actually reading the charts. And that's not too dissimilar to like the people out there like retail who will just, when things going up, they want to get in because the things gonna keep going up. It's not really about like the stuff in between. They just want the end point. And so that's yeah, always going to be a bit of a sticking point, right? Some people take years, but I think the reality is they just need to sort of get in, have some skin in the game, and once you've got that, then it's up to you whether you sort of learn, right, why this thing is doing what it's doing, or you just step away and then come back when it's time again for you to get dumped on.
I mean, what you just described is like you really need to be paying attention, though, right? Yeah.
looking forward to getting past this whole, you know, July rounding out with FOMC and the GDP thing. Like, I just want to see how the dust settles so that then I can make decisions after the thing. Because it's like, yeah, I guess it's a higher speculation couple of days at the moment.
It's hard right now,
Everyone's
man.
trying to decide what's going to happen. Yeah. Mhm. Like they're preparing.
Oh, don't do that, by the way. They want 50%. I can't find anyone that wants. Yeah,
You still
non-taxable is
got me
that's the
stuck on the
150.
word sleuth. What the hell, sleuth?
Should,
Like
I'm
a
like
but speaking of that,
driving. I'm like, what the hell, sleuth?
and Senator Loomis just
Yeah.
announced today that she's going to require Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae to allow crypto as to be used in mortgages, or to be allowed to be used in assessing people for mortgages. The bill is coming.
Yeah, a lot of the language in crypto, the way that they look at it and respect it now is so different, even just in the last month. Like after that crypto week where all those things got passed, it's like, man, that sort of industry is looking at it differently now. It's like way more legitimate. It's respected.
I mean, this might be the dump. Like this might be it, and that's maybe too bullish to say, but there's no volatility. No one's we're not no. Is anybody making
Yeah.
a lot of money right now trading or option swinging or anything? I mean, we're probably scraping out pennies here. %30. Yeah, no way. I don't think so. Yes,
I mean, it would be
I
like
mean,
an
I think
equivalent where we were at 51 or whatever, and we still went back up.
I'd be
Remember when we
surprised if it
jumped?
made it down that far.
No. I'm saying like, remember we were at like
Mm.
we were at all-time highs. We hit like 71 or whatever it was. I don't remember what it was, and then we went down to 51. It was during the whole
Oh
time
yeah,
where
that one. Yeah.
Mr. other guy we don't talk about kept claiming 40, and the lowest it went was like,
Oh,
you know,
pre-halving, right?
51.
That pre-halving pump to
Yeah, and it
74,000.
didn't
Yeah.
break structure there, and so when I'm trying to equate to what Drew was saying, I think that it could still go into the 70s and not break structure. That sounds pretty bad, but
It's a
we
deep
thought
one.
that, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have 82 something, but wick too, right? It could wick to the top 70s and come. And you got to have buys in there to get it, otherwise you're gonna miss out. But
I'll be
dude,
all
let's
in.
be honest. You can wreck people from 120 to 105 for weeks.
Yeah, all the leverage people. Yeah. The
I'm
spot
still
people are
bullish.
chilling,
I'm all
man. They've
in.
been chilling for like 6 months. They don't care. I would imagine.
Yeah, 75K was the low of the year. That's awesome.
Yep. It's a new paradigm, dude. New price paradigm.
Your average on Bitcoin is between
Wait,
4 and 5?
Drew, you're trying to figure out your average cost.
That would be like adding up the weights of every woman you slept with, and say, "Oh, I only like these type of women." No, it doesn't make sense. You
Okay,
got
Clyde,
$1,000 coin. Yeah,
A
that's the
random
second
analogy.
put it in
second
perspective. I just put it in perspective and
that
giving
is
you a
the
laugh.
second
Okay,
dude, that is the second sexual reference you've made tonight, man. I think you need to go do something about that.
you have no idea how many sexual references I've made tonight. Thank God for the mute button. Okay, moving on.
Also,
Shout out to the Daily Candle.
Yeah, but what if I added up all my stocks and one stock
How
is
many?
$11,000?
No, it's not. It's the same asset class. How many, Drew? How many
Oh,
buys do
okay.
you
You're
have?
saying the same as. Sorry.
Yeah. How many buys do you have, Drew? Wait, you mean 0.065, right? Well, yeah, I was like, dude, there's got to be a zero in front of that somewhere. It's like, please, God, tell me it's zero. Yeah. Well,
Go ahead.
all right. Anyway, for anybody that wants to Coinbase calculates your average for you anyway. Like, but I think he's on a DEX. You would have to get so like there's a weighted average, right? So anyone who's interested in this, I know Drew doesn't care because he doesn't want to know, but anyone who's interested in this, if you go to rapidtables.com and you go to weighted average calculator, all you have to do is put in for there's a bunch of like windows where it says weight, you put in how many coins you bought, and then on the left hand side for it says like value or something, you put the price that you bought that many coins at, and you do that for each order that you executed, and then it calculates for you your weighted cost average. It tells you. So that's your average cost right there. That's going to be more difficult to figure out then.
One fallacy, though. Let me finish the sentence. One fallacy is when you buy in lots. When I buy in lots. Okay, let's say I buy 100 of something. I set a price for that 100. Then I buy another 100. I set a price for that 100, not the weighted average. That's the way I do it.
Yeah, but the weighted average is you take the price and quantity of each one of those, you add them together, and then divide by
Yeah, I don't care what my
the
average
quantity.
price. Yeah, I care what each lot. Like, let's say I buy at 9 a.m. I want to sell at 10 a.m. When it reaches a certain target, it's sold in those 100 lots, period. Or I may sell 50 of them. Okay, I've got 50 left. It's still the same.
Yeah,
It's the price is higher that I sell those 50.
so yeah, but so like you don't really need a weighted average then. You're just like
No.
you're selling a different
Correct.
shares or
Yeah.
the same portion of shares at different times.
Correct. Yeah. If you get in that fallacy, it becomes, say, you break even too many times. You get to that price. Oh, my weighted average is this. Okay, I can sell. Yeah, you could, but you could have made a lot more by selling them in
Well,
lots. Go.
here's the thing, like your brokerage might do it that way, but so when it comes to like tax loss harvesting, you can do a wash sale, and on Robinhood, they put your weighted average together. So if you sell, so say I buy shares of something at $100.
Right.
And then it goes down to $80 and I buy more and my average is 90. Well, if I sell it at 85, it's still going to calculate that I took a loss because it's averaging the cost, that the average cost of all the shares that I have together versus what I paid for them in total. So it will register that I took it as a loss. So you could actually perform a wash sale that way as long as you wait for wait 30 days to buy it back.
Right.
Oh, you guys have to be really careful.
Lump.
Well, you do
There's a reason why
hit
you
on the
can't
wash.
do.
You get hit on the wash sale because I'm doing like 35 trades a day of the same asset, et cetera. So wash sale
Oh,
does kill me.
I get what you're saying now, Joe. You take what
Right.
the current value of the coins in dollar amount is, a plus, and then you add that to what you're down, like what you're down. Hold on. I get what you're saying. Let me explain. So you take the average, you take the value of the coins that they're at right now, the dollar amount value of the coins that they're at right now. Add that to the dollar amount that you are negative on your total purchases. Add those two numbers together, divide by the amount of coins that you possess, and then you have your average. I get what you're saying now. Yeah, that's a if the exchange does calculate your floating loss for PNL, then yeah, that's a pretty simple way to do it too. But if it doesn't do all the calculations for you, you have to do it yourself.
So you're first in, last out, or your LIFO, or well, to Clive's point, the tax lots, depending on when you bought it, and then if you're designated as first in, last out, or last in, first out, or there's that third option, you could be washing it, or you could be declaring a gain or a loss, and then a loss after, and then washing it. So
He only
do you
cares
use Coin Tracker?
if he gets his money back. So like if you buy 100 shares at
Yeah,
$100 and then 100 shares at $80, and you sell and then you sell 100 shares at $90, you're making a profit on one of those two transactions. You're making a profit on $10 per share. And then if you wait to sell the other one at $110, you're making a profit on both of them. So that's all he cares about, is the amount of shares that
he's isolating.
like the amount of money
It could be more
gets for the
optimal.
shares that he bought. So yeah, I mean, I think each brokerage is kind of different.
I'm getting massacred on. Yeah, I'm getting massacred on the wash sale because it doesn't count as a loss.
Right.
They're all
right.
profits.
So if you're over trading, like, are you guys? Do you use Coin Tracker for your crypto?
I'm a stock trader.
Yeah, that's the easy way to do
In
it.
your example, yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can also use Delta Investment app. They calculate if you put in your API keys for your exchange, they can calculate your average cost for everything, like what your portfolio is worth. You can set up, if you get the paid version, you can import every portfolio that you have, and say you have the same coin, but it's on two different exchanges, and you have different cost basis on each exchange. It will mash them together, and it will what your average cost is for that coin amongst all exchanges, and that puts your total portfolio value.
Yeah, but it won't calculate the wash sale. You have to put in the
Not,
dates of every lot.
yeah, I don't know that. I think it's a different rules with the wash sale on crypto.
Could be for now, but it will come about. I believe
There was
I
a
know. Yeah. Go ahead.
there was a letter from the Biden administration on December, I want to say 20th, 2024. It was like right at the end of the year, and it was like, look at all these crypto tax changes. Do you guys remember this or seen any of it? And basically, they were
Oh, I
telling us that
remember it
we
well.
need to, yeah, we need to condense all of our crypto wallets
Yeah, the
because
friend.
we
When I
didn't
lived
understand.
in Great Falls, Virginia, they're all the higher arc Makita Mux 18 AGS 18s and above, and the IRS is so understaffed. I mean, they wanted to bring in thousands and thousands of people. At this point, anything under $250,000 generally is not going to get audited. They're going to rely on it. They may send you a letter. They may kind of scare you, but for the most part, auditing under that can't result in a judgment more than $250,000 is a waste of their time. They're just so overworked.
But AI though, it's forever too. So I feel like it has to be as best we can do it, or at least for the last 7 years or whatever.
At one point, I turned in 4,700 pages for my taxes. Back in the day, you had to print every one of them, every transaction.
Sounds like you had a good
I don't want to be
printer.
your guy.
It was a monster. It was a monster.
What did you pay your tax guy? Just your tax guy that year?
I don't have a tax guy.
Oh.
I did it myself.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
With a couple
Somewhere
grand,
around
I
40.
think.
Let's see. I think I got 100 per page, so 100 times 4,700 transactions.
What is that?
Yeah, I guess
789 quadrillion.
It's a big number.
Hey.
I guess like Coin Tracker is becoming free, or
I took it
users are
in
getting a
the office
discount.
and put it on his desk, and they said, "There it is." They had to hand input everything. There was no such thing as streaming it from a computer to a computer. They had to
On
hand
the
input.
IRS desk?
Yeah, at that time, we're talking back on digital mag tape.
Yeah, but dude,
Long
that's still
before
the way to do it.
Yeah.
Print it out and mail it to them. Let them
Yeah.
figure it out.
Yeah. Well, I put it on his desk. Here it is. Because they live right down the street. Great Falls. Look up Great Falls, Virginia. The funny thing was, just a quick side story. When my father went to work, if he went, there was a 10-minute at 7. If he left at 7:10, it took him 22 minutes to get to work. If he left at 7:20, it took 2 hours.
Welcome to West Virginia.
Now, you want to hear one more horror story? Ross Perot, when he started his company, it didn't matter how up high you were in the company. If you were a minute late on the job, you'd be immediately dismissed. People would abandon their cars on the freeway just to run in and punch in.
Interesting.
Sounds like a reasonable man.
He was
Good thing is I would have been fired on the first day.
Yeah.
Crypto don't sleep.
If you've ever seen Washington D.C. traffic, oddly enough, it's 49% roads. Tokyo, Japan is 7%.
Were any of y'all trading Luna whenever like that whole thing went down, like bull market last? it just like tanked and tanked and tanked.
I did after it tanked. I got in a little too late to short it.
One of my best trades was like, it was really lucky. I was just aping in, and like it kept aping, and I was so mad that I missed the whole short that I saw like a little, like that first huge bounce it came in along the bottom with like, I don't know, a 37x or something. My phone died, and I was somehow stressed, even though it was only like, I only put like $20 in. And I was like, oh man, I want to see my phone. I just want to see what happened. And I like turned it back on. And then like the 10 minutes it turned, it took back on. I was up 16,000%. I was like, what? That first retrace that happened after that dump was like so explosive on Luna.
If it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. That's like, I've actually found that to be true in my life. Like a lot of things, it's like I can argue, but every single time something's been too good to be true, it's always too good to be true. And it's the same with the yields on those coins. If it's illogical, just know that it's a matter of time.
Oh yeah, for
And
sure.
always going about stuff with precaution. I mean, if you're going to be putting bags on an exchange or into a stake it or what, I don't know everything, but that's got to be top of mind, especially the higher dollars you're holding in one place, unless it's in like cold storage or a wallet or something like that. I mean, having that much money on any exchange is susceptible to or in any kind of just too good to be true moment. You're just setting yourself up for failure. And we've seen them lock trades, right? So you can get stuck. I mean, it's crazy. It's gotten better, it seems, but and the great thing about crypto is that I will say, since I've already made it this far, is that in terms of the blockchain, when the mortgage crisis happened and all these other events happen, no one is ever charged. No one is ever has to face the court of law. It's always he said, she said, I'm not accountable. Where does the buck stop? The difference is with crypto is that the blockchain allows us to have a place for the buck to stop. We can hold others accountable. I love that part of it myself, even though I hate that it's not completely anonymous. I do love that the buck can stop with someone. Hopefully it changes things.
I completely missed Luna. So it got to like combined 60 billion, if you include the $18 billion stablecoin.
You know what was backing up that stable coin?
Burning Luna. I'm reading right now about it. Sounds like.
Oh, were you in it?
No, I knew
Oh.
Mike Novogratz had the tattoo. Like I saw that one time. I don't know much else about it.
Well, essentially, what stabilized their stable coin was their the assets they were holding within Bitcoin. So the problem is that whenever Bitcoin's price went down, it created volatility on the stable coin. Whenever the volatility started to happen on the stable coin, they had to sell off Bitcoin to maintain the stability of the stable coin. They continued to have to sell off Bitcoin, which crashed Bitcoin, which made the volatility of the stablecoin even more, until eventually they had to sell off all their Bitcoin and crash their stablecoin before they created the second version of Luna or whatever. And they took like, I'm just going off the top of my head, $35 billion worth of Bitcoin or something and put it back in there, but they screwed everybody because of the timestamp that they took. I mean, I was able to get in on the timestamp thing. I just bought a lot of it at like a cheap price, owned a percentage, and then basically sold it whenever they converted the coin and airdropped it. I mean, it was just a disaster. And it doesn't make logical sense. It was an inevitability that it would happen. It was just when. It was too good to be true.
I mean, wait, what was the issue? Did the Daquan, did he like steal money, or was it a mistake? It sounded like you said it was a mistake. And there was a
No, okay. I'm without getting into the weeds, I'm telling you that the thing that backed, like the Treasury, Fort Knox said that gold backed the U.S. dollar before we got off the gold standard. So what backs the stable coin? What backed Luna stable coin? It was Bitcoin.
yeah, the Luna coin.
Yeah, it was
Oh,
Bitcoin. They had Bitcoin to
shore it
maintain the
up.
value of stablecoin. So whenever the stablecoin started to see volatility and the market, the Bitcoin price was going down in general, in order to stabilize the coin, they had to sell off their assets, which was Bitcoin. So whenever they had to sell off Bitcoin, it caused the price of Bitcoin to go down across the board. So them having to sell it off was a lot of the reason that the price saw such a decline. And so whenever the price saw such a decline and the volatility of the stablecoin kept increasing, they had to sell off more of the Bitcoin, which caused the price to go down, which just meant that the stablecoin had nothing to stabilize it. The logic was flawed.
and
But
did
if you would have
did you hear about
questioned at the
Anchor?
beginning, wait, this is too good to be true, let me look into it, you would have seen that. And I mean, I'm not saying everyone would have. I know that like I would have, because it never made sense to me in the first place. That was why I was trying to short it, and that's why I was aware of it at the time.
Okay, thank you. It sounds like some people used an Anchor protocol to try and make 19.5% interest.
Yeah.
That sounds too good to be
I
true.
remember it being up there. I think I remember like 18% or something crazy. I mean, just too good to be true stuff. But my whole thing is that the logic was flawed. It never made sense. It was just a matter until the price of Bitcoin went down. If they didn't have enough to back their Bitcoin, their stablecoin didn't stand a chance.
And then there was the exchange that was in the Caribbean with the guy and the girl, and they had a
FTX,
lot of Solana, FTX.
Alameda
They were
Research, yep.
promising like 8.9% or something on holding Bitcoin. They promised a return while you were holding Bitcoin, which
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't really like, I don't know. To me, that doesn't make sense either, right? Like whenever it comes to actually seeing a return on something like that, and for the sake of the discussion, let's call it a dividend. Bitcoin dividends are generally speaking like utilities, like a power company, or something that is a monthly service. So there's constant cash flow. So whenever there's constant cash flow, the company is able to basically work the cash to pay dividends. But Bitcoin, or these other coins that are paying yield, what is the utility that is going to stabilize the coin whenever the market goes down? I mean, it don't make any sense to me. I think that that's where I just think that that's where shit's gonna hit the fan, honestly. And it's just gonna make people hate crypto, and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that much money got pumped into Luna in the first place. I don't understand that, because to me it was just so obvious. And most things aren't obvious to me. It's not like I'm like smart or anything. It's just that it was so obvious to me what the issue was. I didn't understand how or why that much money. It's like, I don't know. It's like people just threw money at it. They just saw the return, not thinking that something too good to be true was gonna screw them.
Reminds me of BitConnect. You ever heard of that?
Well, BitConnect was an actual Ponzi scheme. That's something I remember very well. I did not get involved in that.
Well,
That was
BitConnect.
actually
Oh,
like a
Luna.
pyramid scheme.
Yeah, BitConnect was like a give us money and we'll trade for you. We're really good at it. Trust us, type thing.
I mean, if I could go back and get in early, you have to be a social media person, right? So you can get all your followers underneath you in a little pyramid shape.
Crazy, dude.
I bought some crypto crap back in like 2017 called what was it called? It was a Chinese one called Nero, and it had two different currencies, right? One that you pay gas with, and then one that is your like store of
Oh,
value.
Neo.
Neo,
Yeah.
and it paid you. It actually paid you. You had to hold it in your little wallet.
And Neo was a
I don't know
rebrand.
where that is
I
now.
think it used to be called Ant Shares or something like that, or Ryblocks. Ryblocks? I don't know. One of them was that. Yeah, there was a few rebrands back in the day.
I've been so fortunate not to like get taken by an exchange or whatever. Now, I've been so fortunate. I've never had any issues. I mean, it's always been top of mind priority, but it's hard to trust stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I got out right before that.
Ryblocks was.
Can KuCoin get in trouble? Isn't it a
No, did
decentralized
they?
exchange?
I hadn't heard anything about them lately. I didn't know if
can't
they.
remember.
Okay, well, if we
I
don't
know their
remember
platform sucks.
anything, then they probably didn't do anything. Dude,
It's Nano that I was thinking of. Ray. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't know what this was. This is a Chinese exchange?
Anything
Singapore?
China related, I'd be cautious. From
Well, China's been selling to us. It seems like with all the flows, China is selling to us for the last like 10 years.
Oh.
KuCoin's Chinese. Well, it's Chinese founded.
Really?
Yeah. It's based in the Seychelles, but it's like Chinese founded. You got a bunch of them now that Chinese founded.
If I knew then what I knew now, I probably would have stayed away from that one too. Or at least if I thought the same thing. I don't really know much.
What's happening on price now? We're gonna decide.
Looks like we're nuking.
Hopefully a higher low
right now.
Yeah, it's looking a little flimsy. I'm trying to make some decisions myself, but we do have one more day down tomorrow, right? With potential reversal because of all the news and stuff.
No idea.
The one more
I'd
day down
watch
could
this.
potentially be a sideways, but you know, based on what is Fed meeting like decision, right? Rate decision. So I imagine there's going to be volatility.
Yeah, I think a pause is definitely priced in, I would imagine. Like we're expecting that, right? I think you're crazy to expect anything other than a pause with the FOMC for this meeting tomorrow.
We're priced in for 2 decreases. So when is that going to happen this year? It's going to happen early next year.
We're priced in
Q4.
for 2 decreases. Is that what you said?
I thought we were priced in for two different increases before quarter 4 ends.
Oh, I'm just talking about like the local, what's happening this week or this, when there's an FOMC, usually the market will move into, a position of anticipation of what the outcome will be. And as far as like further out, yes, there's like an expectation that there's going to be some cuts, like 2 or 3 or whatever. How many more meetings are there this year? There's not many.
Isn't it once a month, or is it? It's like
It's less
so
than
there's going to
that.
be
Yeah, because some
August,
months they
September.
skip it. Yeah, like there's no August meeting. Put it that way.
Okay.
I think you have to wait till September for the next one.
So just hopefully he doesn't say that he's changed his mind and we don't see any more rate cuts until I leave the position.
Yeah, usually with the Fed, they don't tend to surprise everyone. They don't tend to come out with surprises. It's usually pretty predictable with that Fed watch thing. I think I've only seen it get it wrong once, and that was just by how severe the interest rate rise was at the time. Or no, wait, the cut. When they made a cut, it was a heavier cut than what they thought it was going to be.
I'm bullish now hearing that. Let's go. Where the bulls at?
Oh no, wait, it was a raise. Yeah, no, that was because they were still increasing the interest rates.
Okay, now you're toying with
Because
me.
yeah, no, it was the CPI that was falling. My bad. The CPI was falling. The interest rates were going up, and Powell was like, "Yep, we're things are heading in the direction we want them to go, and we're going to remain tough on it," kind of thing.
Here, the Kalshi, the betting markets say, two cuts are priced in at 37%, but there's percentages at 1, 0, 3.
Yeah. The further out you're
It's kind of
trying to predict for, the like more speculative. Yep.
Or when is the new Fed? When do we get a different Fed chairman?
Oh, we've already got him. Oh, sorry, Fed. Yeah. I don't know when. Yeah, when is Powell's term up?
That would be with no cuts though. Until then, I would see downside. Because the expectation is 2. And it's starting to go down a little bit too as we think about that.
There you go. Apparently, he was sworn in, Jerome Powell, on the 16th of June 2014 for a term ending January 31st, 2028. But yeah, there was, I have heard talk of like this next year thing.
Hey,
Or
Powell,
maybe that's just his involvement. That's his involvement in the Fed, full stop. So he can still be on the board, but as chairman, I think the chair position expires in May of 2026. I think.
Jerome, go
Which means
home.
which I think means he can still just like fall back to a position on the board and not be the chair, as I understand it.
Yeah, but the president gets to pick the new person.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah, point.
Maybe this is just, I just want to make it to Thanksgiving. I want to sit across the table from my no coiner cousins, and I want to kind of like snicker. That's all I want, really.
You want your "I told you so" moment.
Yeah, I just don't want to feel like an idiot.
Any of y'all live at the West Coast in America?
Yeah.
If you do, there's a tsunami watch warning because there's a 8.7 earthquake that just hit Russia, so be careful.
Whoa.
Oh.
Yeah, fucking massive.
Language, please. But you're right. That is what you said.
Is Hawaii gonna be okay?
They're issuing tsunami watches and shit.
Do you surf, bro? You just sound like you surf.
Okay, looks like that was about 1 hour ago. So today's not a surfing day.
Nice. Thank you. Thank you.
I don't know if anybody mentioned it, but somebody was asking about Hawaii, and there is a watch in place for Hawaii and part of Alaskan Islands.
Wow, that's crazy.
The earthquake actually hit off the coast, so it wasn't on land. But it's a tsunami potential that they're worried about.
That's because not because of the earthquake that has happened, but because of the threat of another one happening, say offshore, like under the ocean or something. Because there's other follow-up quakes that can happen after a big one.
Y'all have many
This is
over
my
there,
beach
like
property.
in Australia?
Earthquakes? Nah, dude. We're in the middle of a
Like
plate.
tsunamis.
Oh, no, no. Not like Southeast Asia, yes. Like there was a bad one in 2004, where an earthquake was, I think, in the Indian Ocean, and it caused a huge tsunami. Really devastating one in 2004.
I can't see anywhere that they're telling people to like evacuate out of cities along the coast yet, like in Oregon, Washington.
Yeah. Well, based on the recent
They,
events, they haven't really had a great track record of telling people to get out, just in general.
has there been some stuff? The big one is scary. I agree. Yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, just like Texas flood the other day, and I think there were a few before that. Actually, Hawaii,
For the
whatever
fires.
happened there, yeah. And I don't remember if LA had evacuation. Anyway, I'm kind of bringing that up too because you actually like mentioned it on the channel, like, hey, let people know. But I think that is I thought I was thinking that whenever you mentioned it the first time, it's like, okay, well, it's good that there's at least a channel somewhere getting the news out.
I'm really glad you all mentioned this. I've got a beach property off the coast of Oregon.
They said if the tsunami is to hit Hawaii, it would happen hours from now, so they have time to prepare.
I think Texas had like 6 hours notice. To be fair, and I'm not getting into semantics or political this, that, or the other. It's just I don't know. I mean, these days I would just be careful. Whenever you hear something, it's like, okay, definitely want to look into this if it's relevant to your area.
Yeah, I also saw a bunch of like fake AI videos of the Texas floods, like after the fact.
Interesting. Oh, you know
At
what?
least,
I remember. Yeah, I did too. Come to think of it.
at least X pointed them out as being AI. I can't tell anymore.
Well, I remember watching it at the beginning and I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. And then it got to the point, I'm like, no way. Okay, it's too extreme. This has got to be AI.
Right.
But I mean, it took me a minute. I'm better with like people and faces and voices than I am like necessarily like real life events. Like those AI videos where like the dogs and stuff doing flips off the diving board. Bro, that was crazy. I don't know if y'all saw that, but it was dope.
Maybe it will. I think it will just come down and touch Sailor's average buy today at like 117, 200 or wherever he bought.
Yeah, Australia is kind of lucky to be in the middle of its own like tectonic plate. So all of the like where the borders of the plates meet are far away from our coastline anyway, so there's no real tsunami threat here, but I guess the closest part would be like Darwin, like the northern part of Australia.
Do they blame earthquakes on climate change?
I have no idea.
I don't know that. I mean, everything else they do. I mean, I think it was actually kind of a fair question. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
hold on, where do we
Well,
stand on
I'm sure
this?
there's some. I'm sure there'd be some out there that would. Greta Thunberg probably does.
Hey.
I'm sure there's conspiracies that that there's agencies that can, trigger an earthquake too. From
Yeah, I mean, all you got to do is drop a nuclear bomb at the bottom of the ocean. How do you think they test these things?
Underneath the.
Yeah, that's
Or
why
at the
Japan always
seam
has all
of
those
one of the
tsunamis.
plates. That's crazy.
I
Yeah.
mean, maybe
You
that's
never know.
conspiracy, but it makes way too much sense in my brain. But then again,
Yeah, it's a
it
big
is my
claim.
brain. I'm just saying, dude, North
thing I
Korea's got
found-
nuclear bombs and Japan always has tsunamis. I mean, I'm just connecting the dots. Just saying.
There's
All
a
the
there's a
it's
there's a statement
anthropogenic.
that stuck. There's a statement that stuck with me around, like, in regards to conspiracy theories, is that big claims require big evidence, and usually the big claims have very like vague and little evidence. You know what I mean?
So
Where
do
it's
you
like,
think
yeah.
that do you think that what I just said was a big claim? I mean, I really don't care. I'm just curious. Because I'm
Dropping a
wondering,
nuke next to yeah, that's a big claim. That is a big claim.
you don't think that that's like a
But
big
it's
claim for
still
North
interesting.
Korea? But no, it's North Korea. I feel like that it's like it's neither here
I
nor
think
there. It's
we'd
a
know
flip of a
about it.
coin. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think
Fair enough.
America
Fair
would
enough.
know about it if that happened. Definitely.
Thanks.
It would be very
Thanks for
public.
talking that out with me. Because see, dude, I say stuff
Hey
like
man,
that.
it's just my opinion. It's
No,
just
I
my
don't
opinion.
like. I don't
Who
see that
knows?
kind of stuff as like a big claim, but that's where I say stuff and it like throws people off. So it's like, okay, it gives me perspective on all the other things.
Yeah, I mean, dropping a nuke into the ocean, like to where it's going to cause an earthquake, I think that's a big event to me. Like,
Well,
so
yeah, but
claiming that
remember
someone's
whenever
done that.
they did the first nuclear bomb and like at least allegedly took video of it and there's like video of it and it was on land. I mean, I don't know. To me, it just seems like if they were going to test these things, they'd test them underwater.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah, I'm no expert.
That's what I would do. But so,
yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Rick.
Well, you're not going to use it underwater against people, so why would you test it there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I'm
there
not
we
sure.
go again. You know, fair point. Thank you. You know, this is the kind of stuff I need to hear in life.
It kind of boils back down to we can only speculate, right? We can sort of make guesses and speculations, but
I mean, it is odd
don't
though that all the tsunamis happen in Japan and North Korea has nuclear bombs. They got to be
yeah.
testing
Well,
them somewhere.
Japan's. If you look at the plates, there's a huge plate that they're right on the border of. So naturally, even just naturally, they're
Okay.
in a very dangerous geographical location for tsunamis
Nice.
and earthquakes. Yeah. Same with California, dude. Like the San Andreas Fault is like a big gash down the west coast of America, USA. And although I don't know if it's as active as the one near Japan, but it is there. It is definitely there.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I think that all links up to the whole, the what's the giant like dormant earthquake in America? The big giant one. Can't even think of it.
You mean like the volcano?
Yellowstone. Yeah, Yellowstone.
Yeah, Yellowstone, yeah.
Yeah. So if that was to ever erupt, it would be like, dude, crazy. But yeah.
Are you familiar with Old Faithful at Yellowstone, Rick?
Old Faithful. It sounds familiar. Is that a tree?
No, it's a geyser.
Oh.
Go ahead and
It's a
take
geyser. Okay.
Go ahead and take a guess. And I only say that because maybe your subconscious knows the answer.
Take a guess. What am I guessing?
What Old Faithful is.
Oh,
or why
you
it's
just
called
told me.
Old Faithful. It's a geyser. It's a geyser. Why is it called Old
Okay.
Faithful?
Oh, maybe because it's like a warning. It's like a canary in the coal mine. If Old Faithful was doing something crazy, like
Potentially.
spitting out lava or something, you'd be like, oh crap.
If I'm not mistaken, it goes off every 12 hours on the dot. And so that's why it's Old Faithful, because it always goes
I
off every
see.
12 hours on the dot. I've been there
That's
before. I could be wrong
fascinating.
about the 12 hours. Right, exactly. It is fascinating. That's actually why I
Yeah.
asked you, because
that's very
Yeah.
specific and precise. if it's
exactly.
every 12 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's
It
very
sounds like it's got
specific
something
and
to do with the sun or like the Earth's rotation, maybe.
it's got something to do with something, right?
Yeah, definitely. There is.
So
I mean,
I
every
asked.
effect has a cause.
So I asked. Well, I just googled, and usually AI just butts in and answers anyway, right?
Yeah.
Are nuclear weapons tested under war? And it said yes, nuclear weapons have been tested under war. These tests were conducted primarily
Wow.
during the Cold War era, with notable examples being Operation Crossroads series at Bikini Atoll. However, underwater nuclear testing is now prohibited under the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, which most nations have signed. So, if anyone is doing it right now,
Yeah.
it's very illegal.
That sounds
Nice.
fair enough. Because I mean, imagine the radiation, like all the fallout in water, and water circulates
Oh no, for
through the
sure,
whole
for
planet.
sure, for
So
sure.
that's crazy. Yeah.
It wasn't it wasn't
Right.
like a conspiracy or anything. I just thought it always made sense.
Well,
If that, like,
Fukushima
Oh, never mind.
in
Literally a
Japan,
year ago. Oh, God.
like when that Japanese earthquake that hit, like I don't know, maybe 10 years ago. I can't remember what year it was. Maybe 2011 or
Right.
something. And Fukushima, which was a nuclear power plant, that was built on the coastline is, I mean, that's a bad mix, like putting a nuclear power plant. But anyway, that had a meltdown, and because of that tsunami.
Yeah, and I remember
Do you remember that? Yeah.
Yeah, because the firefighters, they said on like camera they were ready to die. I was like, holy shit, the Japanese are just too over this, man.
That's really crazy, man.
Yeah. But funny enough,
that's
though, I just
ambitious
checked.
for.
What's it ambitious for?
Oh, for a country to build power plants on the coastline when they're on the fault line, like it's just a recipe for disaster. But yeah,
especially when like nuclear, like because they've been trying the hardest to convince us that nuclear power is the safest. Like it's extremely safe,
superior.
And then you've got you got situations like that where it's like it's everyone's worst fears come into life.
Yeah, it's like a knife safe whenever used correctly, or a chainsaw safe if you with proper protection.
Hey, wait, guess what? Guess what, Crazy Train?
Oh, I can't wait. Yeah, 1 year ago. Guess what? 1 year ago, what happened?
North Korea conducts underwater nuclear weapons test system test.
Wow.
Damn.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. It just made sense. Yeah. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that is a good. But did it cause an earthquake? Is the next part?
Well, that I don't. Okay. So now we've got the dots, right? Now we need to connect the dots, and now we've got to do that, right?
Yeah. Well, you never know. That's a fair speculation to make that maybe that has impacted the tectonic plates if they did it near that. Like maybe either released or caused pressure against the plate.
Well, the tectonic plates moving would cause like earthquake, which would cause an earthquake
when they
would
slip.
cause tsunami. But a nuclear bomb would also pull water in and then release it.
Oh yeah,
like a tsunami.
100%.
So I don't think that the tectonic plates would have as significant of correlation since it's a nuclear bomb. But
as incredible as nukes are, like as in how immensely powerful they are, I don't think they're anywhere near as powerful as like a proper earthquake. Like if you had a plate slip, like those, because it happens across like such a huge border of the plate. It runs for like thousands of miles. Like those plates are huge. Whereas a nuclear bomb, it's like an isolated event. Although it's powerful, it's just it's like one little spot.
Yeah, I guess in terms of like initial force, they're comparable, right?
Yeah.
But like you're saying, like the strongest earthquake is the strongest earthquake. It's gonna makes buildings collapse in an instant. It creates fissures in the ground. It does all that, and I think nukes that have got an insane amount of power behind them. I think the thing is as well, some of them are theoretical because we've only seen two, right? Well, that are officially on record. The only issue, I guess, with nukes though is like the lasting effects are just like lifetimes, right? You got like Hiroshima, Nagasaki. You got the sort of Chernobyl nuclear reactor as well, like sort of leaking, and that place is still to this day like, got residue, like sort of radiation residue. I think there's a map you can see of like nuclear radiation basically, and like its concentration from the Chernobyl reactor like crisis. And it's like it goes far. I don't know if you've ever seen that before, but I don't know if you've seen
Oh
it.
yes, I've seen that. Yeah, the
haven't. That
time
sounds
lapse
pretty interesting.
of how the radiation has flowed through the atmosphere over the years.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Nation map, Chernobyl.
The craziest thing to me right now with this earthquake is the fact that they're talking about Alaska and Hawaii. Like, I mean, that's not close to each other.
No, yeah, you're right. I don't know if that's from the earthquake that has happened or whether it's a
that's
threat
right.
that there
That's
could
right.
be another one, like an aftershock. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I forgot that part. Yeah.
It could be the one that just happened. I don't know. How long does it take like a swell to make its way from, Russia to America?
So I'm watching the live news in Oregon, And they just told me that answer that was this evening. We'll know that within the next hour and a half. Like we'll see the
Okay.
ripples on the Oregon coast.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the scary thing about tsunamis is you can't see them until they start to make, come up near the coastline. That's where the water picks up, You can't really sort of see it visually.
They got warning out at sea.
Yeah, I'm guessing they would have instruments in the ocean. Yeah.
Oh,
that they
dang,
would
dude.
tell.
Yeah, I bet there's, oh man, I bet there's all kinds of vessels out there. Oh,
Yeah.
snap. Oh,
It's
snap.
a very interesting kind of science. Yeah. The
Oh, that's going to
seismologists and
mess
all
up
that.
a lot of stuff, I bet. Because that's where a lot of the stuff comes from overseas, specifically South Korea, with all kinds of stuff related. I mean, all kinds of stuff comes out of South Korea. And, it crosses right through that channel on the way to either go to the West Coast or to pass through the Panama Canal. Oh, snap. I'll probably hear something about that tomorrow.
So it takes hours, is what someone said in the chat. I think 4 hours from Hawaii, 9 from LA. Tsunami, Sinclair said that. The interesting thing with the, what do you call them? The tectonic plates. You can see them on Google Maps. Like you can see the structures in the land and everything, like where they are. It's pretty impressive.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I'll show you on my screen share.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll have a good Google Map session. Okay, so apparently I was looking at it. The one that happened, see this like dark border here?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the plates. That's where the
Oh, wow.
plates meet up. See
What the hell?
how it comes around Alaska, and that has
Yeah.
caused that like atoll of islands in Alaska, where the plates have smashed together and lifted the earth, like lifted the surface of the bottom of the ocean up, and created like land, on that location.
Well,
Or it
you
was
But
a
got
look at
really,
how
really big woolly mammoth.
see how it like curls around in the Gulf of Alaska and it comes down.
Yeah.
And then you've got like California, you've got that San Andreas fault that like sort of, oh wait, it's further down here. Yeah, there it is. You see on the land how there's like that massive like ridge.
Yeah.
It's insane. I think you can actually like go through it. Yeah, look at that. That's a fault line right there. See the crack
Wow.
going
Yeah,
through
yeah.
the mountains. Yeah.
They got a tracker earthquake track. You can see all the recent ones and where they're at.
Oh, that's crazy.
So it looks like it runs down from here, then it hits land, comes inland. I don't know where from there, but
The latest one was
So
anyway,
there's
30 minutes ago in Russia.
there's another one,
look at
a
Japan.
different one.
Look at Japan.
Yeah,
Look at that.
pretty pronounced. I
Yeah,
had no
Yeah, the
idea.
this is apparently
Cascadia.
where the one that just happens up here.
Mm.
So an
They're way
earthquake
above that
that
line.
happens under the water from here to travel would have to travel all this distance to get to Alaska.
That's mental. Where is it that you were
Got
just
it.
on? Was that Siberia or somewhere? Where is that? What yeah, that
It's part of Russia. It's like, so that's still mainland Russia, but this like this
Oh, I
thing
thought it was
this
Siberia or
peninsula.
something. Mm.
Yeah, I don't know what this is called, but all the words are
Oh,
Russian,
it's
so
all
I've
in
got
Russia.
no
Yeah,
idea.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I heard the word atoll twice today, so today I learned a new word. Thank you very much.
Ah.
A ring-shaped island, including the coral and circles of the blue. Okay.
The deepest part of the ocean is
What, Mariana's
near
Trench?
this area too, I think. Yeah, it's near Guam, I think, or north of Guam.
Oh, really? Mm.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it looks like absolute nightmare fuel. It's like my worst nightmare. There can only be horrors down there.
Yeah.
Guam?
Oh my god.
Yeah, where is the
No, that's racist.
Marianas? Oh, here we
Yeah,
are,
dude.
Northern
Yeah, bro.
Mariana
Yeah.
Islands, Guam. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mariana. Okay, it makes sense.
Some,
Mariana Islands, Mariana Trench.
Is that
somewhere
just
along
Google
there.
Earth, Rick, that you're using?
Yeah, yeah, it's Google Earth.
I wonder
Oh,
if it'll
dude, have
show
you seen?
on that website
Yeah.
you showed me before, Zoom Earth. I wonder if that has it.
Oh, dude, Zoom is awesome.
Oh, bro,
How
I've been
good is
using it
Zoom, man?
for my job for the past like 2 months. It's been so clutch with the weather.
Oh, dude, just the wind patterns on there is so cool. Like seeing,
Yeah,
like
now
this
the
is live
contractors
too.
come to me and they're like, "Oh, what does your radar show? Because it's more accurate than ours." I'm like, "Yeah, thanks, Rick."
No worries. Oh look, they'll have. Oh look, there's like a tropical system here off the coast of Japan, out at sea. God, they got an earthquake up here, and then a friggin' cyclone or a tropical storm off the coast. Look at this nasty one. 205 kilometers an hour. Major hurricane in the middle of the Pacific.
Jeez.
Actually, that's not far from Hawaii, dude. There's Hawaii there. Oh, that's crazy.
I'm not saying or recommending do this, but like if you go to marinetraffic.com, it'll show you all the vessels on the ocean, and there's so many.
Oh yeah,
dude, there's so many, bro.
Same with flightradar.com. Like this. Or
Yeah,
something like
exactly.
that.
It's just the vessels versus the planes.
Yeah. Holy moly. Jeez, it's hot. It's hot in Phoenix at the moment. Damn, 108 Fahrenheit in certain parts.
Makes sense, Phoenix to be in that hot. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm down here. It's a lot cooler.
Oh, you guys are alright
At the
then. Look,
moment,
in
anyway.
comparison.
Yeah.
You're chilling.
Yeah, it's winter down here.
Yeah, it's
Southern
winter. Yeah, just
hemisphere's
remembered. Yeah,
winter.
you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that band of red and orange is going to move south as the months. It just fluctuates. It goes up and down and up and down. It's, yeah. But damn,
Did you
look at
try
that. Africa's
Oh
scorched.
yeah, look at that. Yeah.
So
The
hot.
Middle East as well. Riyadh. 94. I mean, it's
Yeah.
still cooler than Phoenix. Yeah, we're good over here, man. It's
UK.
It's mild.
Yeah. Do you
Very
guys
mild.
use Celsius or Fahrenheit in the UK?
Celsius.
Celsius, yeah, same. Let's switch it up so I can understand. Okay, so London's 17 at the moment, and where I am in Brisbane is 19, so very close.
Oh, literally, yeah.
Temperature. Yeah.
Although you're during the day right now, and we're so that's
It
crazy
is.
to think that daytime, your daytime
Yeah.
is all compared to our nighttime weather right now.
See this like this shaded part and then the light part, like where the daytime is. That's really cool to see. Like,
Oh, to show the day-night cycle. That's very cool.
yeah, like New York's basically getting dark while LA is still like full on bright, or afternoon. Yeah, I think they call that the Terminator. That line, like especially when you're talking about like yeah, they call it the Terminator because it's where the day terminates to the night. Terminating line, and that's especially on the moon and Mars. Like they've got. Yeah, I think it's live. I'm pretty sure. If we
Looks
zoom
like it,
right
doesn't
in
it?
on where it is, you should be able to see it moving.
Where's that?
So see where the shaded part is? Like
Oh,
on
you
the
think you can
left
see it
is
moving
the
just
shade, and
slightly,
then on the
right?
right. Yeah, maybe. I think if you you can
Draw a
speed
trend
it
line.
up.
Go on.
With this.
Go on, man. Draw the trend line.
Oh look, there we go. That's hyper speed. You can see the time moving.
Geez, Saudi Arabia is literally like hottest place on earth right now. Look at the redness of Saudi. Mental.
It's crazy. And then it cools off over the night, but it's still hot.
It's still insane. Look at
cools
that. That's
off nicely.
still red hot, man. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still red hot. But then as soon
So
as the daylight hits, damn, gets scorching
Yeah.
again.
So it's like just before sunrise, it seems like it's the coolest in a way.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude,
that's just mental.
48
Look at
degrees.
that.
That's
That's
crazy.
insane.
Yeah. Well, this is like forecast to August. What is it today?
What about
The
in like
30th.
what about in like Alaska or Greenland?
Yeah, Alaska.
Like from day to night.
Very, very icy. Yeah.
Oh yeah, they just get non-stop sun up there, don't they? I forget.
Yeah, in the winter.
Yeah. Just
Yeah, they
non-stop.
didn't teach us that in school.
Yeah.
But if I zoom out, and same with Antarctica,
Yeah.
it's currently experiencing the long nights, like, or just perpetual night until the
It's
sun
like 3
swings.
months worth or something, isn't it? It's like months worth.
Yeah. So Greenland, like the north part of Greenland's just perpetually sunlight at the moment. But if I switch this into, let's see, when's
Probably have to
winter
go
in
from
the
like
in the northern?
Q1, I guess, right?
Yeah. I think the range of
Crazy,
this calendar isn't broad enough to sort of see it.
Yeah, when you see like I remember when I was seeing like when I was younger, seeing like sort of the Eskimos wearing the little shades and stuff, right? And I was like, oh, why are they wearing the shades and stuff? It's like because
Yeah.
the reflection of the snow is like it's so intense. That snow blindness is a whole thing, right? Because if you're just going out into the sun and you're seeing like the non-stop sunlight reflecting off the snow and into
Against
your
the
eyes,
snow.
eventually you get the snow blindness. Yeah.
Exactly. Oh,
Nah,
this
bro,
is kind of describing it. So see Greenland, see how the top of the nighttime sort of hits about here, and then north of that it's just 24/7 daylight. As I switch back through the days, see how it comes down and then up. So Greenland's starting to get its nightfall again as
And
winter is
explains
on its
why
way out, sort of thing.
explains why they're sort of at the southernmost point, right? So they can at least get that bit of nighttime, like sort of.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. The people that live on Greenland, you mean?
Yeah. Because look, most of it's in
Yeah.
the south, right? You don't get anything in the north. I'm sure there's people up there,
Yeah.
but like no like properly established.
Damn, that'd be very harsh conditions up that high. Yeah.
For sure. But there's a lot of people who sort of, a lot of sort of tribes and whatnot, right? Who are sort of in those places, just not too many, I guess. Did you try
Yeah, like isolated.
Did you try the
What's that, sorry?
GeoGuessr? Did you try GeoGuessr in the end?
Nah, I didn't get around to trying it. Nah.
It's
I'll have to
it's
give
pretty
it a
cool.
go.
Yeah, I think you'd like it, to be honest with you. It's your kind of thing. It's not quite like from all the way up here, sort of global wide, but it's still like street level. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. That's cool. So it shows you an image and you have to sort of just guess where that is.
It will give you a Google. It's like basically Google Maps Street View, and then like
okay.
on the different difficulties, easy, normal, or hard. Like easy, you can walk around a bit. Like normal, you can just like walk a little bit, and then hard, you can't move at all. You can only like rotate, and that's it. And you have to like determine like where you are in the world.
Yeah. That's fun.
Yeah. What's going on with this? This is
well. Things are kind of sideways still.
Yeah.
It's been like that. How many hours has it kind of been grinding like this? On Bitcoin, it's been 10 hours at least.
Yeah.
For the local grind, anyway, the local range. If you go macro, we've been sideways here for
like weeks, right?
19 days.
Yeah.
3 weeks.
So we've got to make a decision soon.
But we've stayed above the Michael Saylor latest price purchase since then again. When those announcements happens, we usually stay right at that price or just below it.
Do we?
This
in the bowl, maybe.
This expansion was so good. Like, what was that? Early July. Yeah, basically 1st of July when the breakout occurred. But we still had to do a little bull flag thing first.
Mm-hmm.
And then that, dude, that was crazy. And most of it, okay, so the move, the exciting part of it was done and dusted in 3 days. That was like the
typical
true
Bitcoin
breakout move.
And that tends to be us, right? We spend more time ranging than not.
Oh yeah, we spend way more time consolidating than actually moving somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So being a breakout trader means you have to be pretty patient because you're waiting around for those breakouts. You may as well go down in time frames and play the smaller breaks, because those certainly happen. Look at this range here. Although it was very messy, there was still a break point where it got up, and that would have been like somewhat tradable, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, we dumping, yeah. Yep. Let's see.
Yeah, corrective. Oh, now that we got a little bit more candle information, there's actually a smaller falling wedge going on too that I've just seen. I'm gonna make it different color just so it stands out. But there's that line, and then there's this line here that sort of goes maybe like that. But then this high that happened, 2 hours ago, was very much like smaller than pushing up to what would be possibly the trend line.
Yeah.
So this is getting a bit scary.
Yep.
Unless that's what they want. That's what they're trying to cook up, fear.
Let's take out. Very possible. Yeah, man. It's just very grindy price action for now. But although, to be honest, I mean, we had upwards movement for like however long, right?
Yeah, we've been spoiled for up. All of July has been pretty.
Literally, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we've just followed what the market did today. It looks like.
What's the future saying?
Yeah.
This is what Dbloc said he didn't want to happen, isn't it? That it just goes sideways. It bores and lulls everyone out.
Yeah. Yeah, there's what is it? Team up, team down, and then team sideways. Yeah, he was doing fixed range profiles on measuring the volume profile of the recent consolidation. And the point of control has been kind of magnetic to the price. See how it's sort of that red line there, it sort of sits in the middle of the bulk of the moves. Just sits like smack bang in the middle.
Asian markets on the clock now.
They are, and they've been well, I was gonna say they're mostly dumping, but I mean they are, to be honest. Look at
Wow, look at that.
just
Even when
chopping
you
us up.
take all this data back here for a point of control measure, it harmonizes with the same point of control in the local consolidation as well. which is basically what, $118,000.
Not only that, but we're literally bouncing off CME 2 weeks ago, I think. Like literally, we're sitting on top of it.
Yeah. And there's that value area low, and then the value area high. Like here and here. That's kind of the range, yeah. That is the boundaries. See if I can adjust these lines a bit. Value area high.
So I was wrong. I guess it's around 11:30 p.m. to midnight Pacific time it will hit us. Is this something you call a renter, a short-term vacation renter, to warn them about yet?
I would.
I think the sooner the heads up in any potential situation is, it's always better to be safe than sorry.
Right.
Maybe they want all the liquidity below.
Sup, Kel?
Hey. Do you pay attention to bear divs and bull divs?
I have in the past, like as far as using to identify them on oscillators. Yeah. I haven't been looking at them lately though. There's so many different like things to look at. It's so many technical analysis things.
Yeah.
But yeah, that has been. I mean, that you could argue that that's how we found the top of the last bull market. It was because of the divergence, and not only the top but also the bottom of the bear was very evident in the divergences. I'll show you. Where's my divergence indicator?
I guess there was kind of a daily bear div on, well, I don't know. Kind of on Bitcoin, maybe. Before that, on the way up. I don't know if that
Are you
counts. I
talking
don't like. I
daily?
don't know.
Are you talking, sorry, daily or 4 hour or
Daily.
divergence? Oh, daily, yeah.
I don't know how I don't know how far in advance these happen though. Like if that daily one would be for like the dip happening now.
I think it can have an impact. What I've found also with divergences is that you can have bearish divergence like on a high time frame, but if it's a bull, like in a bull market, right? But it's not going to pivot the market because of the divergence. Like it'll maybe cause a pullback, but it's not going to throw the market off its course in totality, in the
And
bigger picture.
I guess we already
Yeah.
dipped to 114K since
Yeah.
that one.
Check this out too. See how there was this peak in 2024? There was this peak in January this year, and then now we're up here in July. These are all higher than each other, but if you go to the oscillator, they're all lower than each other, so they're all divergent. We've been bearish divergent for almost 2 years straight, essentially, but we're still climbing. Isn't that weird?
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Three has it.
And check out
Well,
the Sorry.
Check out what?
Check out the extreme divergence on the double top of last bull market compared to the oscillator. The oscillator went down like dramatically while the price went up dramatically. There's huge divergence there. And that kind of was a big hint that this was going to happen, you could argue. And same with the bottom side. You know how I said the bear market, there was a lot of bullish divergence on like the weekly. Let me I'm going to stretch the chart a bit and I'll show you where that is. Because we had this push low and then we pushed even lower again. But then on the oscillator, there was a low point, but then the lower push on price was actually a higher point on the oscillator. So that was bullish divergence. And that came in and that kind of marked out the bottom of the market. On that high time frame. I don't know about you guys, but I'm looking forward to the other side of this FOMC meeting. Like, I just want to get it over and done with so that we can carry on, working on our trading and our movement and everything. Because everything feels like it's just holding its breath before it,
100%. I agree.
I
Is
can't
that a
wait.
bear flag? Is that a bear flag on ETH forming?
Yes.
I've been wondering that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like in the larger channel, but if it breaks out, then it's not going to complete the channel.
It says Discord active, excited, Discord quiet.
Yeah. The crazy thing, I drew that up right before this debate went on, and I was like, "Damn, I jinxed it," because I was saying that the Discord was all quiet and boring.
You were saying that, yeah.
So, yeah, and then it just got
Go ahead
real. Things went haywire.
Is that a Head and Shoulders? Kind a little like a smaller one.
See.
We could be forming the right shoulder right now.
Oh, as in like this?
Yeah.
The shape, yes, but the location, no. So you're half right, I would say, from my experience. This, yes. So see here, it's got the same shape to it, but the difference is, you see the difference? This came after.
Yeah, but you can have
an
one.
uptrend,
You can have one
whereas
after a downtrend. That's
after a
not a
downtrend.
problem.
Yeah, textbook. I mean, it just depends whether you're if you're going by textbook definition.
Oh boy,
The
Rick,
inverse
yeah,
is the other way.
it's not a continuation pattern, it's a reversal pattern.
100%. I agree. Yep. Head and shoulders reversal, not continuation. So if you're so basically the market's going down here, right? On Ethereum. And then you hit a head and shoulders, which a head and shoulders is a bearish pattern. That would be suggesting that the direction after is continuing. But the head and shoulders is not a continuation pattern. It's a reversal pattern. So that's why if you want to get into semantics about definitions, then yeah. It's
like
not
a
a
double
classic.
bottom.
Yeah, yeah. We've had these debates for years on end. These head and shoulders debates.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like going by the
Yeah.
textbook. I mean, it's found at the top of the trend.
Mm.
You know, it's like when you're in an uptrend, you make a high, you make a low, you make a higher high, make an equal low, or equal or lower low. Then you make a lower high, and then a lower low after that. But then the trend reverses to the downside. So it comes from an uptrend, reverses to the downside. It's found at the top of a trend, not the middle of a trend, or the bottom of a trend. Like
Yeah.
text. That's like 100% textbook. Like correct.
Yep. But it's
This is the
still
wild,
the
wild
practice
west,
of
baby.
identifying them. See, I would
Do you
argue
guys
that
think
definitely
that
was a head and shoulders
Sui's
there.
12-hour
Yeah.
bear div played out?
Sui's 12-hour. Let's see.
I love how you explained that, Rick, because it's like, yeah, we have had this debate with people a ton of times. But the thing is
so
that,
many times.
and then people are like, it doesn't matter. And it's like, yeah, it does, because if it doesn't matter, then what does matter?
And why are we
You
looking
know
at
what
it? Yeah.
I mean? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
It makes
Sui
sense
divergence. Let's have a look.
because Dbloc explained a head and shoulders like a double bottom, or I mean, well, I mean like a double top. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And you
but
said
the
Sui
point of it,
12-hour.
a head and shoulders can't be a double top though, because there's a higher high, and a lower high. The double top is two relative equal highs.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
but they're
bearish
both
divergence.
reversals.
Yes, they are both
I think
reversals. It's just they have different. It's just different criteria.
yeah. So Kel, to answer your question about Sui's 12-hour chart divergence, I guess the purpose of identifying when a divergence comes in isn't about finding out then what the target is. It's more about the direction change, you know? Like if something has been running up and you're getting divergence, it basically means that, you know, expect a pivot. A pivot is on the way, which is kind of what happened here. So I guess the outcome of identifying this bearish divergence has already played out. But as far as targeting goes, on Sui 12-hour, the way I would read it
You know
is
what?
that
Real quick,
it's a trend line
she was.
visit.
I think what she was trying to spot, like the left shoulder and the head would be there, but the right shoulder hasn't formed yet, so it's not technically. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, on what? What are you talking about?
Like
Ethereum?
right there at the very end. I don't know. I thought whatever it was you were looking at. I thought that
No,
that's what she
no.
was asking
She
about
was
the head and shoulders on.
she was asking about bearish divergence on Sui 12-hour. The head and shoulders was, we were talking about Ethereum
Oh, okay, yeah, different chart then. Sorry,
back
never mind.
here. Yeah, yeah. That's all right. All good. But the cool thing is you can go back and practice like identifying where like the true head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders are. Like, look at this one. This, I would argue that's a head and shoulders there. An inverse is over here. Like, check this out. You got a push down, a bounce up, push down. It's not very clean, but it is there, the essence of it. Where's another? I want to find like a really textbook clean example of an inverse head and shoulders. Ethereum's not very clean. There's a lot of noise on it.
Yeah, that's part of the reason I
Maybe
don't
if I
really
pick,
like it, because it doesn't make good shapes.
maybe if I pick an altcoin, like a meme coin, that I'm a little bit more natural.
A meme coin.
Movements. A meme coin, yeah. Oh god, I hate that sound. Okay, memes.
Oh.
Let's look at Let's look at Chill Guy
Bad
or
news.
something. I'm
What's just
that'll
happened?
have
He
to
just did the ominous.
How many
Yeah, I know.
how many
That
different
was
types
that
of
was
reversals would you say there are?
look at that. There's one. How many what?
Different types of reversals would you say there are?
There's more continuation patterns than reversal patterns. Reversals aren't as frequent to spot. In my experience, what about you, Kwai?
Yeah, I mean, there's heaps of them, but they're just like
Well, look,
to put a number. Like, I mean, there's hundreds, but to put an actual
triple
number
top.
on, I have no idea.
It's actually
Dbloc,
triple top is a reversal.
there were only 3.
I mean, so the thing is, there could be like
Okay, that's a 4.
like okay, so like Adam and Eve, like some people might think that's like an inverse cup and handle, but a cup and handle is a continuation. So it's not really that, it's an inverse Adam and Eve. That could be like the top of the trend, you know what I mean? So like, but just
Yeah.
knowing the difference between the two, like continuation or reversal. There's also such a thing as a neutral pattern, but those are like super rare, like infrequent. The only real neutral pattern is like a symmetrical triangle that didn't come from a trend. It like came from a sideways market in the first place. But I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, the encyclopedia chart patterns, like they've got like hundreds of them listed. You know, each one is one of the 3. Most of them is either a continuation or a reversal. I'd say I'd go with you, Rick. I'd say there's probably more continuation patterns than there are reversal patterns.
I agree. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, of course I agree. I said it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're also a bull, so.
I also agree.
Yeah, I am.
I'm also a bull.
I'm a bull. Hey man, I can like okay, let's go Bitcoin 2022 and you'll see how many bear patterns there were that are completely valid. And you know, I would totally be bearish during it because of the facts. Like, I mean, the facts are there. You can't argue. You can't argue a bear flag when it's happening. Look, Russia invades Ukraine, giant bear flag. Look at that. That thing there.
Oh, blue vector candle on Bitcoin, 15 minutes.
Yeah, we're pushing. I think ETH is probably looking good too, because also moving up.
It's trying, but you know, if it doesn't get over this, oh, this is the 1 hour. Give me a sec. Oh, okay. Let me not speak. Well, I'll wait until it gets over this thing and closes above it. If it closes above it, then we're in business. But if not, then
If we just go off of the pure logic of like what does the price do most of the time, like the majority of the time spent it goes sideways. But if you're in a trend, usually like a trend can last a long time, you know what I mean? So like the continuation of the trend, I feel like continuation patterns are more frequent than reversal patterns. Like I think reversal patterns happen less frequently than continuation patterns. I don't know. Like in terms of how many there actually are, I don't know which one has more, but I definitely would say that continuation patterns happen more often because you're in a trend more often than you're at a pivot.
makes
You
sense.
know?
Like your, trend is your friend until the end. I mean, I suppose it makes sense from a psychological perspective, doesn't it? If you see if a retail sees a chart, it's going up, they buy because it's going up, right? See a chart going down, they don't, or they sell. That's creating pressure in either direction.
You know how people get into the nitty gritty of, oh no, it's not a flag, it's a wedge. It doesn't matter in the fact that they both share the same output, and that is to continue in the direction.
Yeah,
they're both continuations. Yeah, or
like
even
if it was a
triangles, like
falling
even
wedge and rising, like somehow, if somehow you debated that's different, right? But if regardless, they're both continuation.
Yeah, exactly.
And they both share pretty similar success rates, right? It's just that, so it's not like a sort of pennant. You know, when you get like a symmetrical pennant, and there's times where it will break out to one side and it will just slide straight through. It will, on the retest, it will just cut straight through it and it will just fake out. Like I see that pretty often in pennants. But in flags, they tend to play out fairly often, I think. Or
There's
flags
people
and wedges.
dancing in that aggregator.
Sorry.
And there's people dancing in your aggregator.
Oh yeah. Yeah, some of them have like a animated GIF behind them, like for the actual panel. It's
Those
so
little
weird.
Wojaks.
People dancing because of a huge buy, a 45 Bitcoin purchase for 5.4
Oh.
million all at once.
I was like, how did you? Is that a setting you did?
No, it comes default with this website.
Oh my god, is ETH actually gonna do it?
You see, this was brutal. Look at this one. This was a falling wedge that completely failed. Like it fell out the bottom, which is not what you would expect. See that one?
Oh
So that looked real inviting. Like in the time, it's like, oh yeah, we're getting a falling wedge. Sweet, we're gonna break out to the top side, and then bam, like straight down out of it.
Nasty. Not even gonna give you a chance as well. Look at that. Look at the speed of it.
And
That's
and
like
look at the
that's
way
like
they
2
baited
candles,
you.
right?
Yep. Look at the way they baited you into thinking that it was going to be a bullish outcome, like the month prior or the months prior. So this first one was a textbook, like, yes, we saw it coming and it played to the textbook way, but then this one happened and then it was completely like invalidated.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Really brutal. Yeah.
Especially if you missed the first one as well, right? That's what's gonna make it worse.
Yeah.
If you missed that first one,
Yeah,
you're like,
exactly.
well, I'm definitely
It's like
catching this next one.
It's like, hell yeah, it's happening again. Let's position into this,
Right
thinking that
there,
we're going to get
though,
the same outcome.
right there, it didn't make its measured move, right? So, like, if it doesn't complete its measured move, and then it tried to like reform, that like I
Maybe.
try to I try to stay on the side of caution whenever
Yeah.
that happens.
I feel like I've seen
It
a lot
is
of measured
great point
moves
though.
fall short too. Yeah.
That
Measured
one
moves
just
are
looks
a
like it
good kind of like
fell too
starting
short.
point. Yeah. I've seen people say that, oh yeah, a flag measured move is the pole that it came off, like that. Or as other people said, oh no, it's the opening of the pattern itself is what the measured move becomes.
That would be
So
like
yeah,
my
there's
TP1.
like different school of thoughts with it. Yeah.
If you got 50
What
seconds,
else
I swear
happened?
to God, you better close above this cloud. If you don't close
I
above
was
this cloud, I'm going straight to the manager. I'm gonna go straight to ETH headquarters. I'm kicking off. All right, they're
Can
gonna
you
have to
see the
drag me
pattern
out.
here? Drag you out. Look at that.
I was always
Beautiful.
told the bear flag was the same length as the way down.
That's how I tend to draw it.
Yeah, the pole of the flag. Yeah,
Yeah,
me too. I've heard that. Yeah, I think it's the triangles where you measure the opening, like the distance
symmetricals are
between the opening of a triangle. Let me find a triangle. See if I can.
Yeah, this
I think there's a
recent PA has been very
textbook
generous with the breakouts, because I've like sort of, there's times where I'll take profit and then I'll just set a buy order like at the breakout, and kind of above it, right? Just because, like, for example, on ETH, if it's like 3,500, then I'll say it like, I don't know, 3,511 or something like that. Not 3,502, because sometimes you'll break out and then you'll get slapped back down. And yeah, it tends to like just be strong continuation, but I don't want to get sort of too into a false sense of security with that and then think, yeah, well, I can just always leave a buyout at the breakout. It's going to keep going and not come and get drawn back in and potentially reverse.
Do you remember
Okay,
this
alright.
one on Bitcoin back in May? So not that long ago, but it was very symmetrical. Like the trend on the top matched up with the angle, reflected, obviously, like it's a mirror. But the angles of incident are pretty like similar. I always do that. I move my
I don't remember
alerts.
that. I think I was too busy saying it was over. Or and then when it was pumping, I was scrambling.
Yeah.
Because I was like, oh, this is just a, you know what I mean? Oh, it's a double top or it's a low high. This is the dead cat, and then it kept going.
Yeah. But I think with this, symmetrical setup, you take the first touch point and you bring it down to the first bottom touch point, and then whatever that height is, you use that from the breakout point to target, some which it went beyond the target in this example, but that's sort of how I understand. Like
Yeah,
the
I'm
opening.
seeing. Yeah.
But then also you've got the people that say, no, it's still a pole situation, like a flagpole, like where it's something like that, and you duplicate it, and it becomes a one-to-one measure. And then I've even seen people say, no, you start it at the bottom of the flag, not at the top. Yeah, there's all sorts of different ways.
It's definitely more than it's a lot of
Look at that.
interpretation.
Yeah, look at that
It's like,
rising.
Yeah.
We're gonna get a bias
Oh,
there.
big bias. Okay, well
Yeah, we
now
might
the next
start even here.
the next objective for Ether is to stay comfortably above the 200. If it does that, then Jesus, we might actually. If not,
this here is a rare pattern of a rising broadening wedge. See how it's like opening up?
You got yourself a
as
shiny
it's
Charizard,
rising.
rising broadening. Yeah.
I love those. I love those.
Yeah. I think, generally speaking, anything rising tends to fall as a result, and anything falling tends to rise as an outcome, as a result. Which is natural, right? Like what goes down goes up, and what goes up goes down.
I'm wondering if we're about to go straight up, or if we're gonna just go up and down up.
Normally the rising broadening as well.
Yeah.
Like people call it the megaphone as well, right? They call it megaphone pattern.
Yeah, bullish megaphones. Yeah.
Kind of get one of those on Bitcoin right now. If you look at Dbloc chart.
Yeah, we're getting some kind of bull flag on Bitcoin, to be honest, right here. Look at that.
I don't really get the idea of a bullish megaphone. Like what makes it sort of behave like that, or why the sentiment is bullish. Like I get like that it's sort of you're getting higher highs, but
I see it as an inverse. I see it as an inverse bull flag or whatever, like a pennant, or I can't ever remember if it's a pennant or a bull flag because it doesn't really matter to me. But like I see it as like an inverse one of those, right? So like if you turn the chart upside down, or if you inverted the chart, that's how I think about them personally, just to help me remember.
I've got some.
Yeah, but it's.
I was just gonna say before I say it. No, you go, because this is a bit of a change of topic, but go for it. You go.
Yeah, it's I just think I feel like even if I was to invert a megaphone, it feels like. No, I guess then, because it would be essentially like a rising wedge, right? So it is effectively bearish. So yeah, I guess it does make sense. Yeah, sorry, go on. What were you saying?
I just identified something on Bitcoin that reminded me of how Doge formed one. So this is kind of like bull porn, if you will.
Oh hell yeah! Put a song. Oh yeah, I like this a lot.
Let me just fix this up so it's like equal, or so that contextually it makes sense. But you got Doge did one of these like back in early to mid-July. So not that long ago it did it. And now Bitcoin is drawing up the same system, same pattern. Yeah. So if we get a similar outcome, this thing exceeded all targets, all measures. See Doge? If you took the flagpole of it, dude, it went way beyond that. It pushed it like further than that. And any measure that you take inside the flag is, of course, going to get met.
Yeah. So you almost got a bit of a blow off.
So I think, yeah. And then also, I mean, if you took it from the extreme, like over here, it's still
I mean, you
big,
do
that
that and it
one
still
too,
tore off, I guess,
as
right?
a height. Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I
that
know.
one was pretty accurate. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what you call that? That's called a measured
Mm.
move, a one-to-one measure. And you get that with a trend-based fib extension. So one of these where you pull it back and see how it definitely hit the one-to-one move. So what that trend-based fib extension is that you're taking A, B, and then C, the pullback. So the journey from A to B is the measure. And the duplication, so the duplicate of that move A to B becomes C to D, and that's the measured move one-to-one. And look what happens. See how it hits one up here?
Yeah.
That's the measure. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's how you target it using that Fibonacci extension tool.
Right.
So you get your one-to-one measure. But the thing is, you can get 1618 measures where it goes beyond, and you target even higher. But yeah, it's cool to have
What's
that
going
because
on,
like
everybody?
that's what you use. Hey,
right.
we're just talking about some basics of TA.
What up,
Nice.
coach?
Yeah,
Hitting the shadows,
Bolkowski,
flags.
right in the encyclopedia chart patterns. If you go to chart patterns on education and just click on any of them.
Oh yeah.
And it will tell you what are the chances of hitting the full fib? What are the chances of hitting half fib? Right? Like just pick something that has a measured move. Like a triangle. Right, so look right here. It
Damn, I like these
says
write-ups.
percentage of reaching half height. So the percentage of reaching the 0.5, percentage of reaching the full fib extension, the 2.0, 3.0. Very detailed. But that's what
awesome.
that's about. Like if you're looking at this and you can't understand what do they mean by half height, full height, 2 times height, that's how you would tell with your fib extension.
That's cool.
Could you repeat that? You said Bukowski's which one?
Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns is the book. That's the Bible. If you want to start doing TA and taking it seriously, at least have the PDF. There's digital versions everywhere. I'll have one in the library when we open it up. But for right now, I've got the majority of all the chart patterns right in the chart pattern thing. It's a layout like that, detailed, what invalidates it, what are the percentage chances of full height, half height during a bull market and a bear market.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm a full
Yo,
believer that
Dbloc,
if
I got a question for you.
somebody's willing to put more effort and work harder at something and longer than you are, then let them do it. Just use their data, you know?
Oh. Yeah. There's no need to reinvent the wheel just to prove a point, right?
Nah.
Just take the wheel and just make something better.
What's going on, bro?
Another news.
Yo, Dbloc, I had a question for you. When you trade patterns like that, do you look for the invalidation and then go, or do you wait for the break and retest?
What do you mean by the invalidation? If I hit my invalidation, I'm out of the trade.
So, for example, the bear flag that we're in on ETH right now on the 15-minute.
Okay.
Would you wait for that to come down past the channel, retest the channel, enter your short there, and then watch it go? Or are you entering it right as it's breaking that channel?
It depends on the type of trader you are, right? There's always 4 different types of traders in a trade, right? This bear flag specifically, right? Let's say there's one trader that, let me turn off this magnet so it doesn't screw this up. And everybody's got to answer it for themselves to know what kind of trader they are. There's one trader that tried to short here, got liquidated, and then finally caught this one. Right? There's one trader that will play the breakout. There's one trader that'll play the breakout, that'll play the confirmation. You know what I mean? So it's like, how risk averse are you? You know, the third trader, even if they didn't catch it, I mean, the fifth trader, even if you didn't catch this on the ride back up, would have taken it, right? Because the trend is your friend. Take it, tight stops above in case you're wrong. But
I
people
feel like
who are
the break and
less,
retest.
yeah, people who are
I
more
feel like the
risk
break and
averse,
retest is like the least risky play.
yeah, it is. Those are your safer traders. You're giving up a small bit of percentage, and you take less trades, right? Because every once in a while, one of them's going to go without retesting, and that's fine. You can't do anything about that. But because of it, you end up taking less trades, but you end up taking more high quality trades, right? Your entries are more high quality when you do enter.
And on those retests, do you usually use trend lines or Fibonacci's to gauge those, the retests?
I'm just waiting to see if we break back into the range. Just simple structure.
Would you say it's different for like a macro trend? Because like I could see a lot of people, for example, if they are waiting for the 112K, like I see two options. We can either front run it, or we can break below it and go above it. I feel like if we retested 112K perfectly, it would just allow too many traders to at least try along.
Hi
You know?
Dbloc. This channel has been incredibly
Yeah.
helpful.
I mean, it all
New member
depends, right? On the
here.
macro,
Do
you've
you
got to wait a
post
very
your
long
Solana
time for
or charts on your
confirmation.
Discord?
You know, I'm the type of trader I am is I get in on the fallen knives, and then I add to positions. So I'm honestly a bit of all of them put together, right? Like let's say, just for example, just to pick a random. Let's just go to Bitcoin, right? On this trade here specifically, I'm out of this now from earlier because I had shit to go do. But on this trade specifically, I might have swung at this fallen knife at this stopping volume candle and hit my stop loss and then caught this one, right? So on the higher low, I'm adding to my position and moving stops up underneath the invalidation. Now, if it was to break out, then I would add to the position at the breakout. And if it's to come back and retest, then I'm all in at the retest if I have volume. Right, so in that one trade, I've taken the characteristics of each one of those traders. But the only reason I was able to do that was because I caught the fallen knife. Right, so where other people are getting in, like here, these are your confirmation traders that are waiting for the confirmation of the low, right? So they're waiting for the higher low. Where they get in, I'm adding to position.
I guess I always try to do all three as well, or four as well. I've been trying to practice more patience for the retest.
Yeah, important.
I feel like that's just, but I like catching falling knives too. So
I mean, there's ways to do it safely, right? Like the retest could still be the spot where you put the biggest amount in, right? But you start with smaller amounts and you build that position up as you go, getting confidence in the position, right? As you go getting confirmation that you're getting the bullish outcome that you look for, every step you can add to your position and you can move stops up. Once you get that retest, now that by that time your position should be fully allocated to what you want in that position, and then you get to move your stop up underneath the retest, right? You're locking in the gains from the entire move, and your position has full size for the breakout or for the continuation. Super chat.
yeah, I always move.
Appreciate the super
I
chat,
always
man.
move the.
That's been incredibly helpful. New member here. Welcome, man. Welcome. Yeah, we have a lot of charts in Discord. I personally haven't been posting too often, just because I've really been spending every second I'm at the computer here just doing TA live. But yeah, I will in the future.
It's the bull market, coach. You know you gotta cook and let us see what you got cooking on the stove.
I tried to.
You certainly have been. No one can deny that.
Hey, coach. This range you got here with that uptrend and the W. Do you see this? I know we're in a weird, or not weird. We're in a unique position. Do you see these ranges like you drew play out more times than not? Like, I just kind of feel like this thing is going to keep going inside that range. Personally, I'm
I
just
mean,
wondering
the trend
if
is your
you've
friend to the
seen that
end,
over the
right?
course of time.
We've hit this once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times. Chances are we're gonna stay there until the liquidity becomes juicy enough to go after. We're building up, right? It's like we're harvesting liquidity on both sides, really. But right now,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
just a whole lot of sideways, guys. We're on our second, tomorrow's our last day of our 3-day down, and today was just a sideways day. Right, so if we go back to the weekend trap, then we can run the whole playback. We had our trap longs, trap shorts, went into the weekend trap. We had our false move up on Wednesday. On Sunday, sorry. Which signaled our 3-day retracement, right? So we had 1 day down, half a day up. Another day down. And tomorrow we conclude, right? Tomorrow we should go into our midweek reversal. So the question is, do we swing one last time tonight, right? Going into tomorrow? Or is this it? Do we start to base out for that move tomorrow? Either way, the theory that we had about market maker creating support in this range with these weekend traps being back to back to back right in the same spot seems to be holding up all right. Right, because we haven't been able to crack that range here.
Is there much heat down there?
A little something. How much we got? Yeah. Both sides. To the bottom 116-ish area that we were looking at. And then to the top, but this is for when we squeeze. I don't think we hit this without taking, in my opinion, without taking the lower liquidity. Because once we hit that top liquidity, we're going to squeeze. And that means that they lose the chance to be able to grab this.
So you're not wanting to go up and then come down?
Nah, let's just sweep and get this. We're already here, man. If people are already feeling a little bit of pain, let's just rip the Band-Aid off. And then we can get moving.
Does Soul look like
ready break.
does Soul look like a double top on the 4-hour?
Soul?
Yeah.
Bob halt and res waiting for rotation.
No, high or low?
Low or high?
Low or high, sorry. I'm so used to inverting things in my mind automatically. My brain just does it. The end power on Soul here is what would concern me.
Or this what I was thinking, like M pattern,
Yeah,
double top.
because we're
I was
right.
looking at the
Same
exact
thing.
same thing.
We're right
Exact
at
same thing.
right at the neckline. I'll give you a measured move here in a second.
I was like, oh, it's right at support, and I was like, wait a second.
I
Looks
mean,
like an
technically it still hasn't broken it, right? So support is support until it's not. But yeah, that's not a nice drop. Bring you down to like 148, 146.
Well,
if it was to play out. But you got your 200, your 800, some pretty high volume nodes. This smells like the type of move that would get front run, honestly. My opinion. Top of this range. Very strong. I have an issue coming down through there.
Yeah, they got a lot of volume there at the 200 EMA. Like I'm noticing your volume profile, how much there is of that 200.
Yeah.
It's actually a lot right there. That's kind of what I was looking at before y'all mentioned. So
that would be some nice
that's
buys, though. Definitely be some nice
So would
buys.
that be technically would that be the retest of the cup and handle that it's on?
The cup and who?
The little cup and handle that this is going on right now. If the M pattern is the handle.
Nah, I would have needed to see co-equal highs for a cup and handle. That cup is broken. That cup fell apart in the kiln. Right. What makes a cup and handle strong is the excuse me, attempt to break a specific point in the order book twice with a less shallow break in a third attempt. Right, but you would have to be up here for that.
Oh, I thought it could also be a bull flag.
Yeah. The handle could be a flag or a cup, but the cup has to be equal heights. Right, you would be like this.
I think he thinks the big
sorry.
move from before is the cup.
Yeah.
Did that come from an uptrend? Like, I think he's looking at a bigger one. But did that come from an uptrend?
Are you looking at a
Or-
bigger one? Or are you looking at what I'm
Yeah.
pointing at?
No, the M is just the handle.
Yeah, you still wouldn't have co-equal highs.
Hmm.
Right, if you stopped here and then flagged out, then you would have one, yeah. But you're not in short, you're not short of bullish patterns here. Look, this is already in a super bullish pattern on the macro. All you got to do is get above and break.
Yeah, I think I might buy some.
Super chat. Nice. Yeah, there should be rotation soon, man. I'm looking at some of the alts that haven't really had their run yet. Right? And starting to take some profits, or at least consider rotating some profits from the ones that have already gotten to their measured moves for the most part, right? So while they flag out, then I can feed the ones that are still breaking out of pattern.
Subs in the chat for the super chat.
Yeah, W super chat. Price action is as.
My thoughts exactly.
I was actually kind of enjoying it.
Well,
Dude.
now that you've got sending triangle on. Oh, well, that's on the 5 minute. Alright, let me look.
Here, you want a cup and handle? This is a cup and handle. About to break out right now. Very tiny little teacup.
Like we were saying, there was a bear flag on the E15 minute, but Bitcoin's going to break out. That's clearly going to get invalidated, right? So.
So you got your cup with co-equal highs, and then your flag.
Oh, I was thinking the opposite. I see what you're saying about that, the co-equal high. So I was thinking you mean co-equal lows for the cup, but
Nah, the high.
that makes a lot more sense. I see what you mean. And yeah, when they come up, they have some momentum.
Yeah. So that the mechanics of it is a second attempt, right, at a supply that's sitting on the book. But then you get a shallower retrace than the first one, which means the bulls are stepping in to try it again. So that's like the basis for the mechanic of why it's bullish. thing came right down to that invalidation, didn't it?
Dominance is moving a little bit below that SR flip right now.
I wouldn't be surprised if we just fall back in this range. Yeah,
that's
yeah. I'm
kinda
not
what I
talking
was
about
thinking.
like getting into like dead alts. I just mean, you know, ones that haven't had their spin yet. But yeah, if you haven't shown me that you can pump during this bull market, now's not the time to be taking my chances.
I'm getting all sorts of exhaustion, seller exhaustion, and shorting reversals right now at the top of this handle. That's funny.
From what?
One of the indicators that I use
Hmm.
from Lux Algo.
Well, you retest, guys. This is where you'd be waiting to see if the retest is accompanied by volume. Not just does it retest, but is it backed by volume? Weak. Just come grab this vector, retest the 50. Instead of just giving us a half-ass attempt. Well, there's a little volume. See, there we go. I'm talking about. Keep it coming if you really mean it. Whoop. Careful what you wish for, huh?
So if it breaks the handle, that would be like a W invalidation, basically.
Yeah. At the end of the day, a cup and handle is a higher low fractal with specific with very specific qualifications. It has to come from an uptrend. Traditionally, you want as much of a curved bottom as you can. This is not, you know, a beautiful cup and handle or anything like that by any stretch of the imagination.
going on, everybody?
What up?
Oh, what up? What up?
What's up, man?
What up? What's up? Hey, Dbloc, have you I don't know if would you be able to run over the dominance chart real quick? Did you catch a W fractal down here on the 30-minute?
If we hold this higher low, this is what I was saying. Like, if we hold this higher low, this will be what sends us to 0.5 golden pocket. Not that I'm trying to do measured moves on dominance, but it is building structure.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I don't think we get to all-time high on Bitcoin without this going to at least 0.5, at the very least. Whoa,
Where,
whoa, whoa,
where's
whoa,
your
whoa.
0.5
Yo, pimp your mic, bro. Pimp your mic. I'm about to server mute him, yo. His mic is always screwed up.
So I got that measured move on a W that I made about 30 minutes ago. It takes almost up to just a little bit right in the golden pocket, pretty much.
Yeah, that's sort of what I'm looking
measured
for. I
moves
mean,
on
if it
dominance.
was to pull the measured move, you'd be going to golden pocket.
Yeah. About 60,
Actually,
about
a little bit more than that. That's
60.
pretty...
I got about 64.5.
I'm really
Right
just
in,
playing
right
it
in there.
off of what we usually get as far as retracements. We get between like a 5 to 7% retracement off of these drops when dominance first starts to go. Right, we went back and we looked at all the other ones. The smallest one was like 5.5%, and we've only retraced 3.5% here.
Yeah, so
I'm not saying that has to be it, but chances are I'd feel a lot more comfortable if we at least made it up to the 0.5. What I don't want to do is give up on dominance going up, get into a bunch of alts, and then just to be patience is cool. I'll be patient. Nah, he's on push to talk, which means he was pushing to talk. Unless that shit just doesn't work.
Hey, y'all ain't had people falling out down there last couple of days. It's been hot, man.
Nah, it's been ridiculously hot.
Yeah. Dude, we had up in Columbia here, SC, dude. I saw something come across my phone yesterday. Possible areas where it was like the heat index is like 112. I was like, what in the world?
We had a high school football player drop out, and he passed away the other day.
Dude, doing 2-a-days down in the South right now.
Coaches ain't shit.
Yo, that's the way it's been here. Like, man, get them kids on the indoor somewhere.
If my kid fall out at practice, watch what happens the next day at school.
Yeah, man.
Shit.
Kid just straight up, just falls out and dies. Yeah, the way this heat is, yeah, man. Try to do no 2-a-days. Go crazy.
Falls out? What? Wait, sorry. What? I missed what you were talking about.
This is heat exhaustion, man. These kids in football, every once in a while, they just like, they push them so hard that they just pass away. I mean, I'm sure that
That's
there's
so
some
sad.
underlying, there's probably some underlying conditions as well. But you should never push a kid so hard that any underlying conditions are going to show themselves, right? Like at that point, you're probably pushing too hard, especially in the heat.
That's crazy,
heat,
man.
full pads.
Yep. Got the helmet on.
Doing
Heat stroke is a real thing,
suicide
man.
sprints and shit. Nah, bro.
Heat stroke is a real thing. Hyperthermia of the body.
Yeah.
It's it's ugly. Your organs shut down. I could explain a lot of it, but let's just say that it's not good because obviously you die.
Yeah, I mean, you
Let's
really
thank
never
Voice for the day
saw
and price pulling
anybody
back to a
actually
point.
die on
And
the
checking
football
my
field. I
boxes
mean,
like
you heard
footprints
about it
without
in
absorption,
practice and things
aggression,
like that,
takers
but
to
you never
win,
really actually
volume,
saw
or
that
flow
happen
tools instead of trusting to
until
passive
COVID.
liquidity limit orders, etc. And any tips?
No, not really, man. I'm a
Not
healthcare
really.
and
And I'm a football
I've seen it.
connoisseur.
I've seen it. Like, yeah, they don't die on the field. You start going into a lot of times they don't die on the field. Sometimes they do, but that's an underlying condition, as Dbloc was saying. But even healthy, young people will have basically what's called a heat stroke. And it just starts your organs shutting down. Your muscles are you go into
Anyone
anaerobic
who's alive.
metabolism.
Super chat. Give me one
Anyone
second,
who's
brother.
fall up.
alive.
Give me one
Heat
second,
stroke.
guys. Give me 1 second. I gotta answer this super chat. Let's see. I'm bullish of the day. Price pulling back the POI. Checking my position. Footprints without absorption. Aggression. Takers joining in. Volume order flows instead of trusting to passive liquidity orders. Yeah. No, it sounds like you got your finger on it, bro. Passive liquidity is cool and it's important, but liquidity is so dynamic that it doesn't hurt to be a extra step ahead in the game. Appreciate the super chat, Mishi. My bad, Joe. My basketball coach used to make us run suicide sprints till we threw up. That's how we knew we'd done enough. You didn't get off the court till you threw up.
Yeah.
Which isn't hard to do on suicide sprints, bro. Like that shit will. I have nightmares about them shit still.
Yeah, we did that when I was in wrestling when I was younger. Same type of thing. It's horrible.
You see the box drills in American football, they were murder. I hated those. Despised them. And the whole I mean, for my coach, it was just you would run and then whoever's like last has to do press ups anyway. So, I mean, some of us at the start, like when we first started, were completely out of shape. So, like you were inevitably gonna come last, and then you had to do your press ups afterwards. It was just like, nah, this isn't the way,
That's
man.
tough, man.
That and then the
LeBron
coach is
James.
some fat ass that literally couldn't make it around the track if he wanted to.
Listen,
And he's
the fattest. He was the
running you
widest
until you
guy.
pass out.
He's the widest guy you've seen. Like, in terms of like American football, because he was English as well, anyway. But like, it made perfect sense, right? If you saw him on the field, you're thinking, I'm in trouble. But like, man, if he was to start doing like some jogging, no chance. There's no way in hell he would jog with us.
Dang, there was an 8.7 earthquake off the Russian coast today.
Yeah, there was tsunami warnings and all types of shit going on.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good size earthquake there, 8.7.
I'm waiting for the tin hat
They're saying
people to
something
come
about
out. Say that it was a weather machine creating offensive earthquakes.
Just something blow up underneath the water.
Trying to command and conquer our shit is that. Don't want to see what happens in that.
Hey, Block, you heard about Visa and MasterCard
Yeah.
and what they did with Steam, right? Pulling a bunch of
Yeah.
games, or
That's
pulling
what Steam
their
gets,
way for
bro.
people to even.
Listen, that's what Steam gets. I feel sorry for anybody on Steam, but that's what Steam gets. Steam came out 2 years ago and said, we don't want anything to do with Web3. We don't want anything to do with play to earn games. You can keep all of that shit off of our off of our site. And now the only two payment rails that they have, the most centralized, the most Web 2 payment rails, are controlling what they offer and what they don't. And people are just going somewhere else.
Yep.
But that Web 3, that decentralization doesn't seem so bad right now, does it? But no, you know how, like, bro, you go to Steam, the game is there, you go to buy it, and it says you can't buy this. Steam isn't stopping you. The government's not stopping you. Your city's not stopping you. Your parents aren't stopping you. Visa's stopping you because they don't agree with the content of the game.
Yep.
Now, to be fair, there is a lot of crazy shit on Steam that kids shouldn't play.
I heard.
A lot.
Yeah, I heard. I don't have
A
Steam
lot.
or never been on Steam, but
And it needs to be
yeah.
banned, but it doesn't need to be banned by freaking MasterCard and Visa.
Facts. Yeah. There's always those, though, right? It's always either the advertisers or the credit card companies or someone with a vested interest who's going to say we don't want this there. Because Steam's front page, if you don't have the content filter on, is filth. It's filth.
Yep.
Like, oh, it's bad.
It's as bad as it gets, as bad as you can imagine. Probably worse than some people in here could imagine. Yeah.
100%. But you know what though? I don't know. I guess you guys, some of your states has already like front run this, but now in the UK we're getting the friggin' age verification, like the age gate apocalypse now. Everything's getting age verified because of a new ruling that just came into power, into effect. It's like basically they said, oh, we're trying to block porn, right? And then because of that, there's like 18 rated stuff on Reddit, on Twitter, on like the sites that you would expect, right? Et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Now they're saying show your ID. And a lot of people are raging. They're just like, I want to show my ID for any of that shit, right? But it's also spilling over to the rest of Europe. So it's supposed to only be the UK, but basically whatever law or terms and conditions Twitter has now basically also affected the rest of the countries in the European Union, despite the fact that we're no longer in the European Union. So you get a bunch of people from different countries going, I can't even access like, certain content on Twitter anymore. And it's not even just like porn, right? I mean, it might just be anything that's like rated like mature. Like,
It's whatever they decide, whatever they happen to decide.
Pretty much.
Whatever another adult happens to decide.
100%. And it gets worse. Now, Xbox is also making you verify your age in order to use their services.
Okay, look,
now
I'm
people
actually
are like,
okay with that, okay? Because listen, I don't get offended easily, right? But the most offensive shit I've heard in my life has come from like 7-year-olds on Xbox that had no business in those Call of Duty lobbies, bro.
I hear that.
All the squeakers.
Yep. And they'll say any slur to throw anything against the wall, see what sticks, right? If you respond, I got you.
Just testing the waters.
Yep.
I only heard about the Visa MasterCard thing because a lawsuit was filed, and then I dug into the lawsuit and figured out what the hell is going on. But it's interesting, man. They have a lot of control.
For sure. Yeah, it's always someone, man. Like I was saying this the other day as well, right? Like when it was something to do with, I think it was ad blocks and supporting creators and stuff. And obviously we're still looking for the middle ground. But I was saying, like, listen, when it comes to the internet, like the golden age, or not even the golden age, the whole idea of the internet for us when it came to content was like TV had gotten so out of control with the way that advertisers had it in a chokehold, right? They controlled what you saw, when you saw it, etc. And then you got onto the internet and it was like, oh wow, like now we can just create it ourselves, we can watch whatever we want, we can consume whatever we want, for better or worse, we can consume whatever we want, right? And then slowly those advertisers, those credit card companies, they all slowly crept in because they're like, oh, you're making money over here, yeah? All right. Okay, yeah. We don't like this. We don't like this.
It's just like
It was like,
YouTube,
oh, okay, yeah.
Like on YouTube,
Yeah.
I mean, I could say whatever I want on here. We could sit here and curse our asses off and talk about all types of controversial shit and da da da, and it just won't make any money on the ads, which isn't a big deal, right? But that's not the big deal. The big deal is that YouTube makes a portion of that ad money. And if YouTube isn't incentivized to push you so that they can make money, you get buried. You will be down in the bottom of the search. Nobody will ever be able to find you. They don't push you outside of, you know, like right now they're pushing us in like Google, bro. Like we're getting like Google clicks and shit. When I look at what you call it, when I look at the metrics and see where people are coming from, there's people coming to this channel from outside of YouTube. And that's because they're making the money, right? So as long as YouTube keeps making money, then they'll keep pushing you, promoting you, you know, assisting. If not, you just end up shadow banned, you know, the shadow ban of doom.
Yeah. But it's insane, right?
So
But
it's like
that's-
you can
and
can
that's-
say what you want, do what you want, show what you want, but there's gonna be a price for it. And if you're willing to pay that price, then cool, enjoy your free speech, you know?
Yeah, I hear it. No, that is true. That is true. I think in terms of so I think what they really did then is that they started look just like any supplier, innit? Like they gave you a sample. Okay, the shit's good. Okay, you got any more of that? Yeah, I've got some more of that. Like this is the new price though. Like this is like yesterday's price is not today's price.
Yeah.
Like everyone was getting ad money when it was all cool, and then the apocalypse happened, and all of a sudden there's a whole swath of things that you couldn't say, couldn't do if you wanted to get monetized. And because most of YouTube, like the primary idea of it is monetization, it's like now you're kind of self-regulating, right? And then because of that, like certain content is just like buried now, like buried by themselves, not by like YouTube, but like they're censoring themselves. Like I think for us it actually does make a lot of sense regardless. Do you know what I mean? Because of like the type of ones that we're even here for. But there's a bunch of things where you know you'll be talking about a specific topic and you don't want to really talk about the specific topic in terms of like certain wording because you don't want to get buried. But at the same time, like maybe not that you should get buried, but like if that's the type of subject matter your video's about, then that's what it's about, right?
Listen, YouTube
But
will
it's just like the
never.
way
I will never not say something that I feel like needs to be said because I think YouTube won't like it. Like if we're talking about trading, there's some sort of news event, no matter how controversial, if it affects what we're doing, we will talk about it. You know,
yeah,
that's different. Because yeah, I could see that some people will be like, "Well, I don't want to mess up my AdSense," and maybe they start to vanilla some of their opinions, or. But this isn't a channel for opinions on political beliefs, right? This is a channel for crypto. But yeah, if there will be news events, we will talk about it. We will be completely honest. YouTube's not going to affect me in that way at all, ever. But I do know that those rooms, those free speech rooms where everybody can do what they want, say what they want, 1000% agree that there needs to be a space for that. I also do not want to be in that space. I have no interest.
Yeah,
I don't care enough about people's opinion, bro. And I know what happens. It becomes a toxic off. Like let's see who can be more toxic, you know, or like the struggle
100%.
Olympics or something. You know, it's like, bro, come on.
Listen, I mean, this is mostly this account. I used to just be in like politics, discords, like just either debating or hearing people debate, right? And mostly I just went in for like knowledge, right? But then you fast realize, like, you know, it's a lot of egos, man. It's a lot of like toxicity, like you're saying. Shock jockeys. Do you know what I mean? Like it's just, and for me, I'm just like, yeah, this isn't. You and I are not the same in terms of why we're debating something, right?
The flat Earth
Like
Discord channels were crazy.
Oh my god!
See, like I feel like there needs to be a space for that. Like there does.
Yeah,
Look, listen, you're an adult. You believe what you want to believe, and go sit in a room with other people that believe the same thing and enjoy your life.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh,
And
it's
you're
not just
not
a
hurting
hobby
anybody,
for
I
them,
guess,
man.
you know.
It's their life. It's Crazy.
Well, imagine if you
You know
just
what though?
found out this
For
secret
some,
that nobody else knows, but you know it, and now your job is obviously to tell the whole world, like, you know.
Yeah.
listen, like,
100%. Really?
What I think is crazy is so many people
Dang.
fake believe things. Like,
Yep.
they claim to believe something, but they
As a whole,
really,
like a
it's like a badge, right? Like a
role play.
like a virtue signal of some sort, right? Like, but
tribe.
I'm never
They
shocked by
can
somebody who
subscribe to
truly
it.
believes that something is happening doing something crazy. Like that crazy dude that ran into that pizza thing because he thought it was like Pizzagate and they were doing things to little kids in the basement, blah, blah, blah. Everybody's like, that guy is crazy. I'm like, look, if he believed that, if he really, let's say he's crazy, let's take that out of it. But if he really believed that, he did exactly what he was supposed to do. If I was convinced for some reason, 1000% convinced that some shit was going on with some kids in a basement, I'd be kicking doors down. The problem is that it surprises people because most of the people that would retell that story didn't believe it themselves. They're just following what the herd says, right? You're just like riding with your tribe. It's intellectual dishonesty.
I agree. Also, I mean, sometimes with the, I mean, listen, that stuff when it comes to tribes as well, man. Like they like, unfortunately, most people tend to just be doing their grift, right? It's like they're not really. They know they can't overstep. They know what the manifesto is. They say what they're supposed to, and they move on. Really, you know, for better or worse. I've seen like the odd couple of times where somebody is actually honest and they go, "Here's what I'm supposed to say because this is my alignment. Here's why I feel conflicted on it," and that person just gets absolutely torn apart, like from both sides. Like it's just nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah, you can't leave the tribe, bro. Even if you led the tribe. I go back to that funny story about the birds are not real. Well, that kid, it was on 4chan and he came out. You know, a lot of the shit that we believe now, a lot of these sort of tin hatty things that go around now that are popular started on 4chan as jokes. That's just crazy shit to say.
Yeah.
So this kid put out a conspiracy that birds were fake, that they were all AI or they were all robots, and that they recharged themselves on the power lines. Right, and that's why you saw.
And then it became people's reality,
bro. So it actually he actually like had a little cult. They had meetings, birds are fake meetings. There was a van with birds are not real on the side, and it became like a national thing. And then he said that he got scared because he noticed like it wasn't parody. Like people weren't there laughing with him. They were like really believing this shit. So then he came out and he was like, "Look, guys, I made this shit up. Like this shit is not true." And they turned on him, bro. They were like, "They got to you." Yeah, bro. They were like, "The government got to you. We believed in you."
Crazy.
And there's still to this day they believe there's a group of people that believe that birds are not real. And that any dead birds you see on the ground,
There's people that think that Australia is not real.
yeah, they say that any birds that you find on the ground that are dead are just to trick you. Like they're planted to trick you.
Just to trick you.
Like have you ever actually seen a bird die? Like, bro, what are we doing? Oh my god.
Oh my god.
So funny.
Like, have I seen it fall out the sky? Is what, like, I mean, what?
Yes.
They'll probably still say, "Oh, you dropped it out of a plane or something, out of a helicopter, right? You're just dropping dead birds out of helicopters just to make people believe that they died."
When they go to the power lines. That's the best.
Just thinking
If
about all
none
the
of them are
chicken.
real, how do they have
All the
blood and
chicken that I've
organs? And
eaten.
like, why do they decay?
They got to you, bro. Qui-Gon has been compromised. Get this guy out of here.
You know what was wild? What was wild about the Flat Earth channel that I went into was that they had like this playbook of how to refute and how to defend against people that came out with good good arguments, and they all said the same things, man. It was like
you know what's funny, though, Rick?
textbook answer,
You know what?
response. Yeah.
No, do you know what though? Like the
I
funny
mean, that's
thing
all
about those
brainwashing
types
too.
of places. No, but the funny thing about those places, right, is that sometimes, okay, so for most of them, right, that's what you're saying. You've got your manifesto, you've got your canned responses as well. But what it also was is like this weird place where, because they know it's like the most extreme part of the internet with one of the most extreme conspiracy theories, it was a place where people felt they could come and voice their conspiracy theories or their wild opinions and feel safe. So it was like, yeah, flat Earth. But did you ever think about like how the moon landing's fake, right? Like, or how about like this, right? Or how about that? Like,
Oh
it'll
yeah,
sort of be like
branched out.
that icebreak. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the moon, the flat Earth is like
It's
the icebreak, and then after that, it's what they really think.
yeah. Yeah. It
Look, I mean,
becomes
the way
like distrust for establishment is what it stems from
Yeah.
as well.
the way I
Like
see
any
it
kind of
is like
official
if
narrative.
people I think there's plenty of psyops that get done by the powers that be to try to brainwash people into thinking a certain way or behaving a certain way. And people just they go with it. And so they're falling into the trap. And the thing is with these stupid like I wouldn't even call them conspiracy theories because it's just ludicrous. Most like some of the stuff that's just like how could that be credible ever in a million years? Those people that don't even have the ability to think for themselves, two and two together, whether they're being brainwashed by the powers that be, or some stupid like 14-year-old kid on Twitter or 4chan, and they're just getting trolled. If they are dumb enough to fall for it, and they're gonna defend that like to the death, then they deserve to sound like a freaking idiot. Like they absolutely deserve to sound like a moron. Like
To be fair, it's not
This is why
really.
the
It's
crypto community.
yeah.
I was gonna say the crypto community felt like you were part of like an alternative culture, and like it's like, oh, dude, maybe I'm like way off the mark, but to be validated and legitimized and have the the president of the United States talking about it, people making hard money in it and buying real world assets, dude, it's real. It's like it's not. It sort of
yeah,
felt
we're no
it
longer
started out
this
like a bit of a
strange group.
conspiracy or like a, but it's pretty incredible, dude. It's very rare for something
We
like
used to
this
be
to happen.
this strange group, and then once it started
Yeah,
to
the
become
strange
accepted,
group.
it's like
Yeah,
we
like you're one of those crypto
we
nutcases.
shifted to like, oh wow, people used to be like, oh, he's one of those crypto nerds. He's one of those people that fall for those scams and stuff. And now it's like, oh wow, he was an early adopter. He's so lucky that he got into crypto so early.
Nah, they still think
He must be
they
really
still
smart.
think we're crazy.
They do still think.
We're not
Let
there
them
yet.
think it.
Yeah.
Let them.
I mean,
and
to
let
be
them
fair,
think
we
it.
are. To be
My
fair, we are.
Yeah, I
my
was about to
advice
say,
my
full
advice
disclosure.
is if you're grinding, just don't even talk to about anybody about crypto. If you're grinding and you haven't made it yet, just do your thing, bro.
Yeah.
Once you get it and you have it, then they'll come to you. Hey, what have you been doing? What have you been doing lately? Like, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
But people just put that negative shit on you. They'll look at you different.
Oh yeah.
Right. They'll kind of hope for you to even fail. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't know if y'all believe in it, but negative energy is a real thing, bro. You get enough people hoping that you fail, like that energy is displaced. That shit goes somewhere.
Oh, dude, how many times have you had?
I mean,
How many times have you had the so
yeah,
you're
when
rich yet?
people are
You're
like,
rich yet, buddy? Have you had that? Dude,
yeah,
people ask me that all the time. So you must be
a
rich by now,
bunch.
right?
It's like,
You've been doing it since
dude, but then
2018.
when crypto's flying and
Here's my little millionaire.
going up and people start asking about it, it's like, oh, like, yo, what are you doing? What are you doing with crypto right now? Like, it's not what I'm doing right now. I'm like, it's what I did before that you're too late to do now. Like, so don't ask me about it now. You should have listened to me when you were making fun of me and saying I was crazy. Now I sound smart.
Yeah.
Crazy. No, but yeah, full disclosure though, I'm definitely like when I'm talking about people are crazy with their conspiracy theories. I've got my own set of conspiracy theories. I'm not a sane person, to be honest with you. But like, definitely we're I agree with Dbloc saying, man, just grind in silence, and then people will come to you when the time's right, and you will no longer be the crazy person. You'll be the early adopter or the lucky. Lucky's the one. You know what? Actually, now that I say that, no, sorry, the luck thing. I actually introduced some of my friends into crypto, and despite like sort of telling them certain things and saying, here's what I think is a good idea, it's not a good idea. Here's like all the learning tools. Jumps in the middle of the last cycle. Some got wrecked. Some didn't really, make that much money. Later on, there's like in the bear market, I'm sending them messages like to a group chat to absolute silence. I was sending it for months as well, and I said to myself, you know what, like this will give me peace of mind that I know I tried. And I remember one of them as well was like saying stuff like, yeah, like to be honest with you, like it's just luck. It's just luck, man. I was like, okay, well, listen, I'll give you I'll put you in the right direction, and then it's up to you after that. But even people who try it as well will still think it's just luck. And those are the ones I'm like, okay, you might just be beyond help, because at least the others, they have the gift of ignorance. You don't really have that. Like if you've seen it and you still don't believe it, then it's up to you, really. You know. No, it's the creating your own luck. It's you got to be participate in order to even get there. Some people won't even do that, right? They'll just say he got lucky and not even bother. Like
You
like
have to
what guy
suffer.
said
You
is
have to
luck.
struggle and
Pride,
suffer
he's
for
always
so
been-
long.
Yeah.
You have to struggle and suffer for so long to even like come ahead in this kind of game. And it's like when everything's going down, it's like, oh, it's a scam, and like nobody listens to you to still like say, hey, you should probably start investing. When friggin' everything's ripping, it's like people were asking me about crypto the other day, like, oh, what's going on with Bitcoin? Bitcoin's gonna keep going up, huh? I'm like, dude, listen, it
Don't
is
say that.
too late to be. It is too late to be like getting interested now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like I'm like, don't be like investing long term now. Like, it's too late for you. I'm like, you can't say, oh, this is a scam, and like when the best time to invest is, then get super interested. I mean, I guess it's kind of a good sign in terms of like idiots are going to be buying the top. It's like, dude, I'm sorry, but you're way too late. Like, don't ask me, because I'm not going to tell you anything. Like, I'm going to tell you to
I
stay
feel
away
like it's
from it
necessary, dude.
when we're closer to the top, and people be like, oh, no, you need to teach me how to do this. You need to teach me how to do this so I can make money too. It's like, no, I don't think
Dude,
it.
coming
I'm
into
not
the top
saying that.
is actually a good lesson. You
I'm
learn
just
lessons
saying,
coming
like,
in at the
I'm
wrong
like,
time. I think.
listen, all I'm saying is people start asking me about it when things have already ripped. And it's like, look, I'm not going to tell you or teach you anything right now, because you're going to get wrecked and then you're going to blame me. Like, so I'm like, I'm like, you want my advice? Like, when the market's ripping, I'm like, you want my advice? Don't touch it right now. Wait until it's dead again.
You should send them in here.
Or at least
Bring them along.
direct them to education first. Like, go teach yourself about it first before you dabble. You know what I mean? Maybe that's another
I would
approach.
say I would say buy a little and enough to care, but not enough to get stung so much that you
Yeah.
won't want to do it. And that's how I went about it. You know, I had enough to at least
Experimenting with it, it's the best way to learn. Experimenting with $20 or whatever you can afford to just, kiss goodbye. Nothing wrong
Yeah,
with
and I
that.
mean, like, yeah, but I mean, true. Like you
The sad
said,
thing is
you
when
were like, well,
complete
what if
beginners
this
bring their
is not
life
the top?
savings into it. That's dangerous.
Like when you were saying, what if this is not the top? It's like, yeah, what if it's not? Maybe it's not, but I'll tell you what, it's definitely not the bottom.
Yeah, it's definitely not. Yeah. Yeah, the context of time, timing, time
Well, I mean, that's
horizons.
what's good about the whole cycle theory. If you have if you have at least a 5-year time horizon, like a 5-10 year time horizon, you're like, yeah, I'm not going to care about this money. Like, I'm not going to need it or care about it or worry about it or even look at it for the next 10 years. Then sure, go ahead. But I mean, if you want to like actually make some serious gains, then like then patience is what is the most important thing.
Yeah.
You could have bought the top of any cycle and been in massive profit right now if you held for 4 years, 5 years. Like, but it's I don't know. I mean, it is relative, but it's like how many people are going to be willing to like just sit there and let their money rot or go down 40,
Not a
50,
lot.
70%
Not a
for
lot.
5 years. Like, yeah, they're going to
feel
panic
like
though.
yeah. That that's
Pain's
that's what
games,
I
Yeah,
was
like
coach.
saying, man. It's like it's
I told my
coming in at
buddy,
the
I
top
saw
is
this.
probably where you start your best, most important lesson is if you're coming in at the
Absolutely.
top of the bull. It's like, oh,
Yeah, I
cool,
mean,
you get
getting
to learn
burned
faster.
definitely helps you learn quicker. Yeah, but
You've got
I
to
mean,
get
like
started
my
somewhere.
buddy, like he was super invested in Luna, and he was asking me stuff about. He's like, "Oh, is it gonna go up? Is it gonna swing up?" And I'm like, dude, and I see this massive head and shoulders on the chart. This is way before like any of the drama even happened. See this massive head and shoulders on the chart. It's like at like $200 and massive head and shoulders. I'm like, dude, listen, Luna looks very bearish to me right now. I'm like, I would not be trying to trade it. I'm like, just take your money and put it into stablecoin. And he was like, "Oh, well, I'm just trying to do one more swing, blah blah blah." And then he was taking his he was trading it into UST, putting that in the Terra station, getting 20% staking. He's like, he's like, they're paying me every single day. He's like, all I need to do is just make one trade a day, stack more money, put it back in staking, and then like they'll pay me for the staking too. And so like he tried to go back in for one more trade. I'm like, dude, listen, it looks very bearish. I'm like, I would sell. And I'm like, I have already sold. I'm like, to be honest, I have already sold. And he didn't sell. And I was like, oh man, like you should have like, and then it crashed. And he was like, what the hell's going on? And he calls me all like upset and everything. And he comes over to my house and we're like watching it crash. And he's like, it's got to bounce to some. And like, he's down like thousands and thousands of dollars. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm like, I told you it looked bearish, but and then this was after the whole crash thing, and I was like, why didn't you at least put some of it back in a stable coin? And he was like, dude, even if I did that, the stable coin crashed too, like, so like, like he's like, even if I did that, I
Kind of
still would have
glad that
been
I walked
asked
away
out
at that
because
time.
the
They were giving
freaking the stable coin
20%.
crashed too.
Cheeky.
Yeah, every day. It wasn't even like you had to wait
Man, that's
a week or a month or whatever for what they gave rewards every day, and then
That's
people kept
mad.
restaking the extra gains.
Staking's nasty because there's no quick out when you're staking. It's it's kind of scary. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nice.
The $100 challenge, is that worth trying?
Worst thing that
Yeah, that's
that could
honestly one of
happen
the
is you
best
learn
ideas I
something.
think I ever heard. If you're trying to trade, or if you're just trying to learn, like that's probably one of the best ideas I ever heard. Is because like you're risking $100, like you're not risking your life savings trying to learn. Like so your tuition can be cheaper if you do that. If it costs you
Yeah.
$100,
You
great,
pick the
that's
fee.
pretty cheap. If it costs you 200,
Yeah.
not as cheap, it's still pretty good. 300, 400, 500, no matter how many tries it takes you. Like you could try 5 times or 10 times and be like, okay, I lost $1,000 and then I'm done. But I mean, it's not like you're gonna sit there with your life savings and lose try like swinging for the fences immediately and then just lose everything and then you're like, shit, what do I do now? Like it's a much more manageable loss. Even if you try it once and even if you lose the whole $100, it's only $100. You know what I mean? And then you just try again. Like it's not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But if you do 100 trades and you only keep the position size $1, chances are there's going to be enough of those in there that are winners where you're not going to lose everything. You just have to develop the good habits before you're risking a lot of money. And if you develop the good habits and the good practices, then when you do have more money that you're willing to throw at it, you'll already have the good habits and you'll be able
That was
to
good, Joe.
implement them.
Yep.
Yeah, you just scale it up, right?
Yeah.
Listen, if it's your last 100, it's your last 100. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, if you lose it all, like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, someone losing everything,
Just
yeah,
lose
last
it
100,
all.
and someone losing everything gonna last like 50K.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's like massive amount, like different amount, but penniless is penniless, right? Some people probably even worse than the guy that last 100, right? Because yeah, you can.
Dude, there was times
You can get
where I was like, there was times where like forget, and one of our friends, his name was Prototype. He made fun of me, but I was like, I had $1 in my futures account left because I like wrecked my account. I had $1 left in there, and I went out straight. I was like, you know what? Screw it. I'm all in. And like, I went all in
With
with
a dollar.
$1, and he laughed his ass off. He's like, $1. Like, you're all in. Huh? I'm like, yeah, like all in.
Yeah, but Kwai, I mean, I remember being down to like $47 in my leverage account and ended up being like $850.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I mean, you can come back, but I'll tell
you
you
can.
what, if you can't, and I made up this saying like a couple of years ago, like when I was first getting into risk management, and I said like, you can't win anything if you lose everything.
Yep.
Like you can't win nothing back. You can always win it back if you have something to work with, but you can't win anything if you lose everything.
And it's like, you know, it's like that what Dbloc saying with compounding, right? It's just it snowballs. It's like the more you lose, the harder it's gonna be to sort of climb back up that hill as well. So sometimes it's like cutting your losses is important, but also just having something is also important. If you've got nothing, then yeah, like you're starting from zero. It's gonna just be an insane uphill climb in comparison.
Hey,
D-Block. Yeah, what's going on, bro?
That in the off season that we
On that
do
1
have it
hour.
on account.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go on. You're doing TA. You're
I'm
gonna ask
done.
something. Go on.
No, I just wanted to ask Dbloc on the 1 hour, is that a falling wedge?
No. You're talking this whole structure?
No, just the after the big red candles, those two candles, the one that's rising now from the vector candle, the green candle going
Rising wedge.
falling wedge. Like where you have your this after that one, if you draw a parallel channel from the green candle, the vector candle.
Do you want to share your screen? I can see what you mean.
I mean this. Can you see?
Hold on. Yeah, you have a bearish channel. But you said a falling wedge.
There are two hits. This, I mean, if you take into account.
I still don't see the falling wedge though. Can you draw it out?
Yeah, I mean, sorry, rising wedge. This is bearish, right?
Oh,
So
yeah,
this
yeah,
like generally
yeah.
goes down like.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what we're tracking on the 15 too.
Thanks. That's all I wanted to ask.
Yeah, no problem.
So I'm guessing Powell's probably going to just keep rates the same.
Yeah.
That's what's pretty much on tap.
Yep.
Go
If he
go
didn't,
ahead
it
and
would
get
be
that
the
out of my
most
way. In my
surprising
opinion.
decision a Fed chair's ever
Right.
made, as far as percentage wise.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm.
Yeah, they don't tend to surprise. They usually keep it pretty
No.
predictable.
Yeah, Fed futures. Just go to
When
Fed futures.
there's an
And you pretty
FOMC
much tell me
meeting?
what's gonna happen.
It's the
When's the
most like
FOMC?
leaked piece of data.
Mhm. Right. There's a guy called. No idea.
Nick the Snitch.
Nick the Freak.
Nikki T.
Oh, dude, that's too much. Nick the Snitch. Nick the
When is the FOMC meeting?
Tomorrow. Yeah, dude, you just got me so good. I can't. Maybe I was just due for a laugh. Sometimes anything will do when you need one.
FOMC and Bank of Japan.
Wednesday.
Nick Timmerhouse? Is that what it is? Timmerhouse?
Yeah.
Wait, so is that tomorrow? Wednesday tomorrow?
Yep.
Tomorrow, bro.
Yes, sir. Why?
I woke up thinking that Powell was gonna speak today,
And
bro. I was
also
all screwed up.
GDP. Dang.
Guess I gotta get a good night's sleep in. Yeah, I think the CME group has probabilities too.
E-Man got brooms in the chat for sweeping.
You gotta come down under 117 to invalidate. I mean, all of this sort of like micromanaging that we're doing at the end of the day,
Yeah,
it's really just
this thing
we're
ain't
here.
doing nothing right now.
Dude, I'm still crying here thinking about
Nicky T, need a break.
Nick
Dude, when you
Alright,
get ready when you get ready to laugh about something, when he thinks something is funny, he thinks it's really funny. He
I
can't stop
missed it.
laughing.
I have no idea what he's
Yeah, dude,
laughing at.
It just got me off guard, man. It's one of the moments.
That's good. Man,
Who is
having
it?
a
Nick the Snitch.
Yeah,
Nick the Snitch. Nick Timmerhouse.
According to the CME
It's more
group,
about
the Fed Watch tool, they think so. There's a 97.4% chance there's no change, and a 2.6% chance that they're going to ease. 0% chance that they'll like.
Yeah, that's what we just
So that's
looked
what
at
they
earlier.
Mhm.
That's why I
Yeah,
said it
Drew,
would be the
was
biggest
delivery, dude.
surprise.
It wasn't the content. It was the way you said it. Yeah. You said it so dry and serious. Yeah. Anyway, I think I would say would you say, guys, that it's priced in, the whole FOMC outcome?
Yeah, I think
This
the
meeting.
next 2 cuts are
They're
priced in.
pricing it in, right?
I think we're already priced in
Yeah.
2 cuts this year. So it would take. Oh, there
Okay.
isn't even there isn't
Oh,
even
yeah,
space
Guy
for
was saying
3.
that
There's
earlier.
only 2 left. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Something like that. I know
I mean, they
August
can always
doesn't
click an
have
Oh
emergency.
no. They could cut in October too. They could
They could
cut
always do an emergency
September,
D-block
October,
if something
and
popped up,
December.
you know?
But what I'm saying is, so 2 has been priced in. 3 would give us a blow off top, in my opinion. 1 price, we'd have to reprice to the downside, right? If we only got 1, like if we didn't get 1 in September or October, I don't even want to think about the candles. That'd probably be the bear market right there. Going right at the end of October, October 29th, going into November. We didn't get a cut in September, didn't get a cut in October. Crap. But I don't see that happening. September's already at a 64%. These guys here are wishing on a prayer, though. 1.7 for a 0.5 cut.
Yeah, not even.
I see what you're saying, Drew. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Drew. I can see that.
What was that?
I think we're all going down if
Is Drew talking?
TradFi goes down, especially the way
Yeah,
TradFi
Drew's
are
talking.
involved in this market now. Oh, what? You couldn't hear Drew?
Man.
Oh, hold on. I gotta turn him back up. I turned him
Yo.
down when he was arguing with dude earlier. Yo. There you go. I can hear you now.
That was wild.
Bro,
Mic
when
check,
I'm
1,
in
2.
real life doing real life shit, if
Yeah.
I gotta come back to the channel, I'm just shutting the noise off. Whoever happens to be making noise, no offense.
My bad.
Wrong
Yeah,
or
I just
right.
got into it with no boy. He was trying to tell people that you can't put Bitcoin in 401ks, and then he was saying that there's no advisors allowed to pitch crypto right now, basically. And then I had to shut him down on that. That's all.
But yeah, I think it's all getting dragged down if we go down. Dow Jones goes down, we're going down. By how much we can debate that, right? But I don't think we're at that space yet where, TradFi's in a bear market and we're still raging on, or even just like a general slope. Especially with the way that these guys, if we want institutions in here and institutional players are in here, they're going to treat it like a tech. Do you remember early on in 2021 they were treating it like a tech stock? They were just dumping that shit on like seasonally. I can still see a similar thing like that happening if we go into a bear market. I don't see why. If the majority of the players that have come in have been institutions, I feel like they'd want to treat it like they would treat anything else. Maybe it's not yet at that point where it's the sort of golden asset.
I don't think it's not a mystery to these institutions that this is cyclical. They're not brand new to compounding or cycles. They've been watching us for a long time. Trust me, if they're dipping their toes in, it's because they like what they saw, not to change it. Not until they become masters of the
And not only
universe,
that.
right? Once they make all the money in the world, then maybe things will start to happen. But this is their first opportunity to compound. I don't see them giving it up.
Yeah. And nothing's stopping them from opening a chart either and seeing the history,
Oh, these guys know, man. These guys are well aware of cycles.
Yeah, they're yeah. And
they're the experts.
you know how like at the lows of the market, there's this existential threat, like, oh, crypto's done, it's cooked, like the bubble has burst, it's never coming back. People have made too much money in this space for it to ever go away. You know what I mean? Like, why would you make money one cycle and then walk away forever and never do it again? Like, it's too easy.
Nah, the genie's out of the lamp
Like, it's
now.
too easy for them to make
I mean,
money. Yeah.
Yeah, once it got past $1 billion, people were like, "What?" But after it gets past $1 trillion, it's just like you can't say no. It's just it's there forever.
Yeah, dude. Top 10 biggest asset on the planet, dude. Single asset.
I think it's funny. Vanguard.
It's been in the top 5 before as well.
People on Twitter are making fun of Vanguard because Vanguard got the they got the excuse me, the ETF, and then they refused to list it. They said, no, we don't think it should be in people's retirement portfolio. And people were giving them a lot of shit for it, right? And all these people online are like, have fun staying poor. And I'm like, guys, no, not with them. You can do that with somebody else, but you can't do that with them. They're gonna be all right, trust me. Even if they never, and they will, they'll jump. You know, they're sick. They own 6% of MicroStrategy now, so obviously they see, you know, they see the future. But yeah, just Twitter's funny, bro. Anybody who says anything about Bitcoin is like, have fun staying poor. I'm like, bro, these are the masters of the universe, bro. You know that financial system that we had to make a subsystem for just to be able to get some breadcrumbs and shit? Yeah, these are the guys that have been running it for the past 500 years. I think they're going to be all right.
Listen, those
Yeah,
guys
man.
online, that's yeah.
I was just gonna say there's so much bullish stuff on the timeline that I'm checking right now, like on the news feed at least, just with like PayPal right now, pay with crypto slashing cross-border fees by 90%. Then you got the new Senate bill recognizing crypto as a mortgage collateral, that 21st Century Mortgage Act. And that's pretty big too. That's going pretty, I mean, some people are talking about it, but it's big news.
They need to be specific about what crypto, because I can't even imagine collateralizing your fart coin and then having
Well,
a
it's probably Bitcoin
95%
and Ethereum right now.
retracement, and then it never comes back. Like, you know what happens to your loan at that point? Oh, think about it. But yeah, I would hope that they would only do like Bitcoin and Ethereum. Banks aren't stupid, bro. They're not gonna just give you bread for anything. But they will let you bury yourself. They will let you bury yourself.
Yep.
You know it. We are making support on top of the well line. Something.
I'm not sure I'm liking how East looking. I mean, maybe that's actually that might be a ascending triangle. Give me a second. Give me a phone. I was like, it's hitting a brick wall, but maybe it's actually a ascending triangle. Where is that?
This stablecoin bill supposed to be coming, well, not bill, but the information that crypto report is going to have some more sort of stablecoin information. You know, since the Genius bill has been enacted, the AUM for stables has gone up 32%. The assets under management, 32%.
Wow.
How crazy that is.
So since that bill, that's actually mad.
Mm-hmm. People just wanted clarity,
It's
bro.
cool. You know, Coinbase just opened up Samsung Pay for crypto purchasing, which is pretty cool. It's another way to onboard if you're using Samsung. Yeah, Samsung's picking up the pace. I still don't trust their
Listen,
phones, man. I always think like one of their phones are going to blow up in my pocket or something.
I hear that.
That's scary.
They're great devices, but I mean, it's
I kill my phones before they can kill me, bro. A phone doesn't stand a chance. 6 months max.
Oh, and then that's out of it. Yeah, 6 months,
bro. I've gone through so many. It'd be the dumbest shit too.
You're working that phone, boy.
It'd be the dumbest. That's what I'm
Still
saying.
working
It's
on
not
that
like I'm like at a
iPhone 11.
construction site or something. One of the interesting things that I've been looking at is a narrative
Dbloc,
that's
I
sort
think
of.
you got Joe muted.
Oh, probably. One of the narratives I've been looking at that's interesting when it comes to stable coins is all this money that's sitting in the banks, right? So the banks are allowed to use stables now. So there's this thing called designated funds, right? After 2008, the Fed sent the banks a bunch of money. I have to figure out the number exactly. It's in the high billions, close to probably double-digit trillion. But don't quote me on the amount. But there's an amount of funds that the banks are holding that are designated for another sort of event like that. They cannot disperse the funds. It was in the agreement. All they can do is hold it, and the Fed pays them interest for holding it. Right? So that's what they get out of it. Stable coins could make it to where they could cash out on those designated funds. Right? Because what they can do is that they can back the stable coin with those funds, and the funds never have to leave the account. They still get paid for it, right? It's like a loophole almost. And it seems like that's why the banks are leaning into this. But if that's true, that means we're gonna have quantitative easing that isn't even Fed based. Like there's gonna be money freed up in the banks for loans, which then trickles down, which then goes into risk assets.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't matter about QE or QT at that point. It's just these funds got straight up released into the space. That's just sitting there.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Me and AI
Give
were
us a couple
going back
trilly,
and back
you know.
about it, back and forth about it, about like the
50 billion
legalities of it.
consolidated. Your 50 billion in consolidated outstanding issuance are also. Wait, let me see. I think.
The ability to hold your assets and just base the stable off of it and then keep gaining the APY or the interest that you're getting for holding that asset is crazy. That's what real world assets is about, right? You're tokenizing it so you can make that part liquid while you still regain ownership of the actual asset and get the benefits of whatever that asset is giving you.
Listen, obviously it couldn't have worked because half the shit that was going on there was just, I don't know, various violations in the eyes of the SEC or whoever, right? But imagine if we had DeFi somewhat in this cycle rather than last cycle, with the way that crypto is viewed. I think it would have been insane, like for that boom to happen. Obviously, like there's still DeFi products that are still relevant, but that initial boom, yeah, it would have been crazy. Man.
I like how it was, bro. I was in a
Yeah, it went crazy.
I was in a BNB node project called BNB Fury, and this was already at the end of DeFi. Like once we had been through all the regular, ridiculous APY sort of node projects. So just like everything else, they rewarded you for not selling, right? You could hold it for one day. They were giving, I believe it was 15% APY daily. Daily, right? And if you left it in there,
mean APD? You mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Daily, right? And if you left it in there for another 24 hours, they would double it. So the next day you were getting 30%. Bro, I was getting about 560% APY. I let that shit run for three or four. It was like a week and like 3 days. And then Node Mageddon happened, bro. There was this one guy, one wallet that had node projects running on almost every node, bro, and he was early to almost every. So you can't even imagine what he was getting. When he pulled, everything went to zero that day.
Jesus.
Anything that you hadn't taken out
on,
bro,
you and Robert were in that, right?
Bro, Robert called me from work and said, "What's happening? Should I come home?" I was like, "Bro, finish the day. Just finish. You're gonna need the dry powder, bro. Finish the day off at work. There is nothing you can do here."
Yeah, I remember. When you guys
when
were
the
going through
music,
that.
bro, when the music stopped, it was bad. But I turned one BNB into probably like 23 BNB.
Those are the days I was still scared to touch DeFi, man. I did found something with Cartesi though, and I was able to run a master node through Linux, and that was giving me 400% for the first week. Remember, I was scared to touch DeFi.
Yeah.
These guys are
You
trying to get
better
me in
off.
DeFi, and then the first day, the first day these guys get me in DeFi, Robert and Dbloc, they get me in DeFi, and I get got for some.
Okay, so to
was
be
it?
fair,
Nvidia coins.
Okay, so listen, to be fair, we did spend like 4 months trying, and by the time he finally gave in, it was, it was frothy. It was
frothy, very frothy.
Yeah, my bad. Let me unmute you, Joe. I see your mic going.
It really was. You guys had all kinds of stuff. You guys were getting like making breweries and beers and all kinds of things.
I'm not gonna. I did well, right? I did well. I missed out on that last big hit, but we flipped plenty of these node things.
Man, I still think that Argentinian dude or whatever he was from, I think he was the dude that like set that contract. I just have a hunch.
Listen, that DeFi summer, like that would I've never seen scams so clean, man. Like if Charles Ponzi came back to life, he would have a tear in his eye. Like
It was the
you guys got this
flywheel, right?
optimized.
It was we were trying to invent the flywheel, and like every project that came out had a different sort of aspect to it that build off of the last one. It wasn't even like they were trying to outdo each other, right? They were literally improving. One would improve on the other. One would improve on. Bro, once by the time I got into that BNB Fury thing, I was like, this might just be the infinite money glitch. There is no way. How in hell is this work? But the reason it was working was because everybody was just jumping heads in. Everybody was throwing everything they could into these things. Imagine if you put 100 BNB in, you're like, oh, if I just wait 24 hours, you know, and then you never know when the music's gonna stop.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it was the greatest
MIM,
effect.
Magic
So-
Internet Money, MIM, and Spell Token. Those were killing
Oh
it
yeah,
too for a while.
Gustav says, isn't flywheel just another word for Ponzi? Ponzi is a failed flywheel, okay? When a flywheel works, nobody complains. It's when the flywheel falls apart that people start using the P word. But
A lot of people
you're
mistake-
1000% correct. There is no infinite money glitch, guys. The yield has to come from somewhere.
There could
You
be
know what though?
friction.
Like, yeah.
I got it. You got it.
No, I was thinking
Federal
about there was one
Reserve.
that I was in, and because when it came to like farming, okay, so when it came to like the yield farming, you're like, all right, cool. You hop in, and it's definitely a world. It benefits the world. You hop in, you splash around that with the staking, and then you unstake and you get out of there, right? I remember there was one that was like, it was like Bow Finance, and I was like, okay, I've seen this game before, man. Like, because the APY was insane as well. I was like, okay, insane APY, so we need to get in. It's gonna pump, and then I'm gonna get out, right? I remember I bought, I sold. This is like earlier on when I was trying to build, like, and I got in, I sold at like 10x, right? I was like, yes, finally, like, you know what I mean? I hit one, I did it correct, executed, and it went 100x. I was like, I can't wait. What? How did that go 100x? Like the APY was like 10,000% or something. I
So
looked at
dumb.
the APY and the staking. It turns out it was locked for like a year. I was like, how did I miss such a like crucial point of it? Like these guys were all hopping in and just staking and not realizing like what they were
Yeah.
doing. Like they couldn't actually unstake.
That's crazy.
Oh my god.
The way it's supposed to work is brand new project, super high APY, right? Because there's only a couple people staking. As more people stake, that drops, and then eventually it drops to a reasonable number that we all probably aren't interested in, and then we just But it was getting to the point where you're getting these projects, and the APY was going up every day. And like, how is this sustainable? Which obviously everybody knew it wasn't. Nobody can complain. We all knew the music was going to stop at one point.
Facts. It's an absolute fact. But it really was just like, yeah, you ran into the wheels fell off.
These things had a slider.
And that was it.
Every single one of them had the same slider. They had a slider where you would put in the amount that you put in, and then you would slide it up to like 5 years. And it'd be like, you're going to have $7.5 million. And it would do the math for you and shit. And you were like, brah. But people fall for that shit. You know?
What a bait.
100%.
I mean, they weren't wrong. That's what you would have had if it wasn't a Ponzi.
Right? If everyone knew
But some of them,
nobody sold. Of course you'd
no,
have
but
that,
some of them ran legit. Like that Cartesi one, like even though every week it started off, I think 800, the next week 600, and the more people would jump on,
That's
the
how it's
APY would
supposed
go
to
lower
work.
and
Yeah,
lower.
that's how it's supposed to
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
That makes sense, right?
So some of them were legit. Like Cartesi, I think that was really good.
Nah, it's the ones that got creative, bro. Or like you were staking your node, and then you could put 5 nodes together, and you'd have a super node.
Oh yeah,
But then you had to start your
attach a
counter
dApp to
over
it.
again. You know, your super node would give you like 5 times, but then you had to start your 60-day counter over again. ZD with the big Cypher membership. W.
Big Cypher.
Listen, when Andrew Cronier came in, he perfected the scam. Like him and Daniela, like they revolutionized the scams, man. Like they took that shit to the next level.
Madoff,
They were
man.
like,
Madoff just didn't have the technology. Bro, Madoff for the longest time was, I mean, one of the most well-respected fund managers in all of Wall Street, bro. I mean, for years and years. And this was not like he pulled a scam on somebody and then in a year it went. Like, this was, people had been investing with him for 8, 9 years. When the market's giving you 15% year over year and Madoff is giving you 45, 50. Right, by the third, fourth investment, you're shoveling all in, bro. You know what I mean? You're like, here. This dude's on the cover of People magazine and shit. And but if he would have had the technology, if he would have just been on blockchain, the damage that man could have done.
oh my god!
I still think he was Secret Service doing corporate espionage. That's just my opinion.
Nah,
But you know, I
dude,
love
Wasn't he like
conspiracies.
the head of the Nasdaq?
That's
At
the
one
thing.
point,
So
like,
he
didn't he- was he like the-
used the reputation, right, that he had rightfully sort of gathered, and then he just it's greed, right? When you perform for somebody and you're giving them ROI consistently, the questions go away. They're a little uncomfortable, like, how do you, but when that check comes in, you know, and then slowly, so that's why I really don't feel, well, I feel bad for the pension funds, right, that were invested with them, people that had no idea, that were just feeding into their 401ks and shit like that. But these family offices, you know what I mean, that had been investing with him for 6 or 7 years, like, come on, you knew what was going, there's no way you thought this was legit. You just stayed quiet because the money was good. Just like we all did in those node projects, you know?
Listen, it only goes up, bro. What you mean?
You know,
I mean, once you have celebrities in your portfolio, you know, you had all those rich celebrities, Zaza Gabor, Kevin Bacon, Steven
That's what I was
Spielberg.
going to say, Drew. Listen, if you do corporate espionage, why do you gotta go get Kevin Bacon? I like Kevin Bacon, man.
Kevin Bacon's the man, dude. Oh yeah,
Kevin
Donkey,
Bacon was
no,
doing like EE adverts over here. He was doing mobile phone adverts over here for years because he was in like heavy debt. Like he lost
Donkey,
all
I
money.
wouldn't put ENA against Render. 2 different projects. ENA is a stablecoin project. I'd say it's more bullish than Render, if that's what you're asking, though. But not a better version of.
You still think we can hit target 2 on the lows?
Yeah. Yeah, I still have one more day of potential down, in my opinion, and this should just, remember I told you about these slow W breakouts, bro. It's never good. You start putting in rising wedges, you start putting in bearish channels. You know, we've got enough liquidity to push, but it's got to start breaking some of this. And at this point, it's got to do more than just push. Right? Let's future trip a little bit. The bears are just going to do this, which means that we can get that full move on that on that cup and handle and still be inside of this bear flag. We can grab all that liquidity. We can grab that entire vector and still be inside a bearish channel. So it's going to have to do more than just push. It's going to have to like really push. We're going to have to get that W target to sort of get rid of some of that bearishness.
I didn't look at it like that.
It starts to like, the bearishness starts to seep in and you start to see it in the patterns. Like a bearish flag isn't any more bearish than a rising wedge, right? It's just that retail more readily can identify a bear flag, so more people will react to it.
And it kind of seems like we had like 2 daily or two range, like range low 2, but we didn't have like a range low 3 yet from the top, like on the 15.
Appreciate you, bro. I'm sorry, somebody came up to me, was talking to me.
Nah,
Thank you,
you're
though.
good. You're good.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm only 25% in. I got the rest of the bag waiting, kind of.
Nice. You have a line you're not willing to buy above.
Yeah.
That's important too, because things go the wrong way. We don't want to just sit like, oh, you know, there's got to be a line where you're like, okay, this compound is going to be good enough.
Yeah, that weekend trap really changed my perspective. I haven't bought anything above it.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice floor so far. She wants to go, but it's looked like she wanted to go all day. All right, come on.
Listen, you've been asking her what she wants to eat all day. She's not hungry. She's not hungry. Right?
Retail ate
What
that
do you want?
supply,
I don't
man.
know.
Market maker is the one that's acting
You
finicky
alright?
here, because
Like,
retail
what
ate
else
that
she wants.
supply. They should have rewarded them with a green vector there.
Yeah, you come.
Come on, market maker. What more do you want? You didn't have to spend any money to absorb that
With some
supply at
fries.
all.
What's going on, Rick?
Oh,
Sound like Rick
to
wants
your
some fries.
analogy, you come home with chips and a burger, and she's like, "Can I have one? I just asked you."
That's why you gotta
Oh,
eat in the
oh
car.
my God.
Oh
You said
yeah,
no.
right. Yeah, so
I'm
she,
such a selfish
she
person as
says
well. I
nothing,
hate
and then you come home and she smells your food, and she wants to. She's like, "Can I have a bite?" And she eats that.
Why didn't you get me anything?
Well, that's where you got to be gangster and know, be one step ahead and already just get it, you know, just because you know it's gonna happen.
Oh, big brain.
I used to do that sometimes, but you know what? And before, right? I'm the type of person where it's like if you ask me, right, I'll literally get you anything. Like, but if I've in my mind already allocated the food to myself and someone else wants it and you throw that in whack,
There's nothing wrong with that, brother. That is survival instinct.
Like
That
a
means that
dog
you have a
growling.
healthy survival instinct. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
Yeah.
That is very, very manly.
Yeah, don't touch my plate.
I'm not gonna lie though. Other people's
like, just get food, man. I love
other
food.
people's food always looks a little better though. Like that food across the table on somebody else's plate is always like,
Especially your
people's cooking
siblings or something.
hits different to your own.
yeah. Just eat in the car, guys. It's not a big deal. Make sure you finish your food in the car.
Other people's food and other people's buys are always better looking.
I mean, you could get 2 burgers and 2 fries, just in case she wants one. And if she really insists that she doesn't, you can eat both of them.
What a simp. I'm just playing.
Yeah.
I'm playing. There's nothing wrong. You gotta keep, yeah.
Well, I mean,
That's it.
ideally, you're like, hey, look, I can eat 2 burgers. I can eat 2 burgers, but I'll settle for 1. You know, it's a lesser of 2 evils.
Yeah, but I'm with him. Don't have me thinking about how I'm gonna come home and destroy these 2 burgers. And then now you want one.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll buy 3. I'll buy 5 burgers. Just leave these 2 alone.
Yeah. Once it's the
Yo,
2, once you get into the 2, I'm just like, oh my God.
Man,
Come
it's
on,
getting so predatory out there. We got the DOJ trying to sue the FBI to get their crypto. That's how bad it's getting.
Oh,
serious.
damn.
Well, they made so
Department
the
of
thing
Justice
is,
right now is trying to get
Departmental wars.
20 Bitcoin.
yeah. So the thing is, they
Yeah, they're
made
trying to get 20 Bitcoin off of FBI.
Trump told that all the departments, any
Damn.
crypto that you guys are holding that you have custody of, needs to be moved either into the Bitcoin Strategic Reserve or into the altcoin, whatever they called it. What did they call that shit? Sovereign fund or whatever the hell.
Digital, yeah, something like that.
And the FBI is like, man, but we use this for our black operations. Like, how are we supposed? How are we supposed to do all the dirt that Congress
The
doesn't pay
FBI
for if you take
Yeah,
my
for
crypto? The hell,
Can
these
you
drones
imagine
ain't
that,
cheap.
dude? So what part of the FBI do you work in? The pump.fun offices of the FBI.
I'm pretty sure they've got tons of seized Bitcoin. But you know, this is how you pay agents on the field, right? Like they were using cryptography to move money around in secret services like a long time ago.
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, that's how the FBI got it. They just confiscated from someone else, and now the DOJ is trying to confiscate it off them. It's pretty funny though.
So
So funny.
apparently that sovereign
At
fund,
least they're
right?
not fighting us now.
That sovereign fund, the only way that any coins can be added to that at all is if they're seized or forfeited. So there won't be any direct buys into that. But that doesn't mean that the FBI or everybody else is like, okay, time to start closing some of these hacking cases that we've had on the, let's go collect some of this crypto.
That's interesting because that's what they're doing. They're trying to aim to forfeit. They're saying you must forfeit it.
They want that shit inside the fund.
Yeah, how large was the Silk Road wallet?
Then or now in dollar
That's
value.
that's where a lot of
Now.
that's where a lot of the Bitcoin strategic it came from.
Wow. It always used to confuse me though, because I was always like, well, how do you even in my mind I was like, oh well, everyone's just got like the stat like a sort of Bitcoin multi-sig wallet, right? Can't crack it. How are they even cracking it? But I mean, if anyone's gonna crack it, I guess it's gonna be
Well,
the government, right? Yeah.
Hey,
The
couple
question is, did he
by
have
the
more
third
than one wallet?
by the third fingernail, bro, you could have all 12 of my words. I'm not built like that. Maybe the second fingernail.
You're right.
What was the guy's name again? The Silk Road bloke?
What
think that
Ross. Excuse me.
Yeah,
Ross
Ross
Ross Ulbricht. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
He took
he's
one for the
he's not
team,
an old guy.
bro.
He's still
Nah,
young.
he's young. He got a gang of Bitcoin.
Yeah.
The Bitcoin donations were coming in heavy as soon as he got out. I was proud of Crypto for that, man. He really did take one for the team.
It is cool.
And they made an example out of his ass too.
That would have been the old heads.
Minus the whole trying to hire a hitman thing. He's pretty cool.
We all have flaws.
Did he try?
We all have our flaws.
He didn't
We've
have
all
that
tried
much
to
dirt
procure
though on anyone
a
really
hitman.
to he didn't have that much dirt.
Yeah,
had,
he didn't have a lot of
operations.
leverage. He was an easy target, and they needed to make a public statement, a very public, very loud statement.
It's crazy though. If you go on the dark web right now, there's still tons of trading sites. The
Yeah, it
same
never
thing
stopped.
that he was doing.
It never stopped. It
Yeah,
went
it's
from
insane.
that to not Fruity Loops. What was it? What was the one in the UK? There was one called
Something with a mule, something like donkey mule or something weird.
Somebody in chat GPT. What was the Silk Road in the UK called?
Yeah, I really think
The only difference is that this guy was providing everything. Like he was the dope man. He wasn't facilitating the buys. Like he had a global drug dealing operation going on, basically. It's gonna bother me till I remember the name. I'll tell y'all when I remember. It's a silly ass name.
Yeah, the
It
setup
was like
on the
a
site
Silk
nowadays
Road,
are
effectively.
I'm sorry, Rick. What was that?
Oh, sorry. I'm a good 1 second delayed sometimes. Sorry about that.
He just wants to
Live
know what you
closer,
said.
Rick.
Oh, yeah, I know. I need to move.
Yeah, Rick,
move
stop
away.
living in imaginary countries. and Just come to America.
Yeah, Rick.
Sometimes you can adjust the country, the server
latency?
region on the voice chat. But obviously, like most people are in the West, then I guess it just makes
Yeah.
sense to leave it where it is. But I know in other times you can just change it to like, I don't know, Asia or Europe or whatever.
Yeah, there was Silk Road 2.0, and I think that was based with the UK, right? And
Alphabet
there's
was one
a
too.
UK perspective.
There's a bunch of them.
The one that I'm talking about was
It's crazy
called
that
like
some
Looney
exist in Europe
Tunes
too.
or Fruit Loop. It had like some weird ass cartoony ass name, Sweet Dreams or some shit like that. Whatever, it's not important. The point is that it didn't stop anything, right? The black market's always going to be the black market. But I'm sure it probably curved a couple people seeing the time that he did, and you know, they're probably like, "Yeah, I'm good."
It's just crazy though
Listen,
that
the
it's
thing we had in the UK was Encro chat. That was we had so basically like an encrypted phone got released. Like it was getting sold sort of behind closed doors and all the rest of that. But a lot of us like thought like that shit was just a honeypot, man, because a lot of men in jail as well, they had Encro chat, like they were using that, and all of a sudden people started getting bagged even though it's supposed to be encrypted. We're like, okay, so what's going on? Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, it
is this
was
just
definitely.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, but a lot of the on the sites that I've seen, the conversations are all PGP encrypted. So like nobody has your keys except for the other end. You know what I'm saying? Or you have your private keys and you have to share your public key, blah blah blah, and all messages are transmitted.
Bro, I didn't even know
Only
to
you
worry
can
about that. Like when I was using Silk Road, I didn't even know that that was a danger.
So on top of that,
there's two.
they also do escrow, which is pretty cool. So like they'll accept like Bitcoin, but major trading is all done through Monero, right? So Monero goes into their escrow on the site, and so if you don't